Chapter 241 The Enemy's Strength Beyond Expectations. Reminder. Affected by the strong electronic interference force field of the mobile fortress, the electronic communication equipment has been interfered, and the current interference intensity is level 8. Reminder. Affected by the interference force field of the mobile fortress transition, the hyperspace engine within the range is interfered, and the current interference intensity is 8. Reminder. Affected by the interception force of the mobile fortress, the hyperspace engines within the range are affected, and the current interference intensity is 8. Li Qing was slightly startled by 3 prompts in a row. At this time, a subordinate reminded. Your Majesty, the enemy ship has entered the range of Star City's main guns. The reminder from his subordinates made Li Qing a little stunned. After waiting for a whole day and a half, he finally waited until they entered the range of the main gun. It's not easy. A battle like this not only depends on strength, but also tests their patience. Before the war, it takes many days just to get close to each other. During this period, the mentality and patience slowly wear off, which will more or less affect the mentality during the official battle. At this time, their forward had already entered Star City Doom of Number 1 Star City. Within the range of the Destruction Arc projected light spear, Li Qing ordered Star City Doom to prepare for battle without hesitation. It is worth mentioning that they have not been idle in the past 2 years. This Star City, which originally belonged to the Orb people, has been fully upgraded by the way when it was rebuilt after the war. The basic attributes of Star City cannot be changed. This requires major repairs, but the major repairs will affect the use of Star City. They had no choice but to give up, and replaced all the configurations of Star City with human level 5 technology. The 4 human Star City Doomsday are distributed around Star City. When the commander-in-chief gave an order, the main gun muzzle of Star City Doomsday located on the front began to light up with dazzling electric light. Countless arcs converged and turned into an extremely thick arc that spanned 7 million kilometers of void blast into the enemy fleet. In an instant, lightning flashed through the fleet, and an unknown number of battleships were reduced to ashes. There is no way to dodge, and there is no need to dodge. There is no loss in a frontal battle, and this is within the predetermined loss range. At the same time, before Star City Doomsday fired, the fleet of the 3rd Division in front of Star City had already begun to mobilize. Cyrus quickly ordered in the command channel. 2 Titans are ready to go. The battleships of the 3rd Division separated left and right, and the 2 huge Titan super flags advanced to the forefront of the battlefield, and the main guns began to charge. The range of the 6th level Titan Light Lance is twice that of the 5th generation Titan Light Lance. In theory, the range is farther than Star City Doom, so when Star City Doom fired, the 2 6th-level Titans had also fully charged, and the 2 Titans the arc swept across the battlefield of more than 7 million kilometers and blasted into the enemy fleet. At least more than 100 warships perished on the spot. However, this loss is only a drop in the bucket compared to the size of the enemy fleet, not even a muscle injury. Both sides didn't care, one continued to move forward, and the other continued to wait for the cooling down. The range of the 6th-level Titan Lance is 3 million kilometers, and Cyrus, Talent has an additional range bonus of 150%, a total of 7 million kilometers. The cooldown time of the Titan Lance is 30 minutes, and it can fire 48 rounds in 24 hours a day. 2 Titan Super Flags and a Star City Doom have 3 rounds, 144 rounds a day. According to the enemy's approach speed, it is calculated that there will be 3 days before the 2 sides will fully engage. Can fire 432 Titans, and after they enter 3.5 million kilometers, there will be many baptisms of Doomsday lights. In summary, before the fleets of both sides approach, they can use their range and technological advantages to bombard and kill at least tens of thousands of warships on the opposite side. This is Chiguquo's technological gap, which can only be filled with life. Li Qing didn't do anything. The range of the Divine Light is as high as 10 million kilometers. He could actually do it when they jumped into the arena, but he didn't do it so quickly, fearing to scare them. He was going to wait for the enemy's main force to enter a sufficient distance before making a move. If he wanted to retreat at that time, he would suffer huge losses, so he could only grit his teeth and stick to it. Uninterrupted bombardment throughout the day, arcs swept across the battlefield one after another, and small areas in the Shadow United fleet were continuously emptied. The warships below the flagship had no possibility of resisting the Titan arcs. As long as they touched them, they would be killed by the terrifying arcs on the spot. Annihilation. When the enemy fleet approached within a range of 4 million kilometers, the enemy's mobile fortress suddenly began to adjust its angle, and the fleets in front spread out to reveal a vacuum channel. As he expected, more than 10 minutes later, a total of 16 thick electric arcs shot out from the direction of the moving fortress and shot into the fleet before Star City. Immediately, a large number of warships exploded, and nearly 200 small and medium-sized warships were affected and destroyed. They are all Tier 6 technological warships, and their basic hull armor and shields are stronger than those of regular Tier 5 warships, but they are also irresistible to the T-slot fortress arc configured on the mobile fortress. Interesting. Li Qing stared at the fireworks blankly for a while, then turned around and entered the universe in the palm, and ordered the servant of light who presides over the light of divine judgment to prepare for charging. You can fire at this distance, and the enemy can't retreat even if they want to. The attack method he set is the stance mode, with a 3-dimensional range of 1,000 kilometers. After more than 10 minutes, the charging was completed. With a thought, Li Qing opened a black hole door before the fleet. The Emperor of the Shadow Empire, who was also paying attention to the battlefield, was slightly moved and was wondering, when he saw a dazzling light suddenly lit up inside the black hole door, flashing across the battlefield like a laser and shooting into your fleet. He immediately checked the sensor screen of the fortress, and saw that after a thick beam of light shot into the fleet, it did not refract and penetrate like the arc of the fortress, but exploded at a certain point, forming a ball of light with a diameter of 1,000 kilometers. Among them, all the warships below the battle line were all melted in this dazzling light of destruction. And this was just the beginning. Soon the second blaze of dazzling light that had been fully charged exploded in the void 10,000 kilometers away from the sphere of destruction just now, and instantly over 2,000 small and medium-sized warships were annihilated, in the light. What a powerful weapon! Emperor Luotai of the Shadow Empire gave a dignified compliment, then turned his head and asked a black-robed figure sitting at the bottom. Master Nuka, can you feel where that weapon came from? The black-robed shadow man slowly raised his head. Under the black robe was a distorted darkness. He couldn't see anything, but a voice came from it. This is also the first time I have seen this attack method. Luo Tai pondered for a while, and continued to ask. In the great Kelzakar Star Sea Empire, is there such a weapon of the same type? The man in black robe looked up at Luo Tai, then shook his head. The Empire has the same type of weapon, but it is not as convenient to use. But your majesty need not worry, this should be the effect of some special relic, not that humans have mastered this powerful weapon. Luo Tai nodded, settled down, and ordered the fleet to move on. Half an hour later, the second wave of arc confrontation between the two sides ended, and the Shadow Civilization fleet with relatively dense battleships suffered a greater loss, about 3-to-1 loss. However, based on the size and volume of the two fleets, it was Jalan Collar who suffered the most. After all, they are all Tier 6 technological warships. On the battlefield, they can easily challenge 10 shadow warships of the same level. However, in the face of the terrifying power of the Fortress Arc, there is no difference between Tier 6 and Tier 3 warships below cruisers, and they can be killed on the spot. End. Commander Cyrus quickly realized this, quickly adjusted the position of the fleet, ordered the small and medium-sized warships to retreat to Star City, and use Star City and the flagship to resist the enemy's main guns. They can operate in this way, but the Shadow Coalition forces cannot. Their fleet is too large and there are not so many flagships blocking the front row. Every half an hour, the two sides will be bombarded by electric arcs. Every hour, 2 beams of divine judgment blasted out, killing large swaths of enemy ships, killing a large number of the opponent's vital forces. This situation lasted for a whole day, until the distance between the two fleets reached about 2 million kilometers. Both sides stopped at the same time and began to mobilize the fleet to prepare for the battle. The normal official combat distance is 1 million kilometers, and the judgment standard is the maximum combat radius of the space fighters on the flagship aircraft carriers of both sides. Generally, the combat radius of a space fighter is 1 million kilometers. This distance also means that the fleets of both sides have already reached the opponent and still have a certain combat radius. Almost at the same time, a large number of space fighters in the two fleets flew out of the aircraft carrier hangar, circled around and formed a huge combat formation to fly to the center of the battlefield. At the speed of space fighters, it only takes 2 or 3 hours to engage in combat. At this time, Li Qing could no longer sit on the Daoyutai. There were too many enemies. Even though he knew that he was sure enough to win, he still couldn't help but feel a little worried about how much the loss would be, and worried about whether the enemy would have something earth-shattering. Whole card. Anyway, a civilization that is not weak will block the battle of the fate of the entire civilization. If the Shadow Civilization has any trump card, it will definitely be pulled out. At this time, all the negative stars in the Palm universe are in place, and can be pulled out to fight at any time. W-slot super weapon dimensional converging light is also in preparation and can be activated at any time. The more than 20 million space fleet stored in the high-dimensional fortress has already been replaced with new batteries. As long as he gives an order, they can go to battle immediately. The second division parked in the palm of the universe is already ready to go, and it will be able to sail out to fight as soon as he gives an order. After 5 rounds of electric arc confrontation, and 2 rounds of divine light, the first batch of aircraft groups from both sides contacted in the void, which was 1.5 million kilometers away from Star City and only 500,000 kilometers away from the enemy's forward. The first fleet of the Jalan Collar side is only about 100,000 aircraft, and the enemy has a total of 360,000 aircraft. Just one flagship can accommodate the total amount. As soon as the planes of the two sides came into contact like two dense swarms of bees, the light curtain in front of Li Qing's eyes suddenly swiped the screen, and countless green symbols representing fighters quickly turned red and disappeared. Thousands of space fighters were lost in just 10 seconds. But the battle damage on the opposite side was even more exaggerated than theirs, and the battle record fed back by the fighter plane's sensors was also swiped like a screen. Li Qing saw the record number in the upper right corner of the light screen, and it jumped to 2,700 in just 10 seconds, and the second immediately jumped to 3,200, and the speed of battle damage was beyond the reaction of ordinary people. Moreover, this battle loss ratio began to change with the passage of time. After the initial madness, the loss of space fighters on the Jalan Collar side began to become stable, and the number of fighters lost per second slowly dropped from the initial 100 to 70 or 80, until it stabilizes around 50 or 60. The enemy's fighter plane loss slowly increased from more than 300 planes per second at the beginning, and quickly jumped to more than 400, until the loss of about 520 planes per second slowly stabilized. The loss ratio was close to 1 to 10, which made Li Qing heave a sigh of relief. This battle damage is considered normal. After all, with less fighting more, 100,000 aircraft can still have such a large battle damage advantage against 360,000 aircraft, which is worthy of the 6th-generation space fighter. And as the follow-up fleets catch up, the number of fleets on both sides gradually equalizes, and the enemy's battle damage begins to increase rapidly. But in this situation, as the fleets of the flagship aircraft carriers of the many divisions of the Saudi Arabian Allied forces were released one by one, especially the densely packed fleets released in the huge mobile fortress, they had an absolute numerical advantage. A Star City can accommodate more than 4 million space fighters. The size of the Star City is 150 kilometers. The size of the regular mobile fortress of the Shatta United Empire is about 400 kilometers. The size is 19 times that of the Star City. 9 times, more than 10 times is not a problem. When the fortress began to support, more than tens of millions of space fleets attacked overwhelmingly, forming a super large dark cloud with a length and width of millions of kilometers to cover the sky. Li Qing immediately knew what Cyrus was thinking through the mental matrix, and immediately opened the black hole gate in front of the fleet. The black hole gate with a diameter of 100 kilometers opened directly in the aircraft carrier area, and more than 10 million space fleets came out in full force, turning into a vast torrent rushed towards the battlefield. This scene moved Luo Tai, the emperor of the Shatta Empire, but before he could speak, the man in black robe stood up in surprise, and after a long silence, he turned and said to Luo Tai, "Your Majesty, please do your best." Luo Tai nodded, stretched out his finger, and the command communication channel interface popped up in front of him, showing all the main commanders of the fleet. He lightly touched one of them with his finger, and issued a series of orders in a deep voice. Soon the fleet responded, and the mobile fortress released fleets again and again, soon surpassing Li Qing's fleet in scale. At the same time, abnormal ripples suddenly appeared in a Titan super flagship in the center of the 3 Shatta combined fleets in the south, and it entered a transition state against the interception systems all over the galaxy. Normal Shatta civilization only has dreadnought flagships but no super flagships, and these are all obtained from the Tarsians. This change was immediately detected by Star City, and Cyrus responded immediately, saying to Li Qing, "Your Majesty, please invite the 2nd Division." He still has nothing to say later, but Li Qing already knows it through the mental matrix. The strength of the Shatta United Empire has exceeded their imagination. There are too many fleets and means beyond their level of civilization. It was originally estimated that a 6th-level division plus the 1st division would not be able to handle it, and the 2nd division had to take action. Just work. Immediately adjusted the strategy, stop the release of the space fleet in the palm of the universe on the spot, closed the door of the black hole, and opened the door of the black hole behind the Star City instead, and the second division, which had been on standby for a long time, drove out one after another. Chapter 242 Head-to-Head Combat. At this time, Li Qing was no longer as optimistic as before. At this time, he had already regarded the Shadow United Empire as an equal opponent, and transferred the second division without hesitation. Although the main force of the Shadow Allied forces located in front of Star City discovered the sudden appearance of the second division, the three side divisions had already entered a transition state and could not be temporarily suspended. In about 40 minutes, Xingcheng detected the transition signal from an area about 500,000 kilometers behind Xingcheng. God General Cyrus looked at Chu Yuan nodded, and disappeared in a flash. Appeared again, already on the command flagship of the second division, and then he commanded the second division to annihilate the fleet that jumped over. As the dazzling distorted halo exploded, a huge fleet composed of three divisions jumped directly into the starry sky about 500,000 kilometers behind Star City. Located near the star field, he rushed up immediately after the enemy leapt into the field, and forcibly entered the combat state. The main division was divided into three under the command of Chu Yuan, and divided into three groups to meet them. The enemy can't escape even if they want to escape at this time, and they can't enter the transition in the combat state. A Shadow Admiral commanding this fleet received an order from the Shadow Emperor after the jump. At any cost, entangle this fleet. Everyone, it's time to be loyal to His Majesty the Emperor. The three divisions slowly spread out and lined up in a line, facing the second division of Jolin, which was divided into three groups. The front has not yet been fully engaged, but the flanks have entered a full-scale combat state. But as the side roads entered a state of engagement, the main force on the front could no longer find any other reason to retreat. While the two sides kept their main guns at each other and fought with each other, the fleet also slowly approached, and a big battle was imminent. Any strategic control outside the battlefield represents the exchange for the lives of hundreds of millions of soldiers on the battlefield. Sitting in Star City, Li Qing could only see the chaotic projection of the battlefield in front of him, as well as changing numbers, but in fact every jump of a number represented the destruction of at least one space fighter or the sinking of a warship. The central battlefield has not yet fully entered the state of full-scale combat. Li Qing first set his sights on the side battlefield. Although the enemy has three division-level fleets, and there is a fifth-level division and a sixth-level Titan super flagship hidden in it, there are only six-level Titan super flagships plus a fleet with a powerful leap penetration talent or skill commander, in order to forcibly jump in the Star City's interception halo. This strength is not weak, and they will definitely be caught off guard if they don't pay attention, but they didn't expect the second division to be a complete six-level fleet, and they didn't expect the commander Chu Yuan to be an immortal commander. Official. As soon as the fleets of the two sides came into contact, they immediately seemed to be destroyed, and the frigates in the front row exploded like a series of explosions. Boom, boom, boom. The main guns of 5 cruisers focused on the same cruiser at the same time, and the continuous particle projection penetrated the void and hit the target cruiser. Its shield twisted violently, and then 40 or so space fighters flew from the other side of the chaotic battlefield, circling the cruiser poured out its firepower crazily. The cruiser captain showed no fear in the face of the siege, and calmly ordered. The battleship approaches cruiser No. 001, prepares neutron projectors and missiles, and at the same time contacts brother ship number 5412 to approach me to harass, and work together to besiege No. 001 enemy ship. After a series of orders, the horizontal cruiser fired its guns in unison, and a dozen neutron energy projections blasted out, followed by 8 huge deep space missiles flying out, rushing towards the target at an extremely fast speed. The energy projected by neutrons cannot be resisted, so it can only be carried by the energy shield. However, missiles can be intercepted. Generally, destroyers and frigates are equipped with P-slot point defense weapons that can intercept them. Of course, space fighters that move extremely fast can also intercept them. The more than 40 space fighters that are besieging the cruiser immediately changed after receiving the order. Target quickly rushed to the missile out of the cabin. Hundreds of lasers streaked across the void in an instant, and 5 missiles were hit by the lasers. 3 of them suffered more than 3 consecutive attacks. The missiles were destroyed in midair and out of control. The remaining 5 bombarded the target along the predetermined trajectory. 5 huge fireballs exploded on the surface of the layer, and the powerful explosion force shook the battleship's shield violently. Before making any adjustments, the second wave of neutron projections and missiles arrived. This time, there was no interception, and all 8 missiles hit. The powerful force tore apart the cruiser's shield on the spot, revealing the hard alloy armor. The human cruiser they focused fire on faced the continuous bombardment of 5 cruisers, and its shield was still so tough, it just didn't break. The two sides continued to bombard each other regardless of their own injuries. 5 Sand Tower cruisers plus 40 space fighters and 2 human cruisers fought desperately on this chaotic battlefield. The Shadow fleet has a quantitative advantage, and the human side has a technological advantage. All 6 level configurations are stronger than the opponent regardless of the basic attributes of the battleship or the power of weapons. If the battle goes to the end, perhaps. There was no way to fight until the end, so we fought for a round. 2 Shadow destroyers and 11 frigates came from the side. The human side immediately called, and soon 3 cruisers, 4 destroyers and 5 frigates flew over from the other side. The frigate, 20 or 30 warships immediately meleeed into a group. With support, there is not much difference in the number of warships, that is a one-sided crush. The main guns of the L slot of the cruisers focused their fire, and tore apart the armor of the target Sand Tower cruiser, while the cruiser, which was also targeted by the enemy, endured a round of attack and its shield was still there. The original talent, up to 1000 shield armor and hull regeneration per second, as long as the shield armor is not instantly broken by a wave of explosion, the powerful regeneration ability can be recovered in just a short while. The attacks on the battlefield are generally concentrated firepower one after another. After a wave of concentrated fire, there will be a buffer time of 10 or 20 seconds, which is enough to restore the shield value of more than 10,000 to 20,000. Combined with Chuyuan's time distortion aura, it can reduce the enemy's attack by 20%, further suppressing the enemy's combat effectiveness. So even if the enemy has a 3-fold advantage, they do not have an advantage at all on the battlefield, and instead lose more and more as time goes by. The cruiser under fire was under continuous rounds of attacks. When it felt that the shield was about to lose its hold, it took the opportunity to quickly retreat behind other teammates. They wanted their teammates to take a wave of damage first, but they did not expect a small group of Shadow fleets on the other side of the battlefield to rush forward. A wave of concentrated fire smashed its unrecovered shield, and the aftermath blasted the armor fragments flying around. Don't panic, the first maintenance robot team is ready to repair and restart the shield. The gun crew continues to fight, and pre-targets the destroyer No. 001. The captain of this cruiser was calm in the face of danger. Even if the shield of the battleship was broken, he did not panic, and issued a series of orders calmly. Each battleship is equipped with a group of clone crew members, multiple senior crew members and captains. In addition, it is also equipped with a group of maintenance robots and spare shield generators, which can be repaired and restarted after the shield is broken in battle. A new shield. It's just that most of the time on large-scale battlefields, small and medium-sized warships are unable to persist until the shield is restarted. On the battlefield, the concept of taking advantage of your illness to kill you has always been enshrined. As long as you are injured, you must be the main target of the enemy's attack, and you must be completely dry first. If there are no accidents, the final fate of this battleship must be sunk during the siege. But with Chuyuan's talent bonus, the super high regenerative ability means stronger tolerance and fault tolerance, and the attack that is usually enough to sink is just breaking the armor of the battleship. Boom! A series of high-energy particles were projected after the armor was shredded, leaving obvious melting marks on the battleship hull structure. A group of maintenance robots walked along the interior compartment of the battleship to the stern of the battleship, and saw the temporary shield at the stern, one of the nodes. The maintenance robot quickly rushed forward and started working, preparing to restart the shield generator. Boom! At this moment, a stream of neutron-projected energy exploded on the outer wall of the nearby ship. Although it failed to blow through the ship's hull, the terrifying high temperature surged through the ship's hull, and the nearby temperature suddenly rose by hundreds of degrees. The human beings would probably be screaming and screaming when they came over, but the robot continued to start without even raising its eyelids. A standard energy block is taken out and stuffed into the shield generator, and a robot finger touches it. The light on the generator quickly changes from red to green, and a layer of energy light film flies out, quickly extending outside the battleship. Boom! Another missile bombarded one of the sides of the cruiser, which was riddled with holes. According to the thickness of the battleship's hull, this wave was estimated to be able to blow through the hull. When the hull was less than 100 meters away, a layer of energy shield suddenly rose out of thin air, abruptly intercepting the missile. This situation is not limited to this warship. With its super high regenerative recovery ability, Many warships just survived until the maintenance team restarted their shields and renewed their lives. As the saying goes, only if you can stand up can you output. Just like in the game, no matter how well equipped your brother is, it is useless if you can't stand up. 30,000 yuan for 1 second, what use is it for you? No matter how huge a battlefield is, it is composed of countless large and small battlefields. When small battlefields generally dominate, the whole is naturally an advantage. In just half an hour, Li Qing had already seen that his side had an absolute advantage. This is the edge of the battlefield, which can be regarded as a secondary battlefield. The battleship group in the center of the battlefield is the main battlefield where the bombardment is fierce. A total of 4 divisions with more than 40,000 battleships lined up around the battlefield, bombarding each other with very primitive line tactics. The Shadow United Empire has as many as 30,000 battleships, but the main guns of the battleships are only the lowest level particle light spears. Particle lance. A heavy energy lance that fires high energy particles that melt down armor. Type. Instant. Energy. Damage. 35000-55000. Fire rate. 150 seconds. Shot. Hit. 90%. Range. 5,000 kilometers. Fix. Minus 25% shield damage. Fix. Plus 25% armor damage. The human side only has battleships in the early 10,000s, but the main gun of the battleship is a powerful enhanced neutron lance. Enhanced neutron lance. A heavy energy lance that fires high energy neutrons that melt down armor. Type. Instant. Energy. Damage. 110000-17000. Fire rate. 150 seconds. Shot. Hit. 90%. Range. 15,000 kilometers. Fix. Minus 25% shield damage. Fix. Plus 25% armor damage. 3 times the difference in basic power, 3 times the difference in range, plus the terrible gap between the commander Chu Yuan and the enemy commander. This led to the result of the battle between the 2 main battleships beyond the expectations of many people. It's completely one-sided. Away from the edge of the battlefield, there are many frigates parked on the edge of the battlefield. These are some players who sneaked back to watch the battle. How could they resist not watching such a large-scale battle? Even though Li Qing repeatedly emphasized, many people still sneaked over to watch the battle. Are those who are simply curious and want to watch the excitement, or those with ulterior motives? No matter which one, they are still surprised when they see the unequal difference in numbers between the 2 sides, but the even more unequal combat power gap. Compared to melee battles, line-to-line bombardment is more brutal. Because you can dodge and support each other in a melee battle, but you can't dodge and support each other in battle, and you can't even retreat. Either life or death. After the initial trial, the commander of the Shadow Fleet made a decision to use every 200 battleships as a combat unit to focus on one of the targets. No way, the particle light spear's 55,000 damage is weakened by Chu Yuan, and only 44,000 damage is left, and it will be weakened by the Titan's suppression force field by another 25%, leaving only a little over 30,000. Even if the Shadow Commander has a 100% constant damage bonus under the Talent Plus skill bonus, that's only 60,000. The battleships of Li Qing's fleet are all Crusader class configurations. The basic hull armor and shields are as high as 1.8 million, which adds up to 5.4 million. In addition, the armor and shields added by many general slots are at least 5 or 610,000. The total shield armor has exceeded 11 million. With this shield armor strength, 60,000 lethality requires at least 185 Shadow battleships to sink in one wave. According to the battleships in the 3 divisions of Shadow with a total of more than 30,000 battleships, at most 162 fire-focusing formations can be assembled, and 162 human battleships can be sunk in one round. The human battleship's main gun enhanced neutron lance lethality is as high as 170,000, even if the 25% reduction in Titan's suppression halo is deducted, it is 127,000. The original Talent Plus skills have a 200% damage bonus and a huge fire rate bonus. Shadow battleships are divided into 2 types. One is the 5th level technology configuration. The total hull armor is about 5 million, and the other is the 4th level technology configuration. The total hull armor is less than 4 million, even if it is 4 million. Through Chu Yuan's time distortion aura, 20% of the hull armor and shields of the enemy will be weakened, and even the battleship with the highest level 5 configuration of its full attributes is only in the early 4 million. According to the power of the main guns of human battleships, only 11 ships can focus their fire to sink any Shadow battleship. A total of about 10,000 human battleships are enough to form 909 fire-focused formations, and around can sink a full 909 Shadow battleships. However, this is only paper data. In real battles, the difference in rate of fire between the two sides, as well as factors such as hits and weakening, must be considered. Chu Yuan didn't even use the kite tactics to take advantage of the speed and range, and face the bombardment head-on. Chapter 243 Various Means. Boom boom boom. Accompanied by earth-shattering loud noises, the sky filled with particle light spears rushed to the other side. At the same time, on the other side of the overwhelming particle light spears, there are also countless thick neutron light spears across the sky. In an instant, hundreds of battleships turned into fireballs and fell in this devastating attack. The shock waves generated by the explosion overlapped, and the entire starry sky seemed to tremble. This is impossible. Just a wave of bombardment, the battle damage exceeded everyone's expectations. Hundreds of damaged battleships all came from the side of the Shadow Coalition forces, and none of the human side was sunk. The reason is very simple. Both sides misestimated the enemy's warships' ability to withstand. The humans made a mistake in estimating the enemy's acceptable damage. Not only did they mobilize one of the 20 fire-focused ships, but the key was that the Crusader-class battleships equipped by Star Sea Lord were all equipped with double-X slots, resulting in a serious overflow of firepower. The Shadow civilization underestimated the damage tolerance of human battleships, or did not underestimate the strength of human battleships than they imagined. The first tentative attack mobilized 200 ships to focus on one target. As a result, the joint firepower only tore a part of the armor after breaking the shield, and there was not enough power left. This is normal. The basic attributes of conventional warships may not be a secret, but the common accessories of different warship configurations cannot be seen from the surface, and must be tested with firepower. Li Qing's division was bought from His Royal Highness Xiao Bili. It has a basic Crusader-level template, and the general slots are all 6-level configurations. An enhanced super shield module can increase the shield value by up to 80,000, a total of 140 general purpose slots. Even if there are only 100 shield modules, there will be an additional shield value of up to 8 million. Adding the basic 1.8 million shield value, the shield value alone is nearly 10 million. The particle light spear also has a minus 25% shield damage correction, and the output will be reduced by 25%. It is already very good if the firepower can break the shield. According to this damage ratio, they must at least mobilize nearly 300 battleships to focus their fire, which is enough to ensure that a single blow destroys a battleship. After only one round of confrontation, the enemy commander expressed his pessimistic attitude towards the outcome of the war to Shadow Emperor Luotai. Your Majesty, we are no match at all. If we continue, we will lose most of our main force in an hour, we will not be able to maintain the battle situation in an hour and a half, and we will be completely defeated in 2 hours. However, Shadow Emperor Lotai's response was, regardless of the price paid, the enemy fleet must be held back for at least 2 hours. The commander was silent for a while, and responded with a tragic face. I will do my best. Closing off the communication, Emperor Shadow looked down at the man in black robe and said, Master Niuka, the time has come. The black-robed man slowly raised his head, his eyes fell on the projection on the battlefield, and he nodded after a while. It's time, please rest assured, Your Majesty. As he spoke, he took out something that looked like a pocket watch with his right hand. Strong spiritual energy overflowed from his hand and sank into the pocket watch. The pocket watch lit up as if it had been activated. At a certain moment, a ray of spiritual light flew out from the center of the pocket watch, forming an invisible humanoid projection, speaking in comprehensible voice. Master Niuka put his palms together and saluted, and said in a deep voice, It's time, General, please take action. The figure nodded and quickly disappeared. Putting away the pocket watch, Master Niuka said to Shadow Emperor Lotai, Your Majesty, please order to launch a full-scale attack to entangle them and create a suitable opportunity for reinforcements to enter the field. Luo Tai nodded, opened the communication channel, and began to issue orders for a full-scale attack. At this time, the main force of the Shadow Coalition army and a half-division of the Jolin Collar are still in a stalemate at a distance. Adjust the position of the battleship. Following Luo Tai's order to launch a general attack, the frigates of the two sides, which were less than 1,000 kilometers apart, moved forward at the same time, but the Jolin frigate, which had the advantage in range, opened fire when both sides advanced 200 to 300 kilometers each. Normal frigates can't have such a long range, but with the addition of the terrible talent of Cyrus God General, they can fire at an extremely long distance earlier than the opponent. If it is a one-on-one fight, the Jolin frigate, which has the advantages of speed, launch speed, and range, can easily fight 10 or even dozens of them. In a large-scale melee, the speed advantage will be weakened infinitely, but the overall strength advantage will be infinitely enhanced. A total of 7 divisions are distributed over a huge three-dimensional battlefield of millions of kilometers, surrounded by 1.5 divisions of Jolin with an arc-shaped front, and there are 4 divisions behind who are ready to enter the battlefield at any time. The huge mobile fortress has also been activated, slowly approaching with the fleet. The Armageddon is coming. A large number of players wandering around the edge of the battlefield have broadcast the battlefield screen outside the galaxy in the form of live broadcast, including ordinary players, other large teams, and some people with ulterior motives. Regardless of whether they were watching a movie or had other thoughts, at this moment everyone held their breath and focused on the battlefield. The first to fire was the mobile fortress of the Shadow Coalition forces, followed by a small number of Titan super flags and a large number of dreadnoughts, including the flagship of Jalon's side to fight back, and thick fortress arcs, Titan arcs, and the light of doom penetrated on the battlefield. One after another battleship belonging to Jalon's side was torn apart by the terrifying power of the Doomsday weapon. The target of the Titans and dreadnoughts on Jalon's side is not the battleship, but the opponent's flagship. A total of 3 Titan Lances and 2 Divine Lights hit a flagship aircraft carrier at the same time, and the terrifying power directly tore the flagship aircraft carrier apart, with no power to resist. At the same time, the T-slot Doomsday Lights of all dreadnoughts in the entire fleet also concentrated their firepower. 25 dreadnoughts with a total of 95 Doomsday Lights were divided into 2 waves of concentrated fire. Even if the damage is weakened by 25%, the remaining power is enough to tear the low-level aircraft carrier from the Shadow civilization on the spot. In order to ensure the success of the tactic, Sellers asked to concentrate all firepower, even if the firepower was obviously overflowing. Unlike the Shadow Coalition forces, there are too few flagships on the human side. Cyrus is confident that he can guarantee the advantage in the later battleship confrontation, but the number of flagships is too large. It is an aircraft carrier with a large number of space fighters. The opponent's reaction is also fast. Although his talent and skills are not as powerful as the General Cyrus, his command ability is also very strong. He reacted immediately and began to mobilize warships to cover the flagship aircraft carrier and super aircraft carrier. Anyway, the main combat method of an aircraft carrier is to release space fighters to fight, and there is no need to take the front row. After a fight, the two sides seemed to be on par, but Jalin's side gained more results with its stronger average strength. Except for the 2 flagships that were destroyed by concentrated fire, the other warships also achieved gratifying results. More than 3,000 warships were destroyed in an instant. Next, there will be a tragic stage of stalemate and consumption. The 2 sides will not back down, just like a sideline battlefield. It is not a small boat to a small boat, a battle column to a battle column, but a full-scale melee. All warships mixed in melee. In this type of combat, having the shield armor of a cruiser with the speed of a destroyer and the nimbleness of a frigate is a natural fit. Suppresses frigates that are much smaller than itself at super fast speed, and can still maintain the same flexibility, but the armor and firepower are n times that of frigates, completely crushing suppression. Li Qing stared intently at the battlefield. Many ships entangled one frigate with super high flexibility. The 2 sides entangled for less than half a minute, and the entangled frigates turned into a fire and were destroyed one by one. In just a few minutes, a large number of Tier 6 frigates were destroyed in the melee, but the frigates had super survivability by virtue of the advantages of many small and medium warships, and one of them was not damaged in a few minutes. As expected of a warship of advanced civilization. The gap is too big, regardless of the weapon gap, and the ship base gap. From here, we can see how big the gap between those advanced civilizations and conventional civilizations is, which is completely crushing. This made Li Qing full of expectations for the yet-to-be-born dreadnought battleship, which combines the advantages of a dreadnought flagship and a battleship. I don't know what kind of weapon it is equipped with. There are several X-battleship main guns. Is it possible to be a group of stars? Dreadnoughts are equipped with T-slot Doom main guns. Li Qing feels that it is unlikely to configure the T-slot Doomsday main gun, mainly because the specification of the T-slot Doomsday main gun is too large for the size of a battleship. The most likely reason is that there are multiple X-battleship main guns. Judging from the fact that Lord Xiaobili's own 6th-generation battleships are all Crusader-class battleships with 2x slot battleship main guns, it is normal for a newly promoted high-level civilization to gather fearless battleships should have 3x battle main battery slots. The star-rated frigates and dreadnought battleships that Li Qing pushes back belong to the pinnacle of the 7th-level civilization, which must be stronger than the normal high-level civilization, so there are at least 4 or even 5x slot battleship main guns. It is worth mentioning that the battleships of the major military masters of human civilization are basically Knight-class templates, with only one slot for the main gun of the X battleship. The Star Sea Lord is superior in technology, and the battleship it owns is a Crusader-class battleship with 2 main gun slots for the X battle. On top of the Crusader-class battleship, there is also a Lord-class battleship with 3 main gun slots for the X-class battleship. But this Lord class is not the kind of standard battleship that can be continuously built with mother chips, but a modified and enhanced version based on the original battleship, which cannot be mass-produced on a large scale. In addition to this, whether it is a battleship with 4x slot battle guns or 5x slot battle guns, it is a modified and enhanced version. This kind of modification is still very popular. After all, there are still very few who can have a flagship. If there is no flagship, then the only way to modify and strengthen the strongest existing battleship is. The scuffle continued. The Shadow Coalition forces had a huge advantage in strength, but neither technology nor warships were superior, and even the commander was a bit weaker. After some scuffle, it looked evenly matched. If the stalemate continues in this state, both sides will suffer heavy losses, but Li Qing is relieved instead. He still has several whole cards that are useless, and the advantage lies with me. But what he didn't know was that Shadow Emperor Lotai, who was in the mobile fortress on the opposite side, was also relieved after watching the battle for a while. His face that had been gloomy for a long time finally calmed down, and he said to the man in black below, "Master Niuka, my children have blocked them, I don't know, Your Excellency." The man in black said in a flat tone, "Are you sure you are going to enter the battlefield now? Maybe they also have cards." Luotai nodded and said, "I am sure to go into battle now." He paused and explained, "I can't let my child lose too much. Although the frontal battlefield maintains a balance of power, the loss will be huge. The East is now in a stalemate with the enemy, and the West is not an enemy at all. It is estimated that it will last for about 3 hours at most. I must establish a victory between the complete defeat of the West Road, and ensure that more fleets will survive. As for their trump card, isn't your fleet our trump card? Could they still pull out the same fleet?" The black-robed man heard no excuses, nodded and said, "Then as you wish." As he spoke, he took out a disc to activate it, and a cryptic signal was sent out. In less than 10 seconds, a signal came back, and the disc lit up with green light. Seeing this, the man in black raised his head and said, "Okay, the reinforcements will jump to the battlefield in half an hour." Luotai nodded with a smile. "Master, I can rest assured." After speaking, he retracted his gaze, and turned over a scepter with an exquisite appearance and inlaid with various gemstones, which looked extremely luxurious. He stretched out his golden-haired right hand and stroked the top of the scepter. It turned out that there were 3 huge gemstones. At this time, there are already 2 missing, and only one is left exuding faint twisted ripples. Only one last chance. Emperor Luotai of Shatta took a long breath. The powerful spiritual energy in his majestic pupils gathered, and condensed a real gaze into the gemstone. While the other side was intensively preparing the whole cards, Li Qing was not idle here. After gathering all the negative stars in the universe in his palm, he looked at Commander Cyrus and asked, "When can I use that trick?" Sellers was silent for a while, and said, "It can be used now, but in fact the most suitable time is when they play their whole cards again. Try to make the opponent invest more power and increase the loss cost of withdrawing troops." Li Qing thought for a while and said, "I think I can use it once now to relieve stress. Although the Chinese army has blocked the opponent now, the pressure is too great. The opponent's Chinese army not only has a mobile fortress, but also at least 2 divisions with a 5th-level technology configuration that they got from the TAS or where. To be honest, it is precisely because the Shatta allied forces have this mobile fortress and a group of 5th-level deployment divisions that they can compete with themselves. 6th-level technologists fight against each other. Generation gap in science and technology is not a joke. Without this group of main forces, the Shatta civilization's technological level alone would definitely be able to pick 10 out of 10 and guarantee crushing. Chapter 244 Kairzaka Star Sea Empire's Conspiracy. Can. Cyrus nodded, turned his head to look at the battlefield, and a layer of glow suddenly appeared all over his body. His gaze directly passed through the thick armor of the flagship ship and looked directly at the behemoth in the center of the battlefield. With a thought, God will activate the unique ability Sublimated Infinite Reflection. Infinite Reflection. Use it actively, designate a target, and condense a reflection with 100% of the specified target's attributes. It lasts up to 1 month and can be cancelled actively. There are up to 5 reflections at the same time. He designated the enemy's mobile fortress as the target, and when the feature was activated, he saw a thin layer of white mist suddenly appear on the surface of the mobile fortress and was dragged out, and began to gather in the starry sky of an empty battlefield somewhere on his side across millions of kilometers. It looked as if something had been forcibly extracted from the mobile fortress, surging like a tide, and soon condensed into a ball of gray mist with a diameter of hundreds of kilometers. Accompanied by the rapid twisting of the gray mist sphere, the gray mist on the surface slowly shrinks inward and fades, and soon reveals a gray misty fortress that is exactly the same as the mobile fortress, and a thick shield rises the moment it takes shape. Immediately afterwards, countless beams of light were sprayed from the fortress, and a large number of warships of the Shadow Empire around them were emptied out by surprise. This is. Everyone was stunned, and Emperor Luotai couldn't help leaning forward, with a look of surprise on his face covered with golden fluff. Then he saw the man in black robe who had been calm all the time stood up, with a look of shock on his face. This is impossible. How can there be such a similar ability? Emperor Shadow Luotai asked curiously. Master Niuka, what is impossible? The man in black paused for a while and said, I've seen this ability before. Does the master have a solution? The man in black shook his head. No way, this is the unique ability of ancient gods. God General. Emperor Shadow was shocked. This is just a small territory, how can there be a general? The black-robed man was silent for a while before saying, Perhaps I was lucky enough to find a sleeping general in ancient times and obtain his allegiance. The conditions for the birth of generals are very harsh. Only at the beginning of the birth of some very potential civilizations, those fleet commanders of the Tianzhou level have a very small chance of being called epic in a certain battle after undergoing countless battles. Recognized by the will of the universe during the battle, he was promoted to a unique general. The man in black looked at Emperor Shatta, shook his head to meet his curious eyes and said, You have no chance. If you can defeat the opponent in front of you with your own strength without our help, unify the Zutar star field, and completely defeat the joint fleet sent by the United Human Empire for the second time, there may be a slight chance of being promoted to the rank of general. Luotai was speechless for a moment. If he had been confident in his abilities before, he might have thought so, but ever since he came into contact with the Kelzaka Star Sea Empire and learned from this powerful civilization what a terrifying colossus the United Empire of Man is, he has never think about the impossible. Because he knew how powerful and terrifying the United Empire of Mankind is, he would not hesitate to join a Star Sea Lord of the Kelzaka Star Sea Empire, hoping to use the power of this powerful lord to become independent from humans. Dispelling any thoughts that he shouldn't have, Luotai asked the question he was most concerned about. Master Niuka, how should the mobile fortress gathered by the unknown general be dealt with? The black-robed man raised his head and said expressionlessly, I can only fight hard. Lothai. On the battlefield, when the mobile fortress was copied, Cyrus immediately mobilized part of the fleet to approach the fortress, using the fortress, powerful armor and shields to resist the enemy's attacks. Putting such a huge body there directly blocked the attack from one side of the enemy. It is worth mentioning that the fortress copied by this reflection is similar to a mirror image. It can completely copy the basic attributes of the fortress, including various weapons and halos equipped on it, but it cannot copy the ultimate weapon of the W slot, and cannot copy some abilities that are 2 bugs super fortress, such as the high-dimensional fortress in the Palm universe. It is also impossible to copy creatures with super vitality such as Leviathan, or living things cannot be copied, only dead things can be copied. In addition, the copied individual is just a mirror image of the whole. For example, the copied mobile fortress is a whole, and people cannot enter the inside of the fortress. The crew inside are all illusions, not real. If there is a shipyard in a high-level fortress, or other weapon production lines cannot be used. It can be said that the restrictions are very large, but after all, the basic attributes are here. With 5 super illusions on the battlefield, it can still easily reverse the situation of the battle and defeat the strong with the weak. At this time, Luotai can only be thankful that there is only one illusion, which is still within the tolerance range. Relying on the super firepower support of this mobile fortress, and the powerful fortress attracting part of the firepower, the evenly matched Jolin side slowly gained the upper hand. When you start to gain the upper hand, a small advantage can lead to more advantages, and when many small advantages come together to form a huge advantage, it is the time of victory. In just half an hour, with the advantages accumulated by a mobile fortress mirror image, it can already be observed with the naked eye. The allied forces of Shatta can only watch helplessly as their opponents slowly gain the upper hand, but there is nothing they can do. They can use a mobile fortress as cannon fodder to attract firepower in front of them, but they dare not. The Phantom is gone. Their mobile fortress is a real mobile fortress. Once it sinks, it will be gone. If the commanders didn't know that His Majesty the Emperor still had cards in hand, the current battle situation would be enough to make their morale plummet. Jalan Commander Cyrus was very calm, and he didn't get careless just because he had some advantages. Even the fleet's formation tended to be conservative. Having commanded countless large-scale battles, he knew very well that a temporary advantage was nothing at all. As one of the three great generals under the former Lord Senluo, he experienced the initial stage of human survival in the Star Sea. The player civilization has fought for more than 1,000 years. It was the darkest and most chaotic period of more than 1,000 years. Countless ancestors fought successively, paid a huge price, and finally defeated several powerful local civilizations, exterminated or expelled several player civilizations, and occupied the entire Emperor Seat Starfield. The United Empire of Mankind was established. As an ancestor from that era, he personally presided over the extinction of a powerful civilization, and participated in several large-scale player civilization battles. He is well informed and has extremely rich command experience. He already knows what the enemy is doing what. Such a disadvantaged opponent has not made any movement. There are only two possibilities. One may have given up in despair, which is obviously impossible. Another possibility is that the opponent already has countermeasures, but the time has not yet come. On the other side, Li Qing didn't have any extra words. He was also a negative star. He could immediately know what Cyrus was thinking through the mental matrix. He naturally knew the current situation. At this time, he didn't need to pay attention to the frontal battlefield, but be ready. Once the enemy's whole cards are too strong to be blocked on the frontal battlefield, he must immediately use his own many whole cards to deal with it. Outside the battlefield, many players and teams who watched the battle through various means were silent at this time. Whether it is a pure passer-by team, or the Baji consortium with ulterior motives, or representatives of other forces, etc., they stopped talking at this time, and focused on the battlefield that had reached its climax. At this time, they can't intervene, and they dare not intervene. In a war of this scale, it is easy to be used as cannon fodder if they are not strong enough to rush in rashly. The Baji consortium did not dare to do anything at this time. They dared to do anything at this time, but the premise was that the dust was about to settle. Jolin leads the victory, unless it is completely crushed without damage, but if the loss is large enough, the Baji consortium will have the courage to ignore the rules and reckless consequences to the fruits of victory after the battle, and even take the opportunity to make trouble. It would be even better if Jolin Collar was defeated. They would directly enter the arena to clean up the mess and kill both sides. But you must not enter the field to attack the Jolin Collar fleet when the two sides are at war. This is the absolute bottom line. It sounds aggrieved. It looks like the Baji consortium can do whatever it wants, and do whatever it wants, as if it can ignore the rules. Actually, that's it. People are strong. They can bear the consequences of breaking the rules. If they are not strong enough, they can only bear it. This is the case no matter what era. The rules are set by the strong. The weak can only play with others within the rules set by the strong. If they can't play, they will be out of the game. There is no absolute fairness at all. But this is all relative. If Li Qing can survive this catastrophe and defeat the suppression of the Baji consortium, and have the power to sweep away all local rebels, he will also become the local rule maker. He can give the life planets of the United Empire of Shatta to whoever he wants, but he doesn't want to give them to you, even the descendants of the military lord. He will be judged in the entire Zutar star field, and those who are disobedient will be suppressed. No matter how unwilling you are, you have to hold on. Because he is the strongest in the Zutar star field, and all the others can't beat him. He is the rule maker and defender of Zutar's side, and his will is the rule. So, don't complain about fairness or unfairness, and don't accept the rules to death. People themselves are one of the makers of the rules. In fact, you should be thankful that the rules still have some effect. There is a 10-year development and protection period. This is the distance recognized by the will of civilization. This cannot be changed. Whether other mandatory rules are broken or not depends on the price. There is no chance to play with others at all. The class of the cyber world is still completely fixed. In that desperate world, why don't you talk to the ruler about fairness and rules? A strange voice sounded. Li Qing and Cyrus raised their heads and looked in a certain direction at the same time. The two exchanged a look, but before they could speak, a subordinate suddenly reported. A new transition signal has been detected, and the initial detection scale is a division. Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. Li Qing immediately turned his head, stretched out his hand, and there was a signal source marked and spreading in a certain direction projected on the battlefield. Besides, the strange sound I heard just now comes from the subspace level, that is to say, at this same moment, a strange subspace existence and an unknown fleet are coming. I want to see how many cards they have. Li Qing sat at the head with a blank face, silently waiting for the jumping fleet to arrive first. Generally, when the transition signal can be captured, it means that the transition is about to arrive, and the transition cannot be aborted. Li Qing resisted the idea of turning on the light of dimension convergence now. Although turning on the enemy's transition point now can destroy the enemy in a wave when the enemy cannot avoid it for a while after the transition, but he is still not sure about the transition. What kind of fleet is coming? If it's just a 5th-tier division class fleet, it's a bit wasteful to use this alt. If it is a 6th-level division-level fleet that can be used by the enemy as a trump card, there is a high probability that it is a 6th-level division-level fleet, but it is too reckless to use a big move before determining the specific landing point. If it misses the target, isn't it embarrassed? To include a division-level fleet, the coverage of the ultimate move is more than 100,000 kilometers. With the energy blocks he currently has, he can only open one wave, and there is no chance of trial and error. If there is enough energy, then there is no need to think about it. Before that, the ultimate weapon will be used to deal with the mobile fortress of the Shadow Alliance army. Didn't wait too long. About 4 minutes, the signal strength of the transition reached its peak, and then a large area of the starry sky in the real universe was slightly distorted, and in an instant, a huge fleet appeared out of thin air in the starry sky. It was a fleet that had never been seen before, with cyan armor, strange shape, full of sci-fi feeling. This is a reinforced division. There are 5 Titan super flagships alone, 7 super aircraft carriers, 40 or 50 dreadnoughts plus aircraft carriers, and other battleships down to frigates are more than twice that of a standard division. Kelzaka Star Sea Empire. No need to ask. The only ones that can produce this enhanced 6th-level division in this star field are the Bruven United and the Kelzaka Star Sea Empire, but the Bruven United is in the north of humans, and Li Qing has seen the style of battleships before. No matter the shape or style is different from this fleet, it is unlikely. The key point is that the Bruven United civilization is separated from the United Human Empire by the United Human Empire. It is difficult to bypass the United Human Empire if you want to get involved. Then it can only be the Kelzaka Star Sea Empire, and only this civilization has reason to be able to get involved here. At this time, both Li Qing and Cyrus had solemn expressions. A 6th-level reinforced division equivalent to 2 standard divisions suddenly entered the field, immediately breaking the balance of the battlefield, far surpassed them. Sure enough, since the other party dared to fight in person and came out in full force, they must be absolutely sure. Besides, in the subspace, there is another extremely powerful being approaching. Is this all your whole cards? Li Qing squeezed the center of his brows with his fingers, fixed his eyes slightly, and said to his father-in-law Yu Chensheng, who was also in the command hall but kept silent. Dad, it has been confirmed that the Kelzaka Star Sea Empire interfered in the Battle of Pioneering. Their strategic intention is obvious. They want to establish a vassal civilization here to restrain us, thus forming a pincer attack on Jinmen. I don't know Mrs. Yu, are you willing to send troops to crush their plot? Chapter 245 The Fall of the Shadow Mobile Fortress. Yu Chensheng nodded straightforwardly and said, I have been authorized by the Patriarch when I came here. If I find the fleet of Kelzaka Star Sea Empire, I can immediately go back and call in the fleet. I can go back and call in troops now. After a pause, he continued. Limited by the warship's transition distance and reaction time, it will take a week for reinforcements to arrive at the fastest. If the situation is not good, you can retreat first to preserve your vitality and join forces to attack when the reinforcements arrive. Li Qing nodded and said, I'll see. Watching Yu Chensheng leave, Li Qing quickly contacted Yu Yuefei to get her ready to evacuate. It doesn't mean that the troops will be withdrawn, let alone that there is no chance, but that they are prepared for the worst in advance. If they really can't fight, they can only withdraw the troops first, and then fight back after the mobile fortress in the isolated star field is repaired. After making all the arrangements, Li Qingcheng took a deep breath, and the door of the black hole opened with a thought. A star bearer came out from the door of the black hole. Zhao Feng, the leader, opened a door with both hands and walked in. The negative star followed quickly. They directly tear off the space barrier between the real universe and the subspace and enter the subspace, preparing to welcome the approaching subspace existence in the subspace. At the same time, the black-robed man in the mobile fortress stood up, saluted the two black-robed men who had been sitting cross-legged behind him, and said, "Please take action." The two men in black robes nodded, and tore open the space to enter the subspace. At the same time, Emperor Luotai also bowed to several fellows sitting cross-legged on his head and right. These three super psychers of his race also tore through the space and entered the subspace. On the other side, Li Qing turned around and entered the Palm universe after the star bearers entered the subspace one by one, ready to open the light of dimensional convergence. After he left, Cyrus suddenly pointed out, as before, gray mist quickly floated on the surface of the mobile fortress of the Shadow Coalition army, and quickly condensed a mobile fortress that was exactly the same, and the position was right behind the enemy's central army. Among them, around the mobile fortress, the distance is less than 500 kilometers. This behavior is equivalent to suddenly spawning 4 bosses next to the enemy's main base, which immediately caused a great reaction from the enemy, and a large number of fleets encircled and besieged. Even the 6th-level reinforced division from the Kelzaka Star Sea Empire that had just jumped over had to be dispatched to support. This new fleet has fierce firepower and can forcibly knock down the mirror images of mobile fortresses in a short time. When the enemy's attention was attracted by the mirror images of the 4 mobile fortresses, Li Qing decisively activated the ultimate weapon, the dimensional convergence light, and a black hole gate appeared in front of Star City, facing the target that was surrounded by the mirror images of the 4 mobile fortresses. A mobile fortress. The Shadow Emperor Lotai, who was discussing tactics with the black-robed Master Niuka, and the black-robed man raised their heads at the same time, and when they saw the gate of the black hole in front of the Star City, they both showed a hint of surprise. What ultimate weapon? It's dangerous, get out of this area. The mobile fortress that was entangled with the 4 mirrored fortresses quickly started to move laterally to the right, but Cyrus, who had been prepared, controlled the 2 mirrored fortresses to collide with each other. The shock wave formed by the violent vibration exploded, and the fortress was hit hard, stopped. The mirror image returns to the mirror image, the volume is placed there, and it is intercepted abruptly when it is well prepared. It is worth mentioning that it seems like a few words of effort, but with the size and bulk of the mobile fortress, it takes more than 10 minutes to accelerate from a standstill to start. Feeling the rapidly increasing threat, many psychers in the fortress couldn't sit still. Shadow Emperor Luotai only sat down for a second and resolutely sat down again. He lowered the scepter in his hand, and a transparent halo exploded. In 1 second, the spiritual energy of all the psychers on the entire battleship escaped to the center and gathered in Luotai's hands. As a child of the void, he has the ability to temporarily borrow the psionic energy of those psychers born through his child of the void. Gathering the power of many psychers, including the power of the super psychic that the man in black took the initiative to borrow, the strength of the psychic energy that Luotai temporarily borrowed reached nearly 20 million, and the infinite psychic energy was gathered into one. The big hand of hundreds of kilometers flew out, and slapped the mirror image of one of the fortresses. Boom! The psychic hand collapsed, and the mirror image of the fortress was also snapped away by Julie. One mirror image was lost, and the mirror image of the remaining fortress was not as good as the main body after all, and was squeezed away by the main body of the fortress and slanted away. But at this moment, Cyrus, who was in charge of the Star City, suddenly disappeared in a flash. The next second, the sky suddenly burst into flames, and quickly condensed a burning hand hundreds of kilometers away to hold down the sliding mobile fortress. Boom! The moving fortress was shaken violently. Luotai and the man in the black robe inside the fortress felt such powerful psychic energy, their faces changed, but before they had time to do anything, everyone looked at the door of the black hole in unison. The invisible force arrived, and the next second a piercing siren sounded in the fortress, followed by violent vibrations. Damn it, what is that? At this moment, I don't know how many people saw the shocking scene. The mobile fortress with a diameter of 400 kilometers and larger than Star City suddenly lost a piece on one side, like a biscuit was bitten by someone, leaving an inner arc mouth mark. Emperor Luotai of Shatta and the black-robed man were no longer as calm as before. They stood at the core of the fortress, looking at the huge concave arc on the other side of the core, their faces full of dullness and fear. It was just a little short. Fortunately, the location was moved just now. If it was still in the original location, the entire mobile fortress would be cut off. Li Qing directly lowered the power of the ultimate weapon to the lowest level. Only when the range of action is 1,000 kilometers can it be launched at the fastest speed. If it is within a range of 100,000 kilometers, it may take several hours to launch. This wave of operations shocked many people, but most of them were at a loss. Many people didn't know what happened, and it was only after others explained that they suddenly lost a mouthful of the paralyzed mobile fortress. This bite was about to bite into the center of the mobile fortress, and I don't know how many parts were damaged inside. At this time, a large number of equipment at the edge of the arc-shaped cutting position suddenly disappeared, causing various problems, and there were explosions one after another. This mobile fortress is finished. Not only did this opening directly destroy the energy shield of the fortress, but the key point was that such a large gap appeared in the depths of the defenseless core of the fortress, from which any attack could directly attack the inside of the fortress. Even if it doesn't attack anymore, the fortress will slowly collapse by itself. At least this thing is now paralyzed, and it is difficult to even turn around when it stops. At this time, Cyrus has ordered several surrounding fortress mirror images to approach, and began to pour out firepower frantically. One of the mirror images of the fort was directly stuck in the gap, and several of the fort's orbital main guns on the opposite side were charging. Go! The black-robed man waved his hand, and a halo of psionic energy exploded and covered the command hall. With the fluctuation of space, everyone in the hall disappeared. 10 seconds later, the raging main cannon of the fortress blasted into the hall, and the whole world turned into a world of light. From the outside, it looks like the center of the missing mobile fortress suddenly burst into endless flames. The violent explosion quickly spread from the core of the fortress to the surroundings of the gap, and soon the entire fortress continued to erupt with rising flames, turning into a huge ball of fire. The flagship fell, and the entire Shatta coalition army fell into chaos, but soon the Shatta Emperor Lotai reappeared on the fleet command channel, and he had already jumped into a Titan super flag to take over the command again. But the fall of the mobile fortress still caused a huge blow to the morale of the fleet. Lotai also understood this, and quickly issued an order for a full-scale attack. Relying on some advantages that the new 6th-level division still possesses, it can still defeat the opponent. Once the opponent is defeated and wins the final victory, there is still room for a turnaround. However, they obviously underestimated the impact of the loss of this mobile fortress on their own fleet, or overestimated their own strength, and underestimated the overall strength of Jal Laneling. After discovering that only using the low efficiency to activate the light of dimensional convergence, that is, only cutting a range of 1,000 kilometers in diameter, it only takes 20 minutes to go from energy storage to launch, Li Qing is ready to use this trick as a conventional weapon use. The energy consumption for cutting an area of 1,000 kilometers is 10 million standard energy blocks. He now has 3 billion standard energy blocks stored on hand, which can be used more than 300 times, and can be used as a sub-conventional weapon. For small and medium-sized warships, it takes tens of thousands of kilometers in 20 minutes, but for a flagship with a length of more than 10 kilometers, it takes several minutes between stopping and starting. Due to other factors, this speed will be slower, and it may take more than 10 minutes to restart. If you can seize a good opportunity, you will definitely be able to cut off the space where the flagship is located before it reacts. Not to mention that there are two powerful negative stars on their side. Both Li Qing and Cyrus are super psychers with over 30 million psychic powers. A momentary psychic burst can even block a mobile fortress, let alone a mere flagship. It may not be possible to block the fleet head-on. The psychers are only explosive, and they will definitely not be able to confront a large-scale fleet head-on. There is no need to count on the psychic storm. It is true that the psychic storm of a super psyker can cover tens of thousands of kilometers. Like him and Cyrus, the psychic energy of over 30 million strength can cover nearly 100,000 kilometers in one wave. But psionic storm is a one-shot deal. This thing can consume most of the psychic power in a single burst. If the opponent doesn't have psychers, that's all. You can only bully them. But if the opponent also has super psychic users, if you exhaust your psychic energy in one wave, wouldn't you be waiting to be beaten? Based on this kind of thinking, Li Qing quickly reached a consensus with Sellers in the mental matrix, and quickly locked on the first victim target, a group of aircraft carriers behind the huge enemy fleet. This group of aircraft carriers hides behind the fleet and concentrates on commanding the space fleet to fight. There are a large number of fleets in front, and they cannot be hit even with the light of divine judgment. But they didn't expect that the dimensional converging light in his hand ignores space. When the door of the black hole opened, there was a palpitating wave from it again. Emperor Shadow Luotai and the man in black stood up impressively. The first reaction was it was he who was found. But quickly discerned that the threat this time was very different from the last time, and immediately realized that the enemy's target was not himself, but two powerful psychers looked around, and the first reaction was that the other super flagships of Titans in the fleet quickly ordered the super flagships of Titans to disperse in the command channel. Seeing that the fleet had dispersed, but the feeling was still the same as before, Luotai pondered a little, then suddenly turned and looked back. Of course, eyes cannot penetrate the thick armor, but he has a complete fleet layout in his mind. He immediately opened the channel and shouted orders to several super aircraft carriers behind the fleet. Evacuate the original position immediately. Several aircraft carriers suddenly wanted to move, but at this time they had missed the best evacuation time of more than 10 minutes. Due to the bulkiness of the aircraft carrier and the large number of fighters entering and leaving at this time, there were equally large and heavy logistics ships to supplement fighter planes are more troublesome to move than the previous mobile fortress. There was a flurry of changes. As soon as the fleet separated and started, a little ripple swayed in that area. Then, all aircraft carriers, logistics ships, and space fighters in the entire area suddenly disappeared in an instant. Yes, just like the mobile fortress was suddenly bitten by something, this time it is exactly the same, everything within the range suddenly disappeared. Parked in the same area, a total of 9 super aircraft carriers, 42 flagship aircraft carriers, more than 40 giant logistics ships, and countless space fighters disappeared at this moment. A wave of attacks directly wiped out most of the enemy's super aircraft carriers and less than half of the flagship aircraft carriers, and the fleet was instantly reduced by 1/3. Located in the starry sky where the aircraft combat is the most intense, it can be clearly seen that many aircraft groups on the Shadow side are in chaos. It is because the aircraft suddenly lost their target after losing the command of the mothership. After all, the current space fighters are basically fully automatic unmanned fighters, even if the Shadow civilization is only the 3rd-generation fighters, to control. Now that the control center of the distant aircraft carrier is gone, although it does not affect the combat logic behavior of the fighter itself, the original combat order will be interrupted with the disappearance of the aircraft carrier. Naturally, it will fall into chaos and affect the battle. It can be seen from the command system that after this moment, the number of losses of enemy space fighters rose rapidly, and the pressure on one's own side also dropped sharply. But this is not enough. In just 20 minutes, the losses of warships on both sides of the huge battlefield are absolutely no less than the losses just now. In just 20 minutes, Li Qing's side has hundreds of battleships, thousands of battleships. Large and small warships were damaged. Although the enemy's losses are greater, more than 5 times their own, the losses are real, and they will not return even if they win. According to the size of the opponent's fleet, in the end, both sides will definitely suffer. If you can win, you will end up with only a bunch of remnants, and your strength will drop drastically. So, Li Qing communicated with Cyrus in the mental matrix, and conveyed his thoughts instantly. Soon Cyrus responded, "It is a wise decision to make peace. We can't really lose both with them, but they may not agree at this stage. We need to show stronger power to make him unable to bear the loss and agree." I think so too. Chapter 246 Cruel Confrontation. At this time, Chu Yuan on the other side of the battlefield suddenly said, "I have completely suppressed the opponent, and I can temporarily free up a brigade to come over to support." Li Qing was overjoyed and said, "Very timely support, we need more strength." Then Chu Yuan communicated with Cyrus and separated a fleet from the 2nd Division to support the main battlefield. Here Li Qing withdrew his mind, looked at the battlefield again, and prepared to look for the second victim. Continuing to look for the aircraft carrier is not good enough. Affected by the wave just now, they have dispersed the aircraft carrier group and kept sailing. If something feels wrong, they can speed up and leave the area immediately. Dimensional converging light can only hit a fixed area and cannot move. With the speed of an aircraft carrier, it can definitely leave its original position easily within 20 minutes, and it is impossible to hit it. Unless interference is used, the opponent also has super psychers, and the success rate of interference is too low when prepared. Headache. Although the opponent lost 1/3 of the aircraft carrier and one mobile fortress, it is basically not a problem to defend with the power of the two-star cities and the universe in the palm of his hand, but he really doesn't want to spend all his capital here. This will be exhausted until the end. It is estimated that the 2.5 divisions will not be able to keep a complete one. What can a division do? There are quite a lot of abilities, but it is certainly impossible to sweep everything like before. You must know that after so many years of development, many top teams are now very good. The top 10 teams are not inferior to a standard brigade. It adds up to 4 or 5 standard divisions. If you hold 2.5 divisions, and 2 of them are 6th level divisions, you can easily crush them and do whatever you want. But if there is only one left, even if the high-level mobile fortress is in service, the strength can still be swept away, but after all, the fleet is not large enough, and it is no longer possible to do what it wants to do like before. It is also a sweep, but the gap is huge. He thought hard about a way to break the game, but after thinking about it, the most necessary prerequisite is to hurt the opponent, make the opponent feel the pain, and feel that there is no possibility of victory. Only then can peace talks be possible. Now, they still feel that there is a slight possibility of victory, and they are not completely desperate. Then, we have to find a way to make them completely desperate. After being silent for a while, Li Qing suddenly thought of something, stretched out his hand and tore apart the space, and his body sank into the subspace. Compared with the intense fighting in the real universe, the subspace is also in chaos. 4-star negatives are fighting against 5 super psychers from Kairzaka Star Sea Empire and Shadow United Empire and a super huge warp monsters. The evil thing in the subspace is a super-sized monster like an octopus. The main body is hundreds of kilometers in size. Dozens of deformed tentacles hundreds of kilometers long are wrapped in a layer of distortion. Man feels dizzy, nausea swings. This thing is extremely powerful, and it is an extremely rare subspace entity. It can survive in the subspace or enter the real universe as an entity. Because it is an entity, this thing is very resistant to psionic energy, and normal super psychic users can't do anything about it. But it is a coincidence that the star lovers are not only psychics, but also possess a huge amount of energy corresponding to psychic power, which is enough to confront this evil existence head on. And those 5 super psychers are all just above the boundary of 10 million psychic powers, and there are no very powerful psychers among them. 5 plus a super subspace evil besieging 4 negative star psychics did not gain the upper hand for a while. But the star losers did not gain the upper hand, they can only say that they are half-baked. Judging from the current situation, it is impossible to see who will win. Of course Li Qing didn't just come in to take a look. With a thought, the crown of civilization artifact of the negative star appeared above his head, and all the super beings who were fighting in the subspace all looked at him at once. The 4 negative stars took the opportunity to get away and approached him. The mental matrix communicated instantly, and they all nodded to him, and walked into the black hole door that opened behind him without hesitation. Then, the psychic energy emanating from Li Qing's body exploded in an instant, multiplying several times in an instant. In addition to the psychic energy he possessed, under the 100% increase of the civilization artifact of the negative star, his psychic energy instantly exceeded 4 times. 10 million. What is the concept of 40 million? Let's put it this way. If 10 million psionic strength is 1, 20 million is 3, 30 million is 10, 40 million is 30, and 50 million is 100. It's not absolutely accurate, but it's roughly like this. For every 10 million psychic strength increases, the actual strength displayed is 3 times that of the previous power level, and so on. The strength of the spiritual energy was at least 30 times that of the 5 alien super psychers present. What is that concept? Absolute crushing. More than 6 measures with 1 pressure. Run. Several super psychers turned around and ran away without hesitation, turning into streamers and flashing one after another, and soon covered a distance of more than 100,000 kilometers. This distance is nothing to Li Qing at this time, and it is easy to catch. It may not be possible to catch all of them, but it is not a problem to catch a few by force. But he didn't do that, it was too time-consuming. He just stretched out his hand and pressed towards one of the targets with a certain disgusting aura, a super psychic from the Shadow United Empire that was flickering in the subspace. The victim suddenly felt that the surrounding void seemed to be frozen in an instant, and unimaginable spiritual energy directly descended on this void and froze him. This is an apostle of the Son of the Void Realm. As Yu Yuyao's contract object, he naturally shared her feelings of meeting other children of the Void Realm. The disgust and hostility that came from the depths of his soul made him not hesitate to take this super spirit. Those who can be regarded as the target. 30 times more psychic power forcibly froze that area, stretched out his hand and retracted it, and the super psychic who seemed to be frozen in amber more than 100,000 kilometers away has disappeared, reappearing and turning in his palm of prismatic crystals. At this time, he still kept turning his head, and the fear on his face was vivid. Not dead, but dead. Take care of this super psyker. The other super psychers have already run far away. If you want to catch up, you can still catch up with one, but it's not necessary. In addition, the super subspace monster like an octopus is already running away at this time. This guy's speed is far inferior to that of a psyker, but his escape method is very strange. In the subspace where there is no concept of space, he conceived a concept similar to space, stretched out more than a dozen tentacles and made the movement of drilling into the crack of space, and most of his body disappeared into it. This is not the concept of space in the subspace, but a talent of this thing, using this method to teleport away. Li Qing didn't do anything to this thing, but he just thought about it, and built a big hand with psionic power to slap and intimidate it nearby, making it leave quickly. This thing is thick and thick, and its vitality is super tenacious. If it is in the real universe, it can be forcibly killed by mobilizing a large amount of energy with the talent of the negative star, such as directly extracting the energy of nearby stars to refine it, etc., but it can only be used in the subspace. Using psychic power, it is very troublesome to kill. Besides, there is no benefit in killing him, it is thankless, so let him leave. Seeing that the aura of this thing completely disappeared, Li Qing glanced around. He could clearly feel that the previous battle attracted the attention of many existences in the subspace, but the battles were all super psychics, and there was no benefit. Naturally, there was no existence. Dare to come over. Now his eyes full of threats and warnings turned around, and naturally no subspace existence dared to come again. Ready to assemble. Crimson Team Leader Ji Yu Shunzhou saw this message from a special name, he let out a long breath, and responded. Are you ready to do it? The other party did not respond to his words, but just sent an address. Lead your fleet and gather at this coordinate within 3 hours. Receive. Close the communication. He sent a message to Feng Lixiu. You should accept it too. Soon Feng Lixiu returned. Received. It seems that the higher-ups feel that the opportunity is ripe and are ready to do it. Ji Yu Shunzhou asked. Who do you think will be the leader? Do you want to take the lead? Feng Lixiu, who was stationed in his team to prepare, shook his head and said. Although it is possible for you, it is unlikely. Even with my support, the Baji Consortium cannot trust the locals. Then they can trust him, Wang Yanqing. Don't forget that Wang Yanqing was a core member of the Jolin Legion before. However, the family has already reached an in-depth cooperation with the Baji Consortium, so they are their own people, and we are not. After a pause, Feng Lixiu persuaded. Don't think about it too much. There are advantages and disadvantages to this kind of early work. Once we fail, we will be the ones who will take the blame. If we don't take the lead, we can cooperate well. It becomes us who are fighting for a planet of life. If we fail, we can still save it. Part of the strength starts from another place. If we take the lead, the failure will be liquidated. Ji Yu Shunzhou was silent. He is always a little bit reconciled. From pioneering to the present, his strength has always been in the top group of teams, but no matter what he does, he is always overwhelmed by others. This feeling makes him very uncomfortable, but there is nothing he can do about it. Li Qing didn't know about the gathering of the Baji Consortium at the beginning. He only entered the subspace when they started. After coming out of the warp space, they have to engage in the battle against the Shadow Coalition forces, and have no time to pay attention to the changes outside the galaxy. And although there are many of his own people outside the galaxy, he didn't know when the fleet was first mobilized, and even the few insiders he enlightened didn't know that this was just a fleet mobilization, and it had just begun. Insiders are not team leaders, and they are not involved in this move. Here, after Li Qing came out of the universe in his palm, he threw himself into the war of attrition with the Shadow Allied forces. After solving the threat in the subspace, both sides have used all the cards they can use, and then there is only a head-on contest. At this time, the Shadow Coalition forces have transferred 2 of the 3 reserve divisions, leaving only 1 division behind to prevent being caught. A total of 10 divisions united, and the battle line formed a big arc to completely surround and besiege the 2-star cities. The Jolin fleet was scattered between the 2-star cities, and the mirror images of the 4 fortresses were slowly withdrawn, scattered in the last front. During the siege just now, the mirror images of these 4 fortresses were all damaged to varying degrees. Although the fortress has a thick shield and armor, the enemy fleet is too large, and many ants can kill elephants. Even a huge fortress cannot withstand the infinite bombing. From the beginning of the death of a few battleships, I felt heartache, and gradually lost some battleships. I didn't feel much. Until now, there is a full-scale battle, and hundreds of battleships with all 6-level configurations turn into dazzling fireworks every minute. Li Qing feels that he has grown up. The cruelest war can quickly transform a soldier, and can also transform a rookie commander into a qualified or even excellent commander. The premise is to survive. Although Li Qing is not a rookie, he is definitely not an excellent commander. In the past, he only abused vegetables with his super talent. But today's battle made him see the cruelty and how a truly excellent commander should choose in this situation. In order to achieve the tactical goal, Cyrus directly dispatched a fleet to die to attract the attention of the enemy, and then he personally suppressed the opposite psionic master, and let a few star negatives block the opponent's flagship group for a moment, and a wave of dimensionality closed beam of light killed 2 titans and 7 dreadnoughts in seconds, and thousands of warships. As a result, 60% of the hundreds of battleships and more than 2,000 battleships sent to die were killed in just 20 minutes, and all those who survived were injured. And this is just the beginning. He keeps dispatching troops, using various tactics to lure the enemy, or simply sending people's heads over with his schemes, and asks you whether he will take it or not. If you don't accept it, you will do what you can, and if you accept it, you will have to pay a higher price. In less than 2 hours, the fleet has been killed close to the fleet of a brigade, but the enemy has lost more than a division. In addition, the side battlefield has ended, and the 3 Shadow divisions are almost wiped out. Chu Yuan transferred more fleets back to the main battlefield, which made the team look a little weaker because its scale was much lower than that of the enemy. The frontal battlefield has re-energized. After Chu Yuan arrived, Li Qing asked Chu Yuan to assist Cyrus, allowing him to accumulate more experience in the battle. Basically, there will not be too many surprises in the next battle. After all the means are exhausted, there is only reckless consumption. As time went by, the losses of both sides became bigger and bigger, and the offensive of the Shadow Coalition forces was not as strong as it was at the beginning. Cyrus immediately noticed this change and ordered the fleet to increase the offensive. All the 10 million space fighters in the army were released, putting more pressure on the opponent. At the same time, the ultimate weapon is not idle, and it keeps turning on to put pressure on the opponent. Anyway, it has been used more than 3,000 times, and it will be followed immediately after one shot. They had to maintain a high-pressure state throughout the whole process, and they couldn't stop at all. Once they stopped, Li Qing didn't hesitate to send them the light of dimensional constriction to collect them. After a few hours, the commanders of the Shadow Allied forces felt that their hearts and minds were tempered. The Shadow Emperor Luotai had long since lost the wisdom beads at the beginning. He also fell into a disadvantage, and the huge loss made him think about a problem that he thought was impossible. Chapter 247 The Horrible Void Realm Sacrifice. Master Niuka, I think we need to withdraw our troops. Our current strength is no longer enough to defeat this opponent without guaranteeing sufficient deterrent force. The man in black robe was also a little haggard at this time. He thought for a while, nodded and said, "This is indeed an opponent beyond our expectations. This is an intelligence error. In order to avoid greater losses, I agree to withdraw troops, but I do not guarantee that the opponent will agree." Luotai said, "I think they will agree. Now that the situation is entering the most brutal stage of consumption, I believe they are unwilling to continue this consumption. Maybe they can communicate. You can try it." The man in black bowed his head after saying this. Luotai knew that Master Niuka didn't want to show up, so he could only show up by himself. After a little thought, he said to a nearby official, "Contact the human lord opposite. I need to have a face-to-face communication with that lord." When Li Qing received Luotai's communication, Li Qing was a little surprised, but also reasonable. After the communication between the two parties, they saw each other respectively, and then, an inexplicable hostility arose in the hearts of both parties at the same time. No need to explain, the two instantly knew the reason and the identity of the other party. The two sides were silent for a while, and suddenly Luotai took the initiative to disconnect. Li Qing was stunned for a moment, unable to realize what was going on for a moment. After disconnecting, Luotai sat motionless holding the scepter in his hand. The man in black looked over curiously and asked, "What? They don't agree to a truce?" After a little silence, Luotai suddenly said, "I want to sacrifice." "What?" "I want to sacrifice to Void Realm in exchange for strength to defeat them." The man in black robe said in surprise. Are you crazy? Do you know what the premise of offering sacrifices to the void realm is? At least a population of more than 10 billion. Luotai didn't explain, but said coldly. I saw another son of void, I must defeat him. Master Niuka, a man in black, opened his mouth slightly, wanting to say something, but didn't know what to say for a moment. There is no way to persuade him. As a psionic master of a powerful ancient civilization, he certainly knows how a child of the virtual world will react when he finds another child of the virtual world, cannot be rejected. After a little silence, he nodded and said, if this is your destiny, then go and prepare. Emperor Luotai nodded and sat down again. First, he arranged a series of instructions in the command channel, entrusted the command authority to his subordinates, and then slapped the scepter in his hand, and the man disappeared. Master Niuka could feel that he had left the real universe, has entered the virtual realm. Sacrifice. The interpretation is to offer sacrifices and offer sacrifices. In the age of ignorance, intelligent creatures often sacrifice some or all of their belongings in the form of sacrifices to express their loyalty, gratitude, or feelings of repentance and trust to God, and pray for God to satisfy some of their wishes. The so-called gods in ancient times are actually some powerful virtual existences in many cases. The sacrifices of hope in these virtual realms are mostly fresh souls, so there are various living sacrifices. Although the void has no independent consciousness, the essence of the void is a world of countless spirits and souls. It does not give birth to new individuals, but can only be produced by sacrifices, so the void will also willing to accept life and soul sacrifices as if the virtual world exists. However, in most cases, no one can sacrifice to the void realm, and psychers with insufficient strength are not qualified to talk to the void realm at all. Even if you were to slaughter tens of billions of intelligent creatures in an entire galaxy to sacrifice, it would only attract some powerful void existences, and it was impossible to attract the attention of void itself. Only extremely powerful super psychers can communicate to the void realm after meeting the huge sacrifice conditions. Immortal level psychers are also top level existences in the virtual world, and they can communicate with the virtual world without sacrifice. Besides, the only ones who can communicate with the virtual world at will are the sons of the virtual world. Only the children of the void realm can communicate with the will of the void realm at will, without sacrifice. After Luotai entered the virtual realm, he communicated with the virtual realm for the first time, and then started the sacrificial ceremony. When the ceremony started, Luotai hesitated for a while when choosing the sacrifice, but when he thought that his opponent was also a child of the void, his slightly shaken heart became firm again. He is very clear that there are not many opportunities like this. After knowing the means Li Qing possesses, he does not have much expectation for the success rate of a comeback after the next re-preparation. Come again, this enemy will definitely be stronger. I must seize this opportunity and defeat my opponent in one wave. As the son of destiny who ended the tens of thousands of years of Shatta tribal union, and wiped out the two powerful civilizations of the Shar and Civis, and unified the entire star field, there is absolutely no shortage of decisiveness. When faced with the selection of sacrifices in the sacrificial ceremony, he decisively invested heavily. Originally, his idea was to sacrifice a modified planet and the billions of people on it, but now he changed his mind and changed the target to a living planet, the capital of the western province of the Shatta United Empire. Yes, the entire planet, together with the more than 20 billion people on the planet, he sacrificed in one go. At the moment of confirmation, Luotai's heart jumped suddenly, and a phantom appeared out of thin air in front of his eyes. In a familiar galaxy in the distance, the hot star in the center is constantly releasing heat. The third planet, 180 million kilometers away from the star, is an extremely prosperous planet. The huge star city stands above the planet, floating in orbit. A group of giant residential stations. The surface of the planet is full of aircraft tracks, and above the planet is an extremely prosperous metropolis. On the other side of the planet, where the sun can't shine, it is dark night. At this time, the planet is full of bright neon lights, and it is extremely prosperous. At a certain moment, faint ripples suddenly appeared on the surface of the planet. Some psychers looked up, but most of them found nothing. Only a few psychers with extremely strong psychic power seemed to notice, stood up and looked towards the sky. Inside Star City, a psycher on duty seemed to have discovered something and looked towards the planet. The next second his face showed horror, and he subconsciously slapped the alarm bell. The piercing sound of the alarm bell echoed throughout Star City, but no one responded. There is a reaction to this. Because an indescribable force came, and then the whole planet seemed to be burning with ashes. No, that's not gray smoke, but countless life souls are forcibly drawn out of the body by unknown forces. The souls of ordinary people, which are difficult to see with the naked eye, gather together. More than 20 billion souls are drawn out in an instant, and they gather together to form a tower. This spectacle of smoke and dust rising from the planet. Beautiful, yet cruel. In less than a minute, more than 20 billion people and the souls of all creatures on the entire planet were swallowed up, and even some of the characteristics of the living planet in the entire living planet disappeared. Not only the bustling planet instantly changed. In the realm of death, this living planet is also abolished, and it is no longer a living planet. And after these more than 10 billion souls were swallowed by the void, they turned into an unimaginable force. Under the control of Shadow Emperor Luotai's will, they descended on the battlefield of the Garan Galaxy and were thrown into the battle of the Shadow United Fleet, middle. If the Shadow civilization is a player, everyone will receive a prompt at this time. Blessing of Void Realm LV4. Fleet speed plus 100%. Fleet start speed plus 100%. Attack speed plus 100%. Weapon damage plus 100%. Range plus 100%. Hit plus 20. Maximum hull plus 100%. Maximum armor plus 100%. Maximum shield plus 100%. Hull regeneration plus 500. Armor regeneration plus 500. Shield regeneration plus 500. Transition range plus 500%. Transition penetration strength plus 5. Lasts for 10 years. This blessing not only affects this fleet, but also affects all warships of the entire Shadow United Empire, and lasts for a full 10 years. Although Li Qing couldn't see this blessing, the sudden increase in the strength of the enemy fleet also felt that something had happened. At this time, a warning from Yu Yuyao, who was sitting in the Void Realm, came in his mind. The Son of Destiny in Shadow sacrificed a living planet and 24.5 billion people in the virtual world in exchange for a very powerful buff. You have to be careful. At the same time, a series of sacrifice conditions and the buff strength obtained from different levels of sacrifice appeared in Li Qing's mind. It is worth mentioning that the power exchanged after the sacrifice is not limited to obtaining buff, which is just one of the benefits. In addition, you can obtain powerful power alone, or use this virtual feedback to forcibly create one or more super monsters. Psyker. Of course, you can also directly use this sacrificial power to let Void Realm kill powerful enemies. If it was another opponent, Luotai would really let Void Realm kill it directly, but it is a pity that Li Qing and Yu Yuyao are also sons of Void Realm, and he cannot use the power of Void Realm to wipe out another son of Void Realm and his subordinates. In the war between the children of the virtual realm, any power can be borrowed, but the power of the virtual realm cannot be used to directly attack the opponent. It's like two sons fighting. One of the sons made good things to honor his father. What is the concept of such a powerful void buff appearing on the enemy? The most intuitive feeling is that the battle damage has soared at a straight-up rate, and the pressure on the front line has skyrocketed instantly. This overall increase is already comparable to the talent and skill bonus of an immortal naval commander. This applies to all warships and can be superimposed with the original naval commander's talent and skills. This is the most terrifying thing. Although the commander-in-chief of the Shadow Coalition army is not very independent, and the command is always interfered by the Shadow Emperor, he is also an orange commander, and his skill level is very high. In the past, there was a big gap with Cyrus, but now he has obtained the buff bonus of the Void Realm, which has surpassed Cyrus in this respect. Originally, one of the few advantages Jia Lanaling possessed turned into a disadvantage in an instant. The evenly matched battle situation immediately collapsed, and the battle loss rate was increasing rapidly. Needless to say, Li Qing knew what Cyrus was thinking. His mind turned quickly, and he used the mental matrix to contact other negative stars, and everyone worked together to think together. Li Qing quickly calculated the items in his hands, and it seemed that nothing could break the situation immediately. Still short of time. The timing of the Shadow United Empire's offensive card is too ingenious. It happens to be stuck at the time when the mobile fortress in the isolated star field has not yet been built. The force of the fortress, coupled with the unique ability of Cyrus to point out 5 equally large mobile fortresses as mirror images, it is not a random push. But there is no if in the world. It is impossible for others to let you prepare everything before doing it. Insufficient haste and insufficient preparation, this is the normal situation. Retreat. Or do you want to fight? It's not completely desperate yet. Emperor Luotai can offer sacrifices, and he and Yu Yuyao are also children of Void Realm, so of course they can also offer sacrifices. But there is only one choice for him to sacrifice, and that is the orb planet that has completed immigration and the tens of billions of orb people, including the Quelta division that is fighting against the enemy's eastern fleet on Orb Star. Jalan Star has only completed preliminary renovations, and immigration has not yet begun, and there are not many people on it. There are a large number of humans and Tauran in the universe in the palm, but there is no way to sacrifice in the universe in the palm. It is impossible for him to let the consciousness of the virtual world penetrate into the universe in the palm. So, Li Qing was silent, and his eyes were constantly changing. Orb Star is a non-living planet. Although the population will be more than that of Emperor Luotai, the buff obtained is estimated to be similar. If everyone also has buff, they will return to the previous state. This is what makes him depressed. Why did I sacrifice tens of billions of people, but the result is the same? Why should I sacrifice? But if you don't sacrifice, you have to lose, which will be even more depressing. Once he retreats, once Emperor Shatta completely occupies the core galaxies of Jalan Star, Jalan number 2 and number 3, he will be physically expelled. It's not that his lord status is gone, unless he has been unable to re-attack the Jalan galaxy within a year, or the Emperor Shatta directly blows up the Jalan Star after the attack, which is what he is most afraid of. Once the Jalan Star is directly blown up, his support as a lord will be gone. He only became the lord after capturing the life planet Jalan Star. Unless there is a second life planet under his command, he will soon be the lord, will be deprived. This is just one of the key points. The other point is that after the Shatta United Empire destroys his territory and completes the actual expulsion of him, then the Shatta United Empire can express surrender to the Kelzaka Star Sea Empire and accept vassals. At that time, the Kelzaka Star Sea Empire had sufficient reasons to send a huge fleet to this star field to develop in this star field, thereby cutting off the way for humans to go south. At that time, the Jinmin Yu clan located in the Tianjin Star region had only one ending, and that was to be pushed away by the army of the Kelzaka Star Sea Empire. It is impossible for human beings to go south to fight against the Kelzaka Star Sea Empire, or even face the two powerful civilizations of the Bruin Union and the Kelzaka Star Sea Empire at the same time. By that time, mankind will have to face a difficult decision and an unprecedented crisis. Chapter 248 sees the moral high ground. So Li Qing actually had no choice. After discovering that the Kelzaka Star Sea Empire was involved in the war, the situation became complicated and was about to get out of control. If he is a military lord, he can now contact the lords through the artifact of human civilization, but he is only a small lord, and he cannot contact any military lord now, and he cannot tell them the crisis that human beings may face now. It will take a week for the fastest Jinmin Yu clan to mobilize troops. By the time they arrive, the day lily will be cold. There is no need to expect to inform the players of Zutar. As long as he speaks out, all the players will definitely unite to besiege the Shatta coalition army from behind, and all players will definitely defeat them if they work together. However, if you do this, your own results will be very bad. At this time, the Baji consortium already has huge strength, and they dare not answer the call, but how to support it is another matter. Wait for both of them to suffer a loss before coming in to pick peaches. This is the most routine operation, and it is also an inevitable choice. When they fought with the Shatta coalition forces, they rushed in and killed both sides, and directly swallowed the entire Shatta coalition empire. Anyone would think so, and they couldn't be expected to simply rescue them. Li Qing doesn't want to pay everything by himself, but make wedding dresses for others. So, he had no choice but to carry it to the end. Li Qing's expression gradually calmed down, and he quickly contacted Li Lai, Li Qi, and Ding Yuan, told them the situation they were facing, and gave them an order to prepare to retreat now, and when the situation changed, immediately abandon Orb Star and the Kurta division and retreat immediately. Then, he contacted Yu Qingzi, the commander of the expeditionary force, but when he was about to contact him, he suddenly felt unwilling. He had to pay such a high price to defeat his opponent. He was too unwilling to let others watch the show without doing anything. He has to find a way to exclude everyone in a reasonable way, and monopolize most of the interests of the Life Planet and the Shatta United Empire. This method is called Duya. It is also called seizing the moral supremacy. Uncle Qing, I need your help now. After this is done, you can choose one of all the living planets of the Shatta United Empire, even if you need the capital of the Shatta United Empire. Yu Qingzi, who was sitting in the Jalan 2 galaxy, was stunned when he received the news. His first reaction was what happened, and asked in a deep voice. What's up? Li Qing told Yu Qingzi his discovery of the Kairzaka Qinghai Empire fleet's participation in the battle and his guess in a flat tone, and said with his increasingly solemn expression. I need you, in the name of the expeditionary force, to order all teams and players to approach the Galan galaxy within a limited time, and all accept my command. I will judge whether their behavior is passive combat. Yu Qingzi immediately understood what he meant and was very surprised. Do you want to swallow all the territory of the Shadow United Empire? Li Qing said coldly. I alone defeated the combined power of the Shadow United Empire, including the intervention force of the Kelzaka Star Sea Empire. I paid such a high price to defeat the powerful enemy, but they did nothing, and some people even hugged me. I am not reconciled to sharing most of the benefits with malicious intentions. Yu Qingzi was silent, and he didn't know what to say at this time. However, this is the rule of empire development. No, this is a regulation of the Imperial Senate, not a regulation of the Pioneering Decree. Li Qing said seriously. I have studied the Pioneering Decree. The real Pioneering Decree was revised many times by the Imperial Senate combined with the original Basic Decree. The original decree did not have this restriction. It was added later to give more opportunities for people. The real Basic Development Decree is recognized by the will of civilization and has absolute authority. Even your highnesses cannot defy it. However, other additional regulations in the Development Decree besides the Basic Decree are not so authoritative and can be determined by other laws. Coverage can be violated as long as a sufficient price is paid. Baji Consortium and Nanshan Yis are examples. My current territory channel has covered most of the Shadow United Empire. It stands to reason that the unowned galaxies within the coverage area belong to my territory. As long as the Shadow United Empire is defeated, those living planets covered by the territory channel are theoretically owned by me. This conflicts with the pioneering statute, but it is not superior in terms of authority. At this time, whoever has the biggest fist will be justified, and whoever occupies the righteousness will be justified. Speaking of this, Li Qing stated his main purpose. I already have some righteousness as a lord, but the local expeditionary force also has some righteousness. I need Uncle Qing to give me this righteousness. Can. Yu Qingzi agreed without hesitation. Wait for my announcement. Uncle Xie Qing, you're welcome. In addition to our closest relationship, I also did it for myself and for the entire human civilization. When the Kelzaka Star Sea Empire joins the war, this battle will not only be a battle for the survival of your territory, but it may affect the survival of human civilization, and if nothing else, the will of civilization will pay attention to the outcome of this battle. Speaking of this, Yu Qingzi paused for a moment, with a trace of confusion on his face, envious, and said softly. At any time, benefits and risks coexist. This is a huge crisis for you, and it is also a rare opportunity. You may never encounter it again in your life. Listen to Uncle, if you have all your cards, don't worry. No matter how big the loss is, as long as you can win, you may be able to obtain benefits beyond your imagination. Probably the only benefit you'll ever have the chance to get in your life. After speaking, the communication was disconnected, leaving behind Li Qing with a strange expression. The only benefit you have a chance to get in this life. What is it? No time to think about it, because he has already seen a call-up order posted by Commander Yu Qingzi on the Territory Channel, a call-up order issued in the name of the Expeditionary Force. The Expeditionary Army Recruitment Order. It has been confirmed that the Kelzaka Qinghai Empire will participate in the all-out war between the Jalan Collar and the Shadow United Empire. According to the Imperial Constitution, the Jalan Collar and the Expeditionary Army will have the highest decision-making power in this emergency. Now the Expeditionary Army, in the name of the Commander-in-Chief, all members of the United Human Empire were recruited to respond to the call for war, and Lord Jalan Lord Li Qing was given full authority to command this emergency. All recruits must cooperate with the orders and instructions of Lord Jalan Li Qing. The behavior of the order will be tried by the military court of the United Empire afterwards. Looking at the content of the long list of call-up orders, Li Qing smiled, and the expressions of many teams who saw the call-up orders changed drastically. This call-up order revealed too much information, which made them both shocked and terrified, especially the Baji Consortium that was gathering. Everyone was stunned at this time. But without waiting for their discussion, Li Qing immediately released the second top announcement. In the name of Lord Jalan and the Commander-in-Chief of the Expeditionary Force, I order all the teams that have received the call-up order to approach the Jalan Galaxy immediately. I have released the jump restriction. All fleets within 10 jumps must jump to within 30 minutes. The Garan Galaxy is under unified command. All fleets within a radius of 1,000 light-years of the Galan Galaxy must arrive at the Galan Galaxy within 5 hours to receive unified command. The territory will enter the wartime jurisdiction system, and all materials will be used for combat use. Do not use any excuses to evade responsibility. Do not fight passively. Those who violate the order will be recorded in the record, and will be tried by the military court of the United Empire after the war. Everyone couldn't help cursing after seeing these two top orders, especially those teams who were able to wait and see. Li Qing directly pulled them into this vortex, and placed them directly in the very center of the vortex. But no matter how angry they are, it cannot change the fact that they must respond to the call. Steamer, this guy is absolutely uneasy. More than a dozen powerful team leaders pulled up a temporary private channel, and Jiyu Shunzhou looked at the first man in black who was wearing a cloak and asked, "Are we going to answer the call?" The man didn't answer, and seemed confused by the sudden call, and didn't know what to do for a while. Everyone at the scene looked at the man in black and did not speak. They gathered together for profit or for other reasons. Some aimed to overthrow Jolin Collar, and some aimed to grab a piece of the pie from Jolin Collar. No matter what the reason was, it is against Jolin Collar. Now it's all right. As soon as the call-up order for the expeditionary army came out, they were directly roasted on the fire. It can be predicted that if they are really asked to lead the fleet to obey the order, Li Qing will 100% pull their fleet to the forefront as cannon fodder. This is 100% certain. It is no secret that they have joined forces to deal with Jolin Collar. From the very beginning of Jolin Collar's management of the territory like a bucket, it can be seen that Li Qingzhao is on guard against them. But if they don't obey orders, are judged negative, or even directly accuse them of collaborating with internal and external enemies, the consequences will be serious. That is a crime that none of the three military leaders can bear. Once implemented, it is a terrible punishment that may be deprived of the military leader's personality by the will of civilization. No matter how you do it internally, as long as you don't cross the bottom line, it's fine. At most, the punishment is light or severe. But if it is judged to have colluded with foreigners, it is an absolutely intolerable red line, and they will be expelled immediately. No other choice. The man in black robe said in a hoarse voice. Kelzaka Star Sea Empire clearly participated in the war, the nature of the incident has changed, and we can't stay out of it. Everyone was silent, and everyone looked very depressed. However, I am unwilling to transfer the fleet to be cannon fodder, and I believe you are not reconciled. The man in black stood up slowly, and said in a deep voice. Then we have only one choice, gather the fleet and prepare. Before he could finish speaking, the black-robed man and everyone present stood up suddenly, with shocked expressions on their faces. How can that be? The Galan 3 galaxy is gone, the entire planet plus the tens of billions of people on it are gone. How is this going? How could I know? Looks like it was sacrificed. Who made the sacrifice? Do not know. After the announcement was made in the name of Zhao Lanaling, Li Qing had already returned to the Void Realm, and together with Yu Yuyao, they sacrificed the Orb Star and the entire Orb clan with more than 37 billion people. In addition to the more than 20 billion in the Orb Star, it also includes all the Orb people in other galaxies in the entire territory, and even Noel and Querta, a total of more than 70 Orb Servants of Light, all sacrificed in one breath. Now that a decision has been made, Li Qing is well aware of the consequences of a woman's benevolence. If only more than 20 billion people in the Orb Star were sacrificed, what would they think if there were more than 10 billion Orb people in other galaxies? How should he face the remaining orbs? Anything that has a beginning is destined to end. He dare not challenge human nature, nor dare to bet on the future. Since the thing has been done, then do it absolutely to avoid future troubles. It can only be said that it is a pity that so much effort was spent on transforming the Orb planet, emigrating these 2 billion people, and enlightening more than 70 servants of light to stabilize the rule of the Orb people. Now it is all useless. All void. More than 37 billion orbs were sacrificed, and the power of the Void Realm was comparable to that of Emperor Shadda's sacrifice of 24.5 billion plus a living planet, and then an equally powerful buff acted on all the warships of Jolin Collar among the same level 4 Void Blessing. The buff strength is exactly the same as the fleet of the Shadda United Empire. Obtaining such a powerful buff blessing, Zhao Lanling's fleet combat power soared instantly, and Ben fell into a disadvantage and quickly regained his stability. But this is just the beginning. Jolin Collar is not fighting alone at this time. First of all, he gave only half an hour to the players within the 10 jump range of the Galan Galaxy. He believed that there must be a large number of player fleets gathered nearby. They may all be small scale, but they add up to a large scale. Small, it can be used as cannon fodder to block guns. In addition, most of the headquarters of the top 50 large-scale teams within the leadership of the expeditionary force are within 1,000 hops away. He limited all teams to arrive within 5 hours. Maybe most of them are reluctant, but as long as they have the slightest idea about taking the living planet, they have to come on time. Those who have no idea and want to preserve their strength can respond passively and let others go first. But the negative is the negative, and you still have to go, unless you go home and disband the fleet and take the money to become a rich man. About 12 minutes after the announcement of the first batch of support, a small fleet with only one battleship and more than 30 large and small battleships sailed into the Galan Galaxy and sent a message to Li Qing. Lord Li Qing, I am Ma Beibei, I have been recruited, and now I will hand over the fleet to the commander. Li Qing responded with a smile. Thank you for your enlistment. After the war, I will double the compensation for your battle damage, including 2 battleship customization quotas. Ma Beibei was overjoyed when he heard this. Thank you, Commander. You can tell your friends this news. The benefits are only available to those who arrive on time. Okay. After disconnecting, Ma Beimei said flatly. I didn't expect such a good thing. No, I have to tell them. As he spoke, he opened a communication, and before the other person spoke, he said loudly. I said you guys come here, I found a good way to make quick money. Chapter 249. One after another reinforcements. Boom. A black leather glove was pressed heavily on the table, and everyone else looked up at the man in black. He didn't make a sound, but remained silent for a while. He looked at Wang Yanqing, who was sitting at the head, and asked. If it were you, what would you do next? Wang Yanqing said. We should answer the call. Others were stunned for a moment, and someone immediately said. Are you going to respond to the call and let our fleet serve as cannon fodder? Do you still want to cooperate with Li Qing? Someone said coldly. You have already joined us, and you can't go back. There is no difference between your going back and our ending. Wang Yanqing glanced at the speaker expressionlessly, and said calmly. I just respond to the symptoms, not go back and be cannon fodder. He stretched out his hand and pulled, and a huge virtual star map appeared in front of him. Every dot on it flashed to represent a galaxy. He pointed at a certain part of the star map and tapped hard, saying. As far as I know, Shadow united with the Imperial Emperor's personal conquest and poured out the country to attack Jalan Collar. There are only 3 to 4 divisions in the country, of which the capital star must have a division, and other major capitals need some fleets. If you stay behind, you still need to suppress the remnants of the 2 civilizations that were wiped out before, so the defenders at Lock Fortress are definitely below 2 divisions. He looked up at the crowd, and said in a deep voice. Just by joining forces, we can pull out a fleet of more than 3 divisions, and all of them are warships with stronger average strength than the Shadow civilization, enough to crush them. However, I have scouted Lock Fortress before. The Shadow people changed the orbit of a modified fortress star and fixed it at the intersection not far from the hyperspace channel. We must knock down this fortress to enter the Shadow territory. After listening to his words, someone immediately reacted. Do you want to directly attack Lock Fortress? Wang Yanqing nodded. We can't refuse this call, and it's impossible to refuse, but it's impossible for us to pull our fleet over there as cannon fodder, so we can only change our thinking and respond to the call of the expeditionary force to directly attack the core fortress of the Shadow United Empire, attacking their homeland directly. In this way, it can be regarded as a response to the call. The will of civilization only looks at the result and not the process. As long as the Shadow civilization can be successfully wiped out, other problems are not a problem. At this time someone asked. But the crux of the problem is the entry of the Kelzaka Star Sea Empire. If the Jalan Collar cannot withstand being breached and becomes an established fact, the Kelzaka Star Sea Empire will have reasons and excuses to send troops to intervene. At that time, we will destroy Shadow civilization doesn't help either. This concern is also the concern of many people present. Several participants looked at Wang Yanqing to see how he would explain it. But Wang Yanqing did not explain, just said with a smile. This problem seems to be serious, but it's actually not a big problem. You underestimate Li Qing's strength. His own strength is no less than that of the Shadow allied forces. It's just because of the interference of Kaerzaka Xinghai Empire that the matter broke out. Big. His main purpose of gaining the command power is to recruit cannon fodder to reduce his own losses, and I don't believe it at all if he can't stop the Shadow coalition forces. Now that the call-up order has been issued, there may be many teams who are as unwilling as we are, but there will definitely be a large number of small teams or individual players who will respond to the call-up. He is enough to raise a large number of cannon fodder, enough to stop the Shadow Coalition forces. There is no need to worry about it. It's us who worry about it instead. He looked around the team leaders left and right, and said seriously. It is not difficult to break through Lock Fortress with our strength, but it will take a long time, and there will definitely be a lot of losses. I believe everyone does not want to see this loss, so we can contact other large teams and unite more team fleets, form a larger fleet, strive to break through Lock Fortress in a very short period of time, sweep through the Shadow United Empire, capture many living planets, and be promoted to the Lord. His words are very tempting, almost a possibility in front of everyone. Soon someone replied, I am very familiar with the deputy head of the Yahuo team, I will contact him to have a look. I'm also very familiar with the head of the Sanhua team. I'll ask him if he's interested. More than half of the team leaders present started to contact other teams. Ji Yu Shunzhou sat down expressionlessly, and Feng Lishou's voice came from his ears. It's amazing. I can't imagine that the fourth person of the Jolin team in the past is now riding on our heads. It looks okay now, but I don't know if the next action will be able to hold it. Ji Yu Shunzhou sneered and said, I find it hard to say, the team is too big, and not everyone agrees with him. Look, anyway, the two of us are united and we must seize 2 planets. Papa. Ji Yu Shunzhou looked up and saw Wang Yanqing stood up and clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention, saying, Time is very tight. I hope that everyone can assemble the fleet within an hour. I know that everyone has already prepared. Now they are not far from the Galan Galaxy. The 2 farthest jumps will be here. I will meet you in an hour. Assemble the fleet. Those who have not reached the time limit will be ranked in the second echelon. He didn't explain what second tier was, but everyone knew it was priority. The meaning is very simple. The most valuable life planet that comes late will have nothing to do with you. Fuck. After disconnecting the communication, Ji Yu Shunzhou cursed secretly, but quickly ordered the fleet to prepare for departure. As Wang Yanqing said, when the Shadow United Empire invaded, many teams mobilized their fleets and set off. Most of them wandered around the Galan Galaxy. Everyone was watching a show, waiting for a suitable opportunity to enter. When the meeting is over, the fleet immediately begins to jump to the target location. As a circle of blue ripples exploded, an extremely large fleet appeared out of thin air. After the fleet appeared, it immediately put on a combat stance. The commander-in-chief of the fleet, Bing Feng, glanced at the star map and couldn't help but click his tongue. What a huge battlefield. There are more than a dozen figures in the command channel, and at this time they are also looking at the super complicated battlefield with curiosity, talking in a hurry. Dao Feng did not sigh for a long time before saying to Bing Feng, Contact Lord Li Qing quickly, my cannon is already hungry and thirsty. Tianji rolled his eyes, ignored the 2 live treasures, but seriously checked the situation in the galaxy. On the other side, Li Qing received another communication from a recruiter. The name seemed familiar. When he opened it, he was indeed an acquaintance. He said quite unexpectedly, It turned out to be you. I remember that you used to hang out with the Crimson team. Bing Feng waved his hands in embarrassment. That was a thing of the past, and I have long since stopped hanging out with them. Li Qing smiled, and didn't continue to entangle with this matter. Anyway, he was a friend if he was recruited quickly. How many ships do you have and where are they now? I will arrange a place for you. Bing Feng immediately sent his joint fleet establishment. Li Qing glanced at it, extremely surprised. A dreadnought, about 1,800 battleships, about 4,400 cruisers, about 7,600 destroyers, and about 23,000 frigates. So many. You need to know that there is a high probability that you will be used as cannon fodder in response to the call-up. Are you willing to lose the fleet you worked so hard to raise? Bing Feng laughed and said, We don't say dark words. I heard that if you lose 1 battleship, you can pay for 2 battleships, so you have united a group of good friends to form this joint fleet. You can use it as you like. Li Qing. It's real, but he likes it. Other small and medium-sized battleships are fine, and nearly 2,000 battleships are also an extremely strong combat power for him. He thought for a while, and said to him, No problem, if you lose 1 battleship, you will pay 2. In addition, you can order 2 dreadnoughts from me at the market price. If this ship sinks, you can order 3. Bing Feng was overjoyed when he heard this, and thanked him again and again. Li Qing saw Tianji and Daofeng on the list, and knew that the three of them were together, so he simply gave 2 places, exactly one for each person. Those who are kind to themselves, he has always been very generous. Anyway, he has a dreadnought blueprint and unlimited mines. For him, the dreadnought has no other cost except for a certain amount of time, which can be used to reward some high-quality supporters. The total size of their fleet is several times larger than the sum of the small teams and individual players that were recruited in response to the previous piecemeal response. It is the largest team that has been recruited in response to the current stage. Li Qing directly organized their fleet into Chuyuan's first division, allowing them to also have Chuyuan's powerful talent bonus. But it is a pity that the fleet does not belong to the Jolin Collar, and cannot enjoy the bonus of the Blessing of the Void Blessing buff. But it is a battleship with a level 5 technology configuration, plus a series of buffs from the Immortal Commander. Its strength is still much stronger than the configuration of the 3rd and 4th levels of the Shadow Civilization. With the continuous flow of large and small fleets entering the galaxy to accept recruitment, there is a large amount of high-quality cannon fodder to bear the damage, and the huge pressure exerted by the Shadow United Empire before is reduced at a speed visible to the naked eye. And with the arrival of the fleet of Bingfeng and others, the news spread, like the straw that overwhelmed the hearts of many hesitant people, and then 2 medium-sized teams and a large joint team rushed over in response to the call. The 2 medium-sized teams each have 200 to 300 battleships, and the large joint team is composed of more than 40 small teams and individual players, with more than 1,100 battleships. Immediately after, a lot of pressure was relieved. After all, the role played by a fleet here is equivalent to at least 5 times the Shadow fleet. With these leaders, the pressure on the territory will decrease rapidly until it gains the upper hand in turn, which means that those who come again will no longer be cannon fodder. As soon as the mentality changed, the next step was logical, and more hesitance came in response to the call. Li Qing accepts all comers, but those who arrive more than half an hour later do not have the benefit of double compensation, only the original price compensation, and priority compensation for some warships ordered. An hour after the call-up, the total loss of the Jolin Collar Coalition had already reached about 2 brigades, but the total loss of the Shadow Coalition had exceeded 3 divisions. What made the Shadow Coalition even more desperate was that they did not have any support, but the Jolin Collar kept coming with a steady stream of support. The victorious balance tilted visible to the naked eye, which made Luotai, the emperor of the Shadow United Empire, feel angry. It's more about fear. He has seen his failure. Gathering all the forces of the entire civilization to fight, and the support from Kair Zaka Star Sea Empire, this is already the most powerful force he can mobilize. Once this battle is defeated, it will not be able to return to its current strength for at least 50 years. And the enemy will not give himself a chance at all, and it is even impossible to retreat now. Only when the 2 sides are evenly matched, and the final loss is unbearable, will each discuss a step back and withdraw their troops. But now that the enemy has a steady stream of support, they have already gained the upper hand, and it is impossible for them to withdraw their troops. There is no other way, and it is impossible to sacrifice again. The son of Void Realm is only the son of Void Realm, not the father of Void Realm. There is no such thing as another wave after the sacrifice. The shortest interval for this thing is 1 month, unless he can be ruthless and sacrifice the entire civilization. Sacrifice. Go beyond the current 4th stage of sacrifice and reach the 5th stage of sacrifice to immediately sacrifice. But that's impossible. The entire civilization is gone, and the meaning of his war is gone. Rather than sacrifice, it is better to surrender. Anyway, everything is gone, at least your own civilization can survive. And more importantly, he suspects that even if he is really ruthless to sacrifice the entire civilization, the blessings of the virtual world won't be able to change the current situation. After thinking about it for a long time, Luotai finally did not make up his mind to sacrifice civilization and prepared to evacuate. But what really made him make up his mind was not the increasingly stronger opponent, but the sudden news that Lock Fortress was attacked by the human fleet, which made him dispel the last chance. Ready to withdraw. Aft of the 7th Division of the 5th Division, the rest of the fleet is approaching the Central Division, preparing to forcibly jump to Fort Lock. The Lock Fortress Galaxy is a key galaxy located between the United Empire of Shatara and Garland. The north of the galaxy is a branch of the Isolation Interference Zone, and the right is an open area between galaxies. There is no galaxy in a large area, let alone hyperspace, channel. If you want to get to the 2 places, you can only pass through the only Lock Fortress Galaxy. Or fly south and detour within a range of nearly 3,000 light years. Of course, you can jump through directly. However, the Shadow United Empire has deployed a large number of interference interception systems in the border galaxies, plus the ubiquitous nebula interference superposition in the galaxies. Generally 6 or 7 level jump engines cannot jump, only some have the penetrating ability talent, and only a fleet led by a Titan super flag can pass through. The Shadow United Empire transformed the Lock Galaxy into a purely military fortress galaxy. There are more than 2 divisions stationed all year round. A powerful weapon. Even if the main force of the Empire is all out, and even the capital of the Empire has only 1 division stationed, there are still 2 divisions stationed here. The forward of the huge United fleet entered the galaxy through the hyperspace channel, and then entered the lock of the main gun on the fortress star fixed not far from the hyperspace channel. Ready to fight. P.S. Recommend a friend's new book. My Shira field is a little too much, the link is below. Chu Liansheng, who has been successful for many years in My Shira field, has returned to his alma mater in high school to donate scholarships. But fell asleep on the stomach in the seat where he sat for 3 years. After waking up again, what I saw was the serious face of the head teacher, the laughter of the classmates, and her at the same table. After figuring out the situation of his rebirth through time travel, Chu Liansheng made a decision that went against his ancestors. Talk more about love. Chapter 250 Victory. A few dreadnoughts began to store energy, but the main guns on the fortress were prepared earlier than them, so a few minutes later, the huge planetary fortress lit up with dazzling light across the sky, spanning hundreds of thousands of kilometers in an instant. The distance blasted into the fleet. Fuck. Really? More than 5,000 T-slots of doomsday lights spanned the starry sky, directly drowning the fleet, and extinguishing the blood of everyone's hearts like ice rain. As a high-level mobile fortress, there are 3,000 lights of doomsday. The surface area of a planetary fortress is more than 10 times that of a mobile fortress. Maybe the internal space of this fixed planetary fortress is not as good as the mobile battlestar, and there are some places on the surface that are not suitable for placement. A huge T-slot weapon, but having tens of thousands of weapons is not a problem, right? It's normal to place half of the main guns on the frontal defense, right? What is the concept of 5,000 T-slot doomsday lights all at once? A wave directly stunned them, and everyone was dumbfounded. Fuck. Retreat. Let those behind not come in. It's too late. The Chinese army has already entered the hyperspace channel. Fuck. With just one wave of attacks, they knew that with their current strength, they would never be able to defeat this fortress galaxy. Don't expect to bypass the fortress either. This planetary fortress has its own planetary gravitational halo. All warships within the range will be affected by various disturbances and deceleration. As far as the firepower of this thing is concerned, they will be destroyed before they escape the attack distance of the fortress. Main guns disabled. Maz, who proposed to attack Lock Fortress. Wang Yanqing. I said he was unreliable. He turned out to be Li Qing's gang. God knows if he deliberately quarreled with Li Qing and brought us here on purpose. In the hyperspace channel, Wang Yanqing did not know the situation on the other side, and could not receive outside information when the hyperspace channel was crossing. At this time, he is discussing with several team leaders how to allocate the territory if the Lock Fortress is captured later. There is no other vital galaxy behind Lock Fortress, and at this time, the Shadow United Empire is coming out in full force, and there are not many defenders in the country, so there is no need to continue to unite. Any team can take down a life galaxy. Now they are discussing how to distribute the territory and which team belongs to those life planets. Ji Yu Shunzhou is also among them. He and the Horn of Freedom team are also one of the most powerful among all the teams, second only to Wang Yanqing, who has obtained a huge amount of assets from the separation and the support of the Baji Consortium. Can't help but join the debate. A group of people were arguing, and naturally they couldn't get anything out. No matter who they gave it to, some people would not be reconciled. So in the end, everyone decided to rely on their own abilities. Wang Yanqing made the final decision. First break through the Lock Fortress, and then everyone will go to grab it according to their ability. Whoever can grab it and defend it to the end will belong to him. This is the only fairest way. No one has an opinion. But after the decision was made, many team leaders secretly contacted each other, preparing to join forces and work together to take down a living planet. Ji Yu Shunzhou had already reached a cooperation agreement with Feng Lixiu, and recruited 2 large-scale team leaders who had no hope of capturing the planet, and promised that if he could capture the planet, he would give him additional remuneration other than shares based on his contribution. This situation continued until the fleet was about to cross the hyperspace channel, and Wang Yanqing reminded everyone to prepare for combat in the internal channel before stopping. Everyone, whether you can win the planet of life depends on it. I hope you will work together to defeat the alien race. Wang Yanqing was in high spirits at this time. After separating from the Jolin army, the troops he commanded surpassed Li Qing for the first time. Although it was only a temporary command and limited command, at least he had surpassed it. For him, it was equivalent to surpassing Li Qing. A peak made him full of confidence and full of expectations for the next destiny. The leap is finally over. When leaving the hyperspace channel and entering the Lock Fortress galaxy, before seeing anything, I heard the heart-piercing roar in the command channel. Quick retreat. The defenders are too strong. The striker is finished. Then, a series of data appeared on the command channel, appearing in front of all team leaders. An entire forward fleet of a standard division size has lost almost one-third of it in just 10 minutes. This is not just a brigade scale loss, because most of the enemies are targeting large ships such as battleships or cruisers. A wave of 5,000 Doomsday Lights hit, and more than 3,200 battleships disappeared immediately. At the same time, the defending fleet, which had been prepared for a long time, pressed up. At this time, the remnants of the vanguard were in a state of fighting with the defenders of the two divisions. It has withstood the attack of the human fleet equipped with all 5-level weapons. After entering the field, the main force of the Chinese army, equivalent to 2.5 divisions, launched a counterattack immediately, but the enemy planetary fortress second round of Doomsday Light has already begun to recharge. The cooldown time of Titan Lance in slot T is 30 minutes, while the cooldown time of Light of Doom in slot T is only 15 minutes. After the main force of the Central Army enters the arena, many main guns of the planetary fortress have entered the second round of charging preparations. Fortunately, the Shadow civilization has not yet built Titans. Without Titan Lances, there is only the Light of Doom. Otherwise, thousands of Titan Lances will be swept away in an arc state, and the entire fleet will be wiped out. But the 5,000 Doomsday Lights are also very perverted. With 5,000 rounds in one round, 4 rounds can be fired in an hour, and a standard division is basically useless after carrying out 4 rounds. Feeling the terrifying firepower of the planetary fortress for themselves, everyone couldn't help swallowing, and dozens of eyes all looked at Wang Yanqing. He had a little thought, carefully considered the current state and the enemy's firepower, turned around and said to Jiyu Shenzhou and Feng Lixiu, I remember that you have a top-level relic of silent embers that conceal everything. Captain Feng Lixiu has a top-level relic called the Horn of Liberty that can be forced to leave in a battle state. Now we have 2 options. One is to use Embers of Silence seal the enemy and forcibly knock down the enemy's planetary fortress. Another option is to use the Horn of Liberty to make a forcible jump, passing through the Lock Fortress and directly attacking the hinterland of the Shadow United Empire. This Lock Fortress is so powerful that we can't defeat it, and Li Qing is also difficult to defeat. Even if it can be defeated, there will be huge losses. This is a good thing for us. Everyone looked at Jiyu Shenzhou and Feng Lixiu, but they just spread their hands together. Jiyu Shenzhou said, Don't count on me. Mine is a limited-use relic, and there is only one chance to use it. I can't use it here. Everyone looked at Feng Lixiu again, but he was silent. Wang Yanqing was about to say something when suddenly the alarm sounded from the sensor. A strong transition signal has been detected. It is expected to arrive in 11 minutes. No, it will arrive in 5 minutes. After a pause, the alarm sounded. The enemy is about to jump into the arena. The position is 7 o'clock. The series of alarms confused them. The transition that should have taken more than 10 minutes arrived in just 10 seconds, and there was no time to prepare. And when they saw the huge fleet that jumped into the arena, everyone turned their heads to look at Feng Lixiu, even Jiyu Shenzhou. Feng Lixiu looked up as if waking up from a dream, and said, My Horn of Liberty has a penetration level of 10. There is a battle star fortress nearby. I'm not sure if I can jump out. If you are not sure, you have to give it a try. Feng Lixiu sighed, and said to Wang Yanqing, Give me command of the fleet. Not the fleet commander, how can I take you away? Wang Yanqing was speechless, and could only temporarily transfer the command to him. Then he saw Feng Lixiu took out his whole card and opened the relic. A circle of ripples swung around him, and quickly spread through the thick armor and shield of the battleship. Open. However, the halo of the leap immediately made Luotai, the Shadow Emperor who had just jumped over, see that the Emperor, who had just lost to Li Qing and suffered heavy losses, was full of anger and couldn't vent his anger when he saw the group of mice attacking his house. He slammed on the deck and roared angrily. Don't even think about running away. As soon as the voice fell, a jewel on the top of the crown above his head exploded, and a palpitating wave exploded, spanning hundreds of millions of kilometers in an instant like lightning, quickly covering the entire galaxy. Then, everyone saw that the treasure in Feng Lishou's hand suddenly lit up, and there was a dull sound like an explosion, and then the light quickly disappeared. Everyone was dumbfounded. Even those who are dull can see that the power of Yijun was forcibly interrupted by an unknown force. Facing everyone's expectant eyes, he waved his hand and said, "Don't look at me, this thing has a cooling time of 1 day, not unlimited use." After collecting the things, he looked at Wang Yanqing and said, "It's useless to say anything. Either fight a wave head-on, or find a way to escape. How can I fight this? I can't beat it. Then let's run for our lives." The man glanced at Wang Yanqing, and said coldly, "I knew you were unreliable, and I don't know why you were chosen as the leader." After speaking, they disconnected. Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay. Someone wanted to say something, but in the end he sighed and said nothing. People kept disconnecting, and soon there were not many people left in the command channel. Wang Yanqing was at a loss when he saw this scene. "I thought this was the beginning of proving myself, but I didn't expect it to end without doing anything, and I didn't even have a chance to show myself." Came aggressively, but there was no way back. The wormhole is behind you, but you cannot enter the wormhole in combat. It is not impossible to enter, but to enter the wormhole forcibly in a combat state. At that time, the hyperspace engine of the battleship will resonate with the wormhole. If the battleship is attacked, the vibration will affect the stability of the wormhole and the stability of the hyperspace channel inside through resonance. If the hyperspace channel is unstable, the result is hard to say. The best result is to be randomly thrown to an unknown galaxy, and as long as the hyperspace engine is not damaged, it can jump back. The bad result is being thrown into the subspace, that would be miserable. Regardless of whether Li Qing from the subspace comes and leaves whenever he wants, that is because he is a super psychic with great strength. Ordinary players who are not psychics can't even enter the subspace, let alone get out. They can't get out at all, and they will be trapped in it forever. Note that it is permanent. Unless you die inside, you will never come out. But in the subspace, unless it is targeted and killed by some existence in the subspace, it will always drift in it infinitely until it dies of old age. But the subspace is so large, it may not be possible to encounter the existence of the subspace. The most important thing is that if ordinary players are killed by evil things in the subspace, they will lose more than 50 years of life expectancy. So, in the Jalan Galaxy, when the Shadow Coalition forces forcibly leapt away with the power of the powerful buff blessed by the Void Blessing, the overall situation was determined. The two divisions at the back of the palace did not cause any trouble at all, and they were besieged and defeated by them. After defeating the enemy, Li Qingkai opened the territory channel, and reissued a new announcement, announcing that the enemy had been defeated, and the recruitment was suspended. All teams above medium size that did not arrive were judged as passively avoiding the battle and recorded in the record. Including Crimson Wang Yanqing and other teams, regardless of their reasons, anyway, in Li Qing's view, they did not accept the call-up, that is to avoid the battle passively. It was also fortunate that they made a move, otherwise they would be charged with a crime and beaten to death with a stick. Individual players and small teams ignore it, they can't threaten themselves anyway, so it's unnecessary to write it down to offend too many people. If you want to do it with the ability to threaten yourself, and what may affect your next plan. As long as this list is passed, these players basically have no chance with the lords. Ordinary lords under the military lord need to be recognized by the will of civilization. With their behavior, even if they hold 10 living planets, it is impossible to pass. All threatening teams are eliminated, and these planets will only belong to him. Yu Qingzi can get 1. If Qinghe Li wants to score 1, the rest will belong to him. Li Qing didn't think about being completely exclusive. There is no need. The territory in the real universe is just to improve his status, so that some things in the universe in his palm have an excuse whether others believe it or not. His core has always been in the universe in the palm. As his grasp of the universe in his palm deepened and his unlocking speed became faster and faster, he has gradually realized what the high-dimensional fortress Star Witness is. Although the player's construction blueprint was exchanged in the Palm universe, Li Qing originally thought about whether to exchange for one in the future, but now he no longer has that idea. Because it is impossible to reproduce it, that thing involves high-dimensional technology, and the internal space is much larger than he imagined. High-dimensional fortress. This high-dimensional is not a modified prefix, but something that really involves high dimensionality. Even if it is the peak state of the negative star civilization, it is impossible to create a second one, which is unique. He really doesn't need to do anything, as long as he honestly restores the fortress of the Star Witnesses, and he will slowly inherit all the legacy of the Star-Bearer civilization, because no matter how hard he tries, it is impossible to surpass the Star-Bearer civilization. Unless you can complete the unfinished great cause of the Star-Lost civilization, detachment. Li Qing did have that idea, but it must be a long time later. Now, let's talk about becoming a Star Marine Lord first. Try to contribute to the strength of human civilization before fully unlocking all the legacy of the Star Bearer. Chapter 251 Advanced Mobile Fortress Repair Successfully. At the same time, after the territory channel was unblocked, Li Qing soon discovered that Wang Yanqing's fleet was attacking Lock Fortress, and many players in the channel were proclaiming that they were about to break through Lock Fortress, accompanied by fierce war pictures, calling for everyone, come and work hard to break through as soon as possible, so that you can enter the Shadow United Empire and share the rich spoils. But Li Qing just smiled when he saw it, and easily saw through their idea of pulling cannon fodder. Although he didn't know the specific firepower inside Lock Fortress, he had known some basic conditions inside Lock Fortress from Querta before, including the combat power of the planetary fortress that he was most concerned about. Why did he start his attack on the United Empire of Shatta after the high-level mobile fortress in the isolated star field was repaired? One of the important reasons is the defense of Lock Fortress. The firepower of that planetary fortress is too fierce. There is no high-level mobile fortress. With such terrifying firepower, he dared not attack Lock Fortress head-on. So, even if the Emperor of the United Empire of Shatta did not flee back with his fleet, they would not be able to capture Fort Lock. Of course, he didn't expose their tricks. Whoever wants to go, just to consume the enemy's vital strength. Now he doesn't need to do anything. He will clean up the battlefield first, and then wait for the advanced mobile fortress to be completely repaired, then he will defeat the Shatta United Empire in one go. As a battle of civilizations, it is still such a large-scale battle, and the spoils of war will be much richer than ordinary wars. The Shatta Allied forces lost a fleet of more than 6 standard divisions this time, including no 5-level configuration warships and 6-level configuration warships from the Kelzaka Star Sea Empire. At the end of the war, he asked his men to clean up the battlefield. At this time, it had been cleaned up in 7s and 80s, all of which were concentrated in Star City. When Li Qing came to the warehouse, he saw a corner of various chips piled up like a hill in this huge warehouse of 1,000 cubic meters, and he was immediately stunned. Why so many? Li Lai stood aside with his arms around him and laughed. That's right, there are only so many, all of them are chips, boss, you are going to be busy this time. Li Qing. Smile, let's count together. Ah. A group of people immediately turned deaf and pulled their faces. 10 minutes later, most of the servants of light in the territory were pulled over to count the spoils. It took almost 4 days to finally count the pile of spoils. A bunch of junk weapons and battleship chips below cruisers were packaged and thrown on the market. Now that he has a mother chip, the only thing missing is the battleship mother chip. Even now he doesn't need to build these third-generation battleships, but battleships are strategic ships. Even if the third generation is equipped with fifth-generation technology, they are still very strong. He is going to use it as a prize, and reward it directly to those player teams who respond to the call. Of course, there are still 255 blueprints of the 6th-generation battleship and 685 blueprints of the 5th-generation battleship. These are still for personal use, and the rest are all prizes. In addition, there are 2 Titan super flagships, 2 super aircraft carrier blueprints, 8 dreadnoughts, 11 aircraft carriers, and a blueprint that was beyond his expectations. The mobile fortress in Shatta exploded a complete picture. The drawings come out. According to the blueprint, a regular mobile fortress of the same size can be built. This is quite unexpected. The probability that only one mobile fortress can produce blueprints is indeed quite high. But just because the blueprints were released, the mobile fortress, which was bitten off and blasted into the core by the Titan's lance, has completely sunk and cannot be repaired. Li Qing didn't think it was a pity. This mobile fortress was really captured. The maintenance alone is a big project, so it's better to rebuild it. You must know that this mobile fortress is incomplete. A lot of accessories and weapons inside are damaged. Even the main guns of the fortress are only 16. You must know that Li Qing's advanced mobile fortress has 3,000 guns in the T-slot Doomsday Light alone. This conventional mobile fortress is not as good as a high-level mobile fortress, but it is not a problem to have a few hundred doors. Obviously, the Tarsians are selling the fort that is about to be scrapped as a finished product to make a lot of money. Of course, the Shadow people are not fools. Of course they know that this thing is not good, but there is no way. The Shadow people do not have the level to build mobile fortresses. But they can gradually master the construction technology by maintaining the fortress. When the level of technology improves in the future, and they accumulate experience over the years, it is not impossible to obtain the technology for building the fortress. Li Qing has already planned to let Long Yun start building the mobile fortress after the advanced mobile fortress in the isolated star field is repaired. Well, it is redesigned based on this mobile fortress, with a larger specification. Long Yun itself has the ability to design mobile fortresses and even mobile battle stars. The specifications of this mobile fortress are only small and medium-sized in conventional mobile fortresses. He has to strengthen it and redesign it to about 700 to 800 kilometers. The talent increases all attributes by 200%, and the armor of the hull may directly reach the level of a normal high-level mobile fortress. In addition to battleships, there are also a large number of weapon accessories in the loot, and they are all sold in packages except for the 6th level. A large number of skill chips for personal use. A large number of signal chips, data chips, etc., most of which are distributed to subordinates, and they can dig graves and find treasures when they have time in the future. After counting the loot, Li Qing found Yu Yuefei, who had returned after the war. The two discussed it, and asked her to issue an announcement in the name of the governor about the sudden disappearance of the Galan 3 galaxy, directly placing the murderer on the head of the Shadow United Empire. It doesn't matter whether others believe it or not, first determine the personality of the matter. Some people may doubt him, but he has sufficient evidence to prove himself. You must know that he swore to be kind to the orb people with the will of civilization. If he did something that hurt the orb people, he would be punished. Now the orb people are exterminated, but he is fine, which means that I did not do it. Anyway, Li Qing is convinced. But in fact, Li Qing knew very well in his heart that this oath did take effect, and he was also punished, but what about the punishment? Let's put it this way. The oath did take effect, but at that time he had to deal with the crazy attack of the Shadow United Empire, so he could only use this trick at this critical time. But, although it was he who made the decision, it wasn't him who actually made the sacrifice. It was Yu Yuyao who made the sacrifice in the Void Realm. In addition, the impact of this battle is too great. It may be a bit exaggerated to say that the consequences of the defeat directly affect the survival of the entire United Empire of mankind, but it is a fact when you think about it. As Commander Yu Qingzi said, this battle has attracted the attention of the will of human civilization. At this time, will the will of civilization punish him at such a critical time? If this oath punishment leads to defeat, no one can bear the consequences. As soon as he died, the war collapsed, Shadow destroyed the Garan collar, and directly surrendered to the Kurzaka Star Sea Empire. At that time, the Kurzaka Star Sea Empire would have sufficient reasons to go north, and use this as a point to expand and occupy the entire Zutar star field. At that time, the Jinmin Yu clan in the middle will definitely be wiped out, and the southern border of the empire will lose its barrier. You must know that the main force of the United Human Empire is all in the northern border against the Bruven United, and the south is undefended. If Kelzaka sends his army north and launches a full-scale war, the south will be unable to stop it. This possibility is very high. Once the main force of the northern border of the empire goes south, the blood-feud Bruven alliance in the north will definitely launch an all-out war. Attacked from both sides, the situation collapsed directly, and there was a possibility of extermination. To put it bluntly, in the eyes of the will of civilization, the oath he made with the orb is a small detail, and the survival of the entire human civilization is the overall situation. The so-called overall situation is the most important, and the overall safety of mankind is more important. Thus, the orbs became a wrong species who sacrificed for the sake of the overall situation. It can only be said that time is also fate. Li Qing didn't care about the battle situation at Lock Fortress, he just focused on guarding his 1-acre 3-point land, and stepped up the repair of the warships damaged in the war. After the territory channel was opened, it has been live broadcasting the battle situation on the Lock Fortress. In less than 2 days, some players who were deceived in the past exploded the situation in the Lock Fortress. The ending was as expected, all the greedy players were wiped out, and no one escaped. In addition, the large fleet united by the Octopus Consortium also suffered heavy losses. Except for a few who escaped, most of them died in that galaxy. At least 2 warships with the size of divisions sank in Fort Locke. Their losses were not in vain. In addition to the loss of a lot of Sand Tower defenders, they also brought first-hand information about Locke Fortress, allowing Li Qing to know how terrifying the power of the planetary fortress in Locke Fortress is. 6 days later, the reinforcements from Jinmen arrived. The Jinmen Second Army, composed of 5 divisions, was commanded by a big brother of the Yu family, named Yu Jiaoshi. This is the vanguard fleet that can be mobilized immediately in Jinmen. When they set off, the Yu family was mobilizing and gathering other fleets. Not surprisingly, about 10 divisions will be assembled again in half a month. But it is not called immediately, but depends on the situation. After all, it is now discovered that the Kelzaka Star Sea Empire is involved, and the main target of the Kelzaka Star Sea Empire is still uncertain. It cannot be ruled out that they will attack the West. What if they are transferred away and led an army to raid Jinmen? Li Qing arranged for them to be stationed in the original Orb Star City, and his own fleet was stationed in the newly built Jalan Star Gate. As soon as the fleet was stationed, Uncle Yu Jiao approached Li Qing and said, "It's not too late. You should take a rest as soon as possible, and cooperate with me to destroy the Shadow United civilization in one fell swoop and eliminate the hidden dangers of the Empire." Okay. Li Qing frowned slightly. He heard something from the tone of Master Yu Jiao. Cooperating with him and sending troops together, the gap is huge. Could it be that you want to take a planet? He frowned and said with a smile. Uncle, there is no need to worry. I have a high-level mobile fortress on hand now, and it will be repaired and put into service in about a month and a half. By then, my nephew will have nearly 2 divisions of 6-level configuration divisions on hand, which is enough to sweep the Sand Tower United Empire. However, the leader of the enemy has obtained a powerful virtual blessing buff, and has the ability to jump at will. When the time comes, I will ask the master to help guard the house to prevent the enemy from raiding. At this moment, there is no need to hide anymore. Li Qing directly told Commander Yu Jiao Division that he has a high-level mobile fortress. Master Yu Jiao is one of the most powerful figures of the Yu clan in Jinmen, and one of the 3 surviving children of the old patriarch of the Yu clan. He is in charge of the second army of the Yu clan in Jinmen, including 5 divisions. Huge fleet. Meet Yu before when they were engaged, but they didn't have a close friendship. Of course, Li Qing might not have caught his eye at that time. But today is different. Li Qing's force is already close to his, and his status is not inferior to him, so he can be equal. And when the high-level mobile fortress in his hand is repaired, force will surpass him in one leap. Although they are relatives, Li Qing will not be used to picking a peach as soon as he comes here. When he heard that he had a high-level mobile fortress in his hand, Yu Jiaoshi flashed a look of surprise in his eyes, and then smiled and said, "That's great. If there is a high-level mobile fortress, then we will have greater confidence in defeating the conspiracy of the Kelzaka Star Sea Empire." After a pause, he continued, "If this is the case, the fleet on the Jinmen side can slow down a bit, and don't have to rush over." Li Qing nodded and said, "Judging from the previous wars, the Kelzaka Star Sea Empire was not well prepared. I don't know if they underestimated me, or their main force is not here, but no matter what, their only chance has been lost. What's next? If there is another chance, I just need to wait another month and a half, and I will be confident enough to sweep the entire Shadow United Empire head-on." Speaking of which, he glanced at Yu Jiaoshi and said, "At that time, I will ask my uncle to stand by and watch how my nephew can foil their plot." Master Yu Jiao laughed a few times, and the first exchange broke up unhappy. If Li Qing doesn't make a move, he won't be able to make a move either. There is no other reason. If Li Qing does not make a move, the 5 divisions will definitely not be able to defeat the current Locke Fortress, so they can only wait. 1.5 months is enough to build a batch of ships. When Li Qing received the news that the mobile fortress was repaired from Longyan and Cybertron from the isolated star field at the same time, another 5,000 ships had been built. He rushed over immediately, came out of the leap, and saw a huge fortress slowly moving in the void, surrounded by a large number of space fighters flying around the fortress. It has been completely repaired: shields, armor, hull, weapons, including the space fleet, and the fortress itself has a production line for the fleet. Of course, there is not enough time, and the space fleet is not fully equipped. Only about 500,000 aircraft have been built now, and it is estimated that it will take decades to complete the construction. After all, this thing contains 500,000 aircraft carrier hangars, each hangar contains 360 aircraft and an aviation brigade, and can accommodate a maximum of 180 million space fighters, which is simply outrageous. At this stage, there will be no chance to complete them for a while, but Li Qing will transfer all the remaining 17.2 million space fighters in the universe in his palm, as well as the millions of space fighters produced by the super-large space fighter production line in the universe in the past 2 years. In addition, this thing is also equipped with 5 fortress auras. Flagship General Halo Advanced Mobile Fortress Jump Force Field, which can carry the same fleet to jump across galaxies, ignoring any conventional shielding and interference force fields appearing on the battlefield. The transition preparation time is 50 minutes, and the cooling time is 1 hour. Basic transition distance: 3,000 light years. Chapter 252: The final preparation before the counterattack. Gravity Change Force Field. Advanced Mobile Fortress Universal Aura. Advanced Mobile Fortress-like asteroid-like body can change gravity. Effect: the movement speed of enemy warships within a radius of 10 million kilometers of the fortress is reduced by 20%, the hit rate is reduced by 20%, the damage of S small weapons is reduced by 50%, the damage of M medium weapons is reduced by 25%, the damage of L large weapons is reduced by 5%, X battle column main guns are not affected. Black Hole Suppression Aura. Release a super strong suppression force field to reduce the damage received by all friendly warships within the range of the aura. Effect: all friendly troops within a radius of 10 million kilometers from the fortress will take damage minus 35%. White Hole Halo. Release countless mysterious nano-robots to repair all friendly damaged warships. Effect: all friendly forces within a radius of 10 million kilometers from the fortress will get plus 1000 hull regeneration, plus 1000 armor regeneration, and plus 1000 shield regeneration per second. Black Hole Aura. Releases a black hole force field, reducing the strength of enemies within the range. Effect: all enemy shields, armor, hull, attack damage, range, rate of fire minus 20%, hit minus 20 within a radius of 10 million kilometers of the fortress. In addition to the 2 general-purpose halos, the other 3 halos are very powerful. They are all from the original accessories of the War Moon, and they are high-end goods that cannot be obtained by conventional civilization. In addition, the weapons and equipment equipped on the battleship are all weapons and accessories from the 7th level peak civilization, which are very powerful. The 7th generation Burning Deep Space Fighter, a midway carrier-based fighter, fast, small in size, and strong in surprise survivability. Type: carrier aircraft, energy. Unit: 36 group. Damage: 300 to 500. Fire rate: 2 seconds shot. Hit: 100%. Range: 500 kilometers. Fighter body: 8000. Fighter shield: 8000. Fighter speed: 450,000 kilometers per hour. 7th generation dark energy missiles. Extremely advanced deep space missiles, equipped with powerful dark energy warheads and peak technology, with higher flight speed and dodge rate. Type: time lapse, burst. Damage: 12000, 1600000. Rate of fire: 40 seconds. Hit: 100%. Range: 60,000 kilometers. Missile durability: 2000. Missile speed: 560,000 kilometers per hour. Redirection range: 300 kilometers. Fix: plus 50% armor damage. Fix: plus 25% hull damage. Dark energy lance. A heavy energy lance that fires high energy dark energy that melts down armor. Type: instant, energy. Damage: 3,200,000 minus 3,750,000. Fire rate: 150 seconds shot. Hit: 90%. Range: 50,000 kilometers. Fix: plus 25% armor damage. Berserker Close-in Defense System. The last line of defense for battleships, dedicated to defending against missiles and space fighters. Type: instant, kinetic. Damage: 15 to 15. Fire rate: 50,000 rounds per second. Hit: 50%. Range: 275 kilometers. The 7th generation of Doomsday Light. Dedicated doomsday weapons for dreadnoughts. Type: instant, energy. Damage: 500 million 500 million. Rate of fire: 15 minutes. Hit: 100%. Range: 2 million. Fix: plus 50% shield damage. Fix: plus 25% armor damage. 7th generation Titan Light Lance Light Spear Form, a doomsday weapon dedicated to the Titan super flagship. Type: instant, energy. Damage: 5 billion 5 billion. Rate of fire: 30 minutes. Hit: 100%. Range: 3 million. Fix: plus 100% shield damage. Fix: plus 50% armor damage. Fix: plus 25% hull damage. 7th generation Titan Lance Arc Form, a doomsday weapon dedicated to the Titan super flagship. Type: instant, energy. Damage: 2.5 billion 2.5 billion. Rate of fire: 30 minutes. Hit: 50%. Range: 3 million kilometers. Range: demolition angle 45 degrees. Fix: plus 100% shield damage. Fix: plus 50% armor damage. The 7th generation Fortress Railgun, a special super weapon for mobile fortresses. Type: instant, energy. Damage: 7.5 billion 7.5 billion. Rate of fire: 60 minutes. Hit: 100%. Range: 5 million kilometers. Fix: plus 100% shield damage. Fix: plus 50% armor damage. In addition, it is also equipped with a set of 7-level shield and armor universal accessories with all X flagship slots. 7th generation Dark Energy Shield Fortress. Activate a shield to defend against enemy fire after use. Shield energy: 5 million points. Energy regeneration: plus 3 points per second. 7th generation Dark Energy Armor Fortress. Dark Energy is added to the alloy, and its strength and density exceed the 6th generation Dark Matter Armor. Armor strength: 5 million points. Armor regeneration: plus 3 points per second. Mobile Fortress has a total of 6 million flagship general purpose slots, half of which are armor shields. 3 million 5 million equals 1.5 trillion additional armor and shields. Compared to the 50 trillion basic hull armor and shields of this advanced mobile fortress, the Dragon Meteor Talent plus 200% adds up to 150 trillion hull armor, which is only a drop in the bucket. In fact, all forts are the same. The basic attributes are already very strong. The general slots can only be said to be icing on the cake, and the added attributes are not many. On the contrary, the increased regeneration of so many universal slots is quite good. With a regeneration capacity of 3 million 3 equals 9 million, it can only be said that there is no mobile fortress of the same level. Li Qing spent several days going around the entire fortress, saying that it is better to see it in person. After that, he has a deep understanding of the combat power of a high-level mobile fortress, and he is more confident in attacking the lock fortress next time. This thing not only contains a large number of weapons, but also comes with a series of production lines. The Clone Crew production line can produce clone crews by itself, and it is not limited to clone crews. The production line of industrial consumables can produce all kinds of daily necessities for the crew. Hydroponic farms and artificial farms can produce a variety of food and meat to achieve self-sufficiency. A super large 6th generation space fighter production line that can produce 6th generation fighters by itself. Several large-scale weapon production lines, including various kinetic energy weapon shells, missiles, etc. There is also a large dock that can produce all conventional warships including battleships. Although the capacity of the dock is not too large, it can be produced for its own use. Of course, the warehouse is indispensable, and the warehouse takes up a lot of space. A large part of the space of the fortress is occupied by these. Otherwise, with the size of the mobile fortress, there will definitely be more weapons and general slots that can be equipped. At this time, the fortress already had more than 1 million clone crews, but it was still far from the clone crew needed to fully drive the mobile fortress. At least hundreds of millions of clone crews would be enough. But it's not a big problem. He had deployed nearly 4 divisions of clone crew and senior crew in the Shanhaiguan fortress, which happened to be available. About 2 divisions of clone crew and senior crew are enough. In addition, he has to be equipped with a large amount of food, consumables, ammunition for various weapons, etc. Li Qing made a rough calculation. The monthly consumption of living materials, basic maintenance fees, senior crew salaries, etc. of this advanced mobile fortress are equivalent to the consumption of 2 standard divisions. The consumption of weapons and ammunition is calculated separately, and the specific consumption depends on the intensity of the war. Maintenance fee for a standard fully equipped division: 200,000 frigates, each with a maintenance fee of 1 million, a total of 200 billion. 50,000 destroyers, each with a maintenance fee of 2.25 million, a total of 112.5 billion. 20,000 cruisers, each with a maintenance fee of 5.25 million, a total of 105 billion. 10,000 battleships, each with a maintenance fee of 15 million, a total of 150 billion. A total of 25 flagships, each 500 million, a total of 12.5 billion. A total of 4 super flagships, each 3.35 billion, a total of 13.5 billion. Comprehensively, a total of 593.4 billion stars. The advanced mobile fortress of Cybertron is equivalent to the maintenance fee of 2 divisions, that is, the maintenance fee of 1,186.8 billion star dollars. Of course, the mobile fortress does not need so many captains, and the salary can be saved by about 20%, which is about 950 billion stars. This also means that Li Qing now has about 2 full-staff divisions plus 2 divisions excluding the captain's salary, with a monthly expenditure of more than 2.1 trillion star yuan, and a yearly expenditure of 25.6 trillion yuan. So, if an ordinary player is lucky enough to dig a mobile fortress, or even a larger war moon or mobile battle star, he can't afford it. To be honest, before the development of the territory and stable financial resources, the general lords cannot afford it. It took almost 10 days to equip these. Most of the materials are available in the Palm universe, and they can be transferred directly, otherwise it will take longer. While he was preparing, the tense situation on Jia Lanling's side gradually calmed down. Thanks to the tragic situation of Wang Yanqing and others, no one dared to mention the joint attack on Lock Fortress, and no one said that they would join forces and jump into the Shadow United Empire to destroy it. At this time, the Shadow Allied forces had already withdrawn, plus the 3 divisions of the Eastern Route Army had withdrawn a total of 11 divisions, plus the 2 divisions of Fort Locke, a total of 13 divisions. It's impossible to beat the blue collars, but it's still no problem to clean them up. Li Qing stood still, and Yu Jiaoxi, who led 5 divisions to support him, also stood still, and they could only watch. Although there are a lot of players who want to talk about it every day, most of the members of the territory don't know what Li Qing is doing, so naturally they can't give a result. It was the 2.5 months after the war. On this day, Jolin Collar, who had been quiet for 2.5 months, suddenly started to move. The 3rd Jolin Division stationed in Star City began to leave the port, and began to form in the void before Star City. Not far away, the 2nd Division of Jinmin in another Star City also began to gather. The huge army of 5 divisions united, it can be said to cover the sky and blot out the sun. In addition, the expeditionary force from Jolin II also transferred 2 divisions. A total of 8 divisions joined together, and the momentum of dispatching troops to prepare for the expedition immediately attracted the attention of countless players. But such a huge fleet is already in place, but there has been no other action for a long time. Everyone was waiting for Li Qing to announce his expedition, but the fleet just stopped there and posed without any other actions. Everyone was dumbfounded. What are they doing? Teasing us? Who knows? Looks like it's waiting for someone. Who are you waiting for? Li Qing. Don't know, but it's certainly not waiting for us. Bullshit. The Lord's Mansion, Yu Wanyu is very busy right now. There are team leaders constantly asking the Lord's Mansion whether to start attacking Lock Fortress, and vowed to respond to the call and go out with the army. At this time, she didn't know whether so many fleets were going out, and Li Qing didn't notify in advance. She could only use the original words to decline one by one. Li Qing said a long time ago that in the next battle of conquest against the Shadow United Empire, only those who responded to the conscripts will be brought in, and those who have not responded to the conscripts will not be taken at all, no matter whether you are too far away or not in time. If you don't come, you don't come. It's not about giving them a chance to compete for a living planet, but just taking them to have a sip of soup together. In addition to the capitals of several major provinces in the Shadow United Empire, there are also a large number of residential stations, industrial planets, etc., which can be contested by them, and he is even willing to release the capitals of 2 provinces for them to plunder. How much they can grab depends on their ability. I didn't get an answer from her, and someone asked Li Lai, Li Qi and others, but they didn't know. They only received Li Qing's order to prepare for the expedition, and they didn't know what they were waiting for. However, this situation did not last long. Soon some players active in the Jolin Galaxy received a strong transition signal, and they knew that Li Qing was coming. It's not right. This is not a fleet, but a signal. Soon someone discovered that the strength of this jump signal was a bit too strong, equivalent to a whole division-level fleet jumping together, but it was not a fleet, but a single individual. What battleship has such a strong transition signal? It didn't take long for them to be in doubt. As a strong spatial fluctuation exploded, a behemoth beyond their imagination appeared at the signal position. Li Lai opened his mouth wide and looked at the advanced mobile fortress that suddenly appeared. His face was full of shock. Fuck, where did the boss get such a big guy? Fuck. Ji Yu Shunzhou kicked over the table in front of him with one kick, and remained silent with a gloomy face. In the command ship of the remnant army of the Baji Consortium, the man in black looked at the advanced mobile fortress that suddenly appeared in the light curtain in front of him. His hands trembled, and his movements froze for a while. After a long time, he slowly withdrew his gaze, turned his head to look at Wang Yanqing, who was biting his lip, and looked at the motionless fortress on the light curtain, and asked, "Haven't you heard of it?" Didn't speak, only shook his head. Trash. Wang Yanqing lowered his head expressionlessly, but the clenched fists underneath showed his inner unrest. Unreconciled, powerless, at a loss. He led the fleet with full confidence, but fled back after losing his troops. From the beginning to the end, he didn't even meet Li Qing's face. This made him feel like a clown jumping up and down without even hurting his hair. A sense of powerless frustration arises spontaneously. At this time, the man in black robe said, "We have no chance, and we are preparing to gather people and evacuate Zutar." Someone below asked, "Just withdraw like this, how do you explain when you go back?" The man in black robe looked at him and replied, "The intervention of the Kelzaka Star Sea Empire was an accident. The current situation is not suitable for us to do anything. This is a crime other than war, and the above will not convict it." That's good. A group of people breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at Wang Yanqing, who was still silent, and snorted coldly at him. "I thought it was so powerful, and I couldn't even touch people's hair after doing it for a long time." It seems that the success of the Jalan army was entirely due to Li Qing's ability, and has nothing to do with you. If you think the consortium is doing something, don't call him. I don't want to cooperate with a waste. Figures disappeared one by one, and finally even the man in black disappeared, leaving him alone in the conference room. Chapter 253: The Terrorist Combat Power of Advanced Mobile Fortress. The high-level mobile fortress Seboden was in place, and the fleet slowly moved away from the original place. At the same time, circles of strong space waves swayed away. The hyperspace engine of the fortress began to recharge. The engine resonated with the transition halo, and the halo spread to cover the entire fleet. The jump engines of the entire fleet began to resonate. I don't need to drive slowly, there are coordinates to jump directly to Lock Fortress. At this time, the commander-in-chief of the fleet has been replaced by the general of Cybertron, Cyrus as the deputy commander-in-chief, and Chuyuan stays behind Jalan Collar. Accompanied by the earth-shattering transition halo exploded, the huge fleet flashed with dazzling light, and suddenly disappeared. The galaxy is a little quieter, and someone suddenly said in the quieter channel. "What are you waiting for? What are you waiting for? It is not a problem for such a powerful fleet to defeat the Shadow United Empire. Let's go and have a sip of soup." This sentence seemed to wake up the sleeping world, and countless people responded immediately in the channel, and a large number of large and small teams left the Galan Galaxy and flew to Lock Fortress. At the garrison area on the edge of the galaxy, several fleets of different sizes are moored. At this time, Li Lai and Li Qi are reorganizing the fleet of Bing Feng and others, preparing to unite a group of players who responded to the call to form a fleet. After breaking through Lock Fortress, the two brothers Li Lai and Li Qi led them to attack the eastern provincial capital of the Shadow United Empire. This is one of the benefits for them to actively respond to the call up before. Li Qing marked out the entire eastern and northern provinces, including the capital star of the province, and many industrial stars, mine stars, etc. within the province. They plundered as much as they could. So, at this time, there are more transport ships and industrial ships behind the fleet than the fleet, and Dao Feng and others are gearing up to make a fortune. Lock Fortress, Temporary Command Center. The Emperor Luotai of the United Empire of Shatta did not return to the capital of the empire. At this time, the Provisional Executive Yuan of the empire has been moved here, and all government affairs have been handled here for more than 2 months. Although there was no movement for 2 months, he knew very well that this was only temporary. Li Qing would definitely attack Lock Fortress when he was ready, and he dared not leave before the war was over. The transition signal generated by the transition of the flagship group is extremely strong, and it cannot be hidden at all. Therefore, when the intercepting force field of the Cybertron fortress that forcibly penetrates the planetary fortress descends on the galaxy, it is immediately blocked by the ubiquitous warning system in the galaxy. Capture. The ear-piercing siren resounded throughout the galaxy. Shada Emperor Luotai calmly read the official affairs in front of him and gave instructions before putting down his pen. He looked up and saw the man in black who had just arrived, and said calmly, "He has come." Master Niuka, a Zaka native, looked a little ugly at this time, and whispered, "The situation is not good." Luotai picked up another document, said calmly, "What could be wrong? Is it the reinforcements from Jinmen, or the headquarters of the United Human Empire? Or the coordination of nearby stragglers? Neither. It's worse than all of these." Luotai paused his hand and raised his head slowly. Master Nuka took off the black robe on his head, revealing a head covered with tiny silver scales. It looked like a lizard man who had evolved into a human shape. The aura flickered in the pupils, but it was difficult to conceal the fatigue in the eyes. In addition to the 5 divisions supported by Jinmen, they also have a high-level mobile fortress. Snapped. The document in Luotai's hand fell on the desk. A trace of surprise appeared in his eyes, and a trace of fear surfaced in his heart in the next second. Advanced Mobile Fortress. Master Niuka from Zaka nodded, stretched out his hand, and a light curtain popped open, showing a huge fleet in the icy starry sky. In the center of this huge fleet stood a huge monster with a diameter of more than 1,000 kilometers. It was protected by a layer of super energy shield nearly 500 kilometers thick, and circles of near-substantial distorted halos were slowly spreading out from the center of this behemoth. Master Niuka looked up and saw a trace of questioning in Luotai's eyes, who also looked up, and shook his head directly. "Can't stop. Although the planetary fortress in Lock Fortress is powerful, it is only a planetary transformation after all, and even the surface layer has not been completely transformed. The interior 50 kilometers down is all solid rock. The high-level mobile fortress is a pure alloy creation. It is fully armed from the inside to the outside. No matter the damage tolerance or firepower, it exceeds your planetary fortress. Even if it is singled out, it cannot be defeated, let alone the fleet's coordinated operations." Quote. "Since he has such force, why before?" Master Niuka didn't answer, but tied the cloak again, and said in a low voice, "You should have made plans earlier." Luotai remained silent. The man in black didn't force him to make an immediate decision, but just his cloak and left, leaving Luotai sitting there motionless. "A little," he said to himself. "Do you think we really have no chance at all?" The study was quiet for a while, and suddenly a voice sounded. "Hardly. Yeah, it's hard." He stood up slowly, and said in a deep voice, "Send me the order, assemble the fleet and prepare for battle." As soon as the voice fell, a shadow behind him disappeared. Luotai picked up the crown from the table and put it on again, picked up the scepter at hand. His aura rose rapidly, his mentality became positive as if he had recovered, and he said to himself, "Escape is meaningless. Just like there is an old saying among human beings, the king loses the bandit. Let us use this battle to decide who is the king and who is the bandit." The scepter in his hand stopped, the golden hair on his body shimmered, and his not very tall figure became extremely tall at this moment, and he strode out. Boom, boom, boom. The advanced mobile fortress relies on the 300% range bonus, the 100% range bonus of the Blessing of the Void buff, and the 150% extra range bonus of Commander Cybertron, for a total of 550% extra range, far stopping at 25 million kilometers away in the starry sky. One of the 30 fortress rail guns spewed out dazzling beams of light that penetrated the void of up to 25 million kilometers without attenuation, and slammed into the surface of the planetary fortress fixed in the starry sky. Across the void of 25 million kilometers, the planetary fortress is just a sphere the size of a small house hanging in the air to the naked eye, and 30 rays of light can be seen hitting the fortress across the void, lighting up dozens of flashes. From a distance, it looks like just some small flashes, but placed on the planetary fortress, it is a huge shock wave with a diameter of hundreds of kilometers on the surface of the planet. The nearly 50-kilometer thick alloy armor layer has no resistance to the terrifying fortress railgun. The hard steel alloy is torn and melted by the terrifying energy like paper paste, and debris is flying all over the sky. The fortress railgun is the most powerful weapon of the mobile fortress. It belongs to the T-slot main gun that is more powerful than the Titan Lance. The 6th-generation fortress railgun has a base damage of up to 7.5 billion. It can smash any flagship into pieces with one shot. The power of this thing is already stronger than the current Light of God's Judgment, but the only pity is that it only has a light spear form and has no range attack. Of course, because of the damage to the internal structure of the main gun area and the damage to the energy supply system, the current Light of Judgment has not exerted its power at all. But after all, it is broken, and I don't know when it will be repaired. Now that there is this mobile fortress, the light of God can only use the stand mode to clear the boat. Although the planetary fortress also has a range bonus aura and a blessing of the void buff, it is not as powerful as a commander like Cybertron, and it is only equipped with the T-slot Doomsday Light, which is the least powerful T-slot weapon, no matter its power or range. High. The result is that they can only watch the mobile fortress slowly approaching at a super long distance, and there is nothing they can do. Li Qing is going to move the mobile fortress to within a few million kilometers of the planetary fortress, within the range of the Doomsday weapon, and then take advantage of the range to attack it remotely. This planetary fortress is huge in size, and the outer crust tens of kilometers away has been transformed into an alloy shell, so the defense is still very strong. However, this thing has no shield. Planetary shields are exclusive to advanced civilizations, and humans don't even have them, let alone the Shadow civilization. In addition, the armor of this thing is also limited. After all, it only has a layer of tens of kilometers, unlike the whole 1,000 kilometers of the mobile fortress, which is all made of high-strength alloys. Finally, planetary fortresses do not have the concept of hull. As long as the armor can be penetrated and a gap is opened in the tens of kilometers thick alloy armored crust, the planetary orbital gun and the Titan lance can be used to continuously bombard the same position and forcibly destroy the planet. Well, it's a pity that it exploded. Li Qing is going to just defeat its frontal defense, and keep the planet. After it is captured, he will use it to transform it and continue to guard it here. It doesn't mean that this thing is not powerful against the mobile fortress, but his range bonus is too perverted. Except for him, other people don't have such a perverted range. Even if other people bring a mobile fortress over, without a range advantage, it can only be bombarded with that planetary fortress. When I take it down and transform it, I also configure a bunch of fortress railguns and even Battlestar railguns. The combat power is simply explosive. Except that it cannot move and has no shield, it is not much different from the real Battlestar. The distance of 25 million kilometers, with the speed of moving the Battlestar plus various talent skills and buff additions, it will take about 70 hours to enter the range of Doomsday Light, which is almost 3 days. Li Qing was not in a hurry to fight at all, so he just lobbed from a long distance. Fortress railguns take 90 minutes, which is 1.5 hours, and can fire 46 rounds in 70 hours, 30 rounds in a round, with a total of 1,380 rays of destruction. According to the damage range of one shot, it is enough to plow one side of the planet. There was silence in the Shadow Command Center, and all the officers looked at the surface of the planetary fortress that had been destroyed by nearly 1/3 of its area with despair. No one speaks at this time, because there is nothing to do. If you want to break the current situation of being passively attacked, you only need to send a fleet to take the initiative to fight. But there is no mobile fortress of the same level to attract firepower, so there is no way to fight, and it is not an opponent at all. Mobile fortresses are completely unconventional superforce, and it is also one of the few means by which low-level civilizations can counter high-level civilizations. Without mobile fortresses of the same level, it is impossible to fight. Li Qing was also quite surprised. He had thought about a big battle before, but he didn't expect that the battle would be completely one-sided. Before, he didn't have a good idea of Yu Jiaoxi's love so fast after he heard that he had a high-level mobile fortress. Now he knows why he loves him so fast. Obviously, they understand the mobile fortress and the significance of its existence. There was no accident, and there was no ensuing battle. Before the fortress was shot from a long distance and the front of the planetary fortress was flattened, the Shadow Coalition forces and the original Lock Fortress defenders all withdrew. Li Qing didn't chase after him, he could forcefully jump away at any time with the void buff, and he couldn't stop him. At this stage, get Lock Fortress first. Conquering this key fortress, the destruction of the Shadow United Empire has entered the countdown stage. After it was confirmed that the Shadow Coalition forces had withdrawn, Li Qing ordered to stop the bombardment. Instead of continuing to destroy the other side of the planetary fortress, he mobilized a large number of ground troops to prepare to land on the planetary fortress and seize the fortress first. It will be a long time before the transformation. At this stage, the other side of the planetary fortress still retains strong combat power. After it is captured, find a way to adjust the planet to one side, and turn the undestroyed side to face the hyperspace channel. It is worth mentioning that whether it is a mobile fortress or a Battlestar, its weapon configuration is not all directions, and 10 directions of the imagined planet are fully equipped with weapons. Except for a few cases, the main weapons of normal mobile fortresses or battle stars are mostly concentrated on the left and right sides, such as X-slot battle weapons, T-slot doomsday weapons, fortress railguns, etc., all concentrated in the two sides to maximize the concentrated firepower. Even in other directions, it doesn't mean that there are no weapons, but most of them are weapons below the L-slot, missiles, or hangars, and even the entrances and exits of the docks inside the fortress, etc. There are also battle weapons in the X-slot and doomsday weapons in the T-slot, but the number is far less than that main location. There are a total of 5-star cities in Lock Fortress, one of which is behind the side of the planetary fortress. Although there is a Star City arc with a longer range than Doomsday Light, the location is farther away, and it can only be soy sauce in previous wars. Another entrance to the hyperspace channel leading to the Empire's interior on the other side of the galaxy, and the last 3 are located in the center of the galaxy. Besides, there is a super large residential station group in the center of the galaxy, which is home to more than 50 billion people of various ethnic groups in the Shadow United Empire, including a small number of orc people. In addition to providing soldiers for the fort, these populations are also responsible for the overall maintenance of the fort. You must know that this fortress is the first fortress in Shatta. In addition to the huge military system, it also contains a series of military-related industrial systems, including a huge dock that can build dreadnoughts, and a giant casting furnace group. It can be said that it is completely self-sufficient to realize the construction of the warship system. These will naturally be preserved, but he will not want these populations, and will directly squeeze out civilization points and use them as sacrifices. He has already sacrificed more than 30 billion orc people. With the lessons learned from the past, it is very difficult to obtain the true surrender of these Shatta people. The battle of civilizations is so cruel and bloody, the winner owns everything, and the loser perishes. Chapter 254 Escape and Hunting. After resting for half a month in Lock Fortress, most of the time was spent cleaning up the resistance in the 5-star cities and receiving population and industries. These populations will be gathered together and then sent to the universe in the palm of your hand. Let them live in the palm universe for a period of time, regardless of whether they surrender or not. As long as he disagrees, he will automatically gain a little civilization point after a period of time. The so-called squeezing civilization point is just a noun, it is not really squeezed in a machine. After the pressing, the sacrifices are not made until after the war. The next time you sacrifice, you don't need to use any virtual buffs. After the battle, if Yu Yao can kill the son of the virtual realm of Emperor Shatta, and thus be promoted to the second-level son of the virtual realm, then he will have higher authority and power. With such a large population, isn't it good to sacrifice to improve strength? Or, the sacrifice directly acts on the territory, greatly increasing the awakening probability of the psychers in the territory, or the spiritual awakening probability of the newborn people in the territory. There is no need to make sacrifices to improve personal strength. He has a large number of star destroyers for the time being. He can at most strengthen Yu Yufa and Ding Yoren, 2 apostles and wives, and the rest are all used for the development of the territory. After completely accepting Lock Fortress, Li Qing began to decide on the next strategy. Lock Fortress is located at a key intersection. To the east is the hinterland of the Shatta United Empire. There are 2 roads. The northern province goes north, the eastern province goes south, and the central province is further east, but detours need to be made from both sides. The only strategic issue at this time is to find the main force of the Shatta coalition forces. Of course, this problem is not too big. Send more fast ships as scout ships to jump directly into the territory of the Sonda United Empire, or assign tasks to the players who come with the army, and let them find them. Communicate in real time with the territorial channels throughout the territory, and then jump in with your main force. As long as you find the target and enter the dogfight state, if the enemy wants to run, you must leave a part of the fleet behind to cover the withdrawal of the main force. With their current strength, the rear fleet needs at least 1 or 2 divisions, and they will disappear after a few more visits. The announcement was released. This time, countless players signed up enthusiastically, and a large number of individual players drove their own fleets to leave Lock Fortress and enter the territory of the Shatta United Empire. At the same time, the fleets of the 2 divisions led by the Expeditionary Force Yu Qingzi and the commander of the Jinmen Second Corps, Yu Jiaoshi, were divided into 2 routes, going north and south respectively. The waterway at the head of the northern province. Finding the main force is one thing, you can't stay at home to look for it all the time, you still have to do what you have to do. Whether Yu Qingzi or Yu Jiaoshi leads the fleet to support operations, it is impossible to work in vain. Especially Yu Jiaoshi. He led the fleet all the way to support. How can there be no benefits? The planet does not have his share, so other subsidies must be given. Before, Li Qing had already promised in private that, except for the central province of the United Empire of Shatta, you will distribute the other provinces by yourself, and you can grab as many as you can. The Shatta civilized population that they snatched also belongs to them, but Li Qing will buy it from him at a high price. Li Qing sits at Lock Fortress, waiting for news from the front line. This battle is a harvest feast for ordinary players. Those who are strong will look for prey all the way alone, and those who are not strong will follow the big team and eat some soup. The most important thing is that Li Qing guarded the Lock Fortress and prohibited players who were not allowed to enter. In other words, the only players who can enter this feast to eat and drink are some player teams who have always been friends with the territory and the teams that have been recruited before. If you enter now, you can only enter after 3 months. Let the previous ones eat for 3 months before talking. In addition, many teams that have not been recruited before, including the dozens of large teams that failed to attack Lock Fortress, are not allowed to enter. This directly reduces most of the competitors, and they can eat more full and fuller. Besides, Li Qing told all the teams very clearly that he wants to monopolize all living planets, including some planets transformed by Shatta civilization itself. It doesn't matter whether they agree or disagree. When the advanced mobile fortress Cybertron is repaired and commissioned, their opinions are no longer important. A high-level mobile fortress. This is a super force that many military leaders do not have. I don't know if the Jinmin Yu family has it. Anyway, the Qinghe Li family definitely does not have it. This is a super weapon that can suppress the luck of a military leader. With this, unless the Baji Consortium also transfers more than 2 high-level mobile fortresses, there is nothing he can do. In other words, the dispute between him and the Octopus Consortium ended early when the Cybertron mobile fortress appeared. Because it is impossible for the Octopus Consortium to mobilize the mobile fortress to fight the civil war, this is absolutely forbidden by the Star Sea Lords. From the beginning to the end, the Baji Consortium didn't take advantage of anything. They didn't even pose a threat to Jilanling. He didn't give them any chance at the beginning. Occupying the United Empire of Shatta alone, all the territories of the original Shar civilization and Civi's civilization, plus the Jalan Collar, there will be a total of 8 wrong ones. 1 has been sacrificed, and now there are only 7 living planets left. One of them belonged to Yu Qingzi, which was agreed long ago, and it was equivalent to giving back to the Yu family in Jinmen for their support for him all the time, which cannot be avoided. There is nothing else, but Li Qing will give one to the family and put it in his father's name. Not surprisingly, he will become independent from the Qinghe Li family and establish a new military leader, who will be the Jalan Li family in the future. This is also one of the mainstream choices for the children of many military lords if they can succeed. There are only 272 military lords in the United Human Empire, but there are thousands of small lords like him, and many of them were born in military lords. Aristocrats, after becoming lords, all became independent and established themselves. Military chiefs will not stop this choice, but will strongly support it. The reason is very simple: spread the branches and spread the leaves, and share the risks. After all, the chances of military masters being promoted to Star Sea Lords are pitifully low, and no separation will at most increase the strength and heritage of the family. However, if the family is separated to form a new military master clan, a family of 2 clans, the benefits will definitely be much better than merging. Not to mention other things, a new military leader has 1 more military leader voting rights in the Imperial Senate. It can also share risks. Regardless of whether the main family is weak or a certain family perishes, the other family can continue, ensuring that the family inheritance will never die, and it will always stand at the top of the Star Sea. Divide 2, and there are 5 living planets left, plus an unknown number of modified planets. By then he will have at least 10 planets, and at most 20 planets, which is already larger than most provinces. Enough to establish a new large province here. In addition, it turned out that Ding Yoren was going to rely on his own efforts to win a living planet and marry him, but now he feels that it is unnecessary. Sure enough, as long as a woman finds a good man, she will win directly. 1 month and 20 days later, Yu Zhao Division's fleet arrived at the capital of the eastern province. The main force of the enemy was not found. Yu Zhao Division decisively launched an attack against the defenders who had less than 1 division. The war lasted only a day and a half. Regardless of the fleet level or number, it completely defeated the enemy defenders and captured the eastern province of the Shatta United Empire. Just 4 days later, Yu Qingzi's fleet from the north arrived at the capital of the northern province of the Shatta United Empire. The main force of the enemy was also not found, and even the defenders were only the size of a brigade. Needless to say, the attack was launched directly, and it took only half a day to defeat the defenders. Could it be sticking to the capital? The two left and right provinces abandoned their defenses. It can only be said that they concentrated their forces to fix the capital. Otherwise, it would be impossible to defend the capital of the original Shar people and the capital of the original Civi's civilization in the east. Doubts are doubts, but Li Qing waited patiently. The two fleets plundered for nearly half a month, and almost emptied the two capital galaxies. Every day, tens of thousands of warships transported various plundered materials and population. Li Qing received all the materials and population, and they were all stationed in Lock Fortress, so there was no need to transport them back to Jinmen. Anyway, when the war is over, the strengthened Stargate of the Galan Galaxy will also be built. He has to go to Jinmen to open the Stargate. At that time, a large number of players will arrive, and the territory will be developed, and the demand for various materials will be very high. Buy again. The population is naturally included in the universe in the palm of your hand. There are 2 capital galaxies plus major residential station groups, and a total of 3 transformed planets, with a total population of 125 billion Shatta civilizations. Including the previous Lock Fortress of about 50 billion people, it now has a population of about 175 billion. After a short rest, the 2 fleets marched north and southeast respectively, attacking the central province on both sides. Time is constantly passing by, and the siege of the city is extremely time-consuming. 1 month and 1 month have passed. In the 5th month of the official attack on the Lock Fortress, the batch of flagships in the Palm universe has been built. 2 Titan super flags, 2 super aircraft carriers, and 20 dreadnoughts have all been built and put into service. In addition, during this period of time, all warships except the flagship were built as ships. A batch of 5,000 ships had already built more than 20,000 ships. At this time, he had more than 53,000 ships. A standard division-level fleet of cruisers and below has a combined total of 270,000 warships. His newly formed frigate plus dreadnought battleship division does not plan to have so many. 100,000 ships are enough, and half of them have been built now. Even if there are only 100,000 ships, it is enough to easily crush the 270,000 ships of the normal division, or even 500,000 ships can be easily defeated. At that time, even if it is only a 5th-level configuration, this kind of super division can easily crush the same level army with the same commander, and even a 6th-level division can win the battle. Technology is not comparable, but the basic attributes of the ship are too strong, and there are too many weapon slots, which are enough to make up for the technological gap. Of course, it only refers to the enhanced version of the 6th-level technology. The 6th-level division with advanced dark matter energy still can't beat it. The technology gap is too big. The next batch of flagships will be built, and Li Qing will follow the same rules as the previous batch, with 2 Titans, 2 super aircraft carriers and 20 dreadnoughts. Forget about the aircraft carrier for the time being. Since Cybertron Fortress entered service, there is now a huge gap in space fighters, and there are no extra space fighters to fill in after remanufacturing. Another half a month later, Yu Qingzi, the right-hand army, led the fleet to the vicinity of the central provincial capital galaxy of the United Empire of Shatta, but found no resistance. Then, after the scouting fleet broke into the galaxy of Shatta, what they saw was an empty space, capital galaxy. They ran away. Li Qing immediately assembled the fleet, and using a servant of light accompanying the army as the coordinates, he jumped directly to the edge of Yu Qingzi's fleet, which is the capital galaxy of Shatta. Then, I saw the empty capital galaxy just like the picture sent back before. Star City is still there, but there is no one inside. The bustling capital star is also there, but there is only a small population left on the planet, roughly estimated to be less than 5 billion, and all of them are other races, and the original race of Shatta Emperor Luotai has not been seen. Interesting. Obviously, Shatta Emperor Luotai knew he was no match, so he ran away with his clansmen decisively. I want to see where you can go. Li Qing raised his head and looked towards the south. Not surprisingly, they were fleeing in the south, with a high probability of fleeing to the south within the territory of the Kelzaka Star Sea Empire. Although the technology and fleet of the Shatta civilization and the Kaerzaka Star Sea Empire will not be in their eyes, the Shatta Emperor is still worthy of the attention of the Kaerzaka Star Sea Empire. After all, he is a child of the void, which is definitely super rare talent. Kaerzaka Xinghai Empire is an extreme militaristic and authoritarian system, not very exclusive. In addition to the main race in the civilization, there are many large-scale secondary races with not weak status, high position. Under the protection of Kairzaka Star Sea Empire, Lotai has plenty of time to develop slowly. With the help of Kairzaka Star Sea Empire's technology, it will take less than a few decades to make a comeback. So, after occupying the capital star, Li Qing borrowed 3 divisions from Master Yu Zhao, added his own division and mobile fortress, and brought Li Qi directly to the south. He has to catch up and cut the weeds and roots to eliminate future troubles. He doesn't need to worry about the rest. Ding Yoren, who has returned to the territory, is in charge of the overall situation. Li Lai and Hong Chengfeng are on the side to assist. The main force of the Sand Tower has escaped, and the next step is to crush all the way. Nothing will happen. Risk. The first leap, directly crossed the Zutar star field and entered the Tianjin star field, spanning a distance of nearly 6,000 light-years in one breath. Then communicate with Yu Yuyao. Let her use the induction between the children of the virtual world to find the escaped shadow remnants. Enemies can sense them from a distance, and they can naturally sense others from a distance. It's just that Yu Yuyao was not ready for a death fight with another child of the virtual world before, and never took the initiative to perceive it. The transition point was an unknown galaxy, a binary star galaxy. Just after the transition, he just jumped into a group of wild monsters, and was dropped almost instantly. Li Qing didn't even feel it. Open the star map. At this time, my position is located in the middle of the south of the Tianjin star field, more than 3,000 light-years away from the Jinmen galaxy. The fleet stayed here, separated into 2 fleets and dispersed with hundreds of Tier 6 destroyers to see if there were any traces nearby. But this is just doing what they can, and the only way to find them is by Yu Yuyao's induction. Chapter 255 Turning Around. If you want to search for galaxies one by one, it is basically looking for a needle in a haystack, but with Yu Yuyao, who is also a son of the virtual world, the search is much faster. It is not easy to find another son of the Void Realm normally. As long as people shrink their strength to hide themselves, it is difficult for other sons of the Void Realm to find another son of the Void Realm unless they happen to be nearby. But unfortunately, before Emperor Shatta fought with them, it happened that Li Qing was Yu Yuyao's symbiotic bondman, and declaring war on him was equivalent to declaring war on her. A child of the Void declares war on another child of the Void, which means that the deathmatch between the children of the Void has begun. Once the deathmatch of the children of the Void is started, there will be no end to death, and one of them must die. Before this, the two could perceive the opponent's position through the virtual environment. No matter where they hid, they couldn't hide it. Emperor Shatta tried his best to hide himself. It took Yu Yufei almost 2 days to sense his position, but the result was silence. Have you fled to Kairzaka Star Sea Empire? The position indicated by Yu Yuyao on the star map has already surpassed the Tianjin star field, and entered the Timor star field at the bottom of the Perseus spiral arm, which is close to the center of the galaxy, which is the headquarters star field of the Kairzaka Star Sea Empire. But it's normal to think about it. It's been a few months since he escaped from Lock Fortress, enough to ship the capital galaxy and run away. He found out too late. Nanas. Li Qing punched the table, feeling a little depressed. Although the Shatta United Empire was destroyed, the Shatta Emperor was not captured. That's all. The key Shatta core race escaped, and the fire of civilization can continue. The perfect puzzle is missing a link and is not perfect. The most important thing is that this battle has not been completed, and I have a deep feeling that I may have missed something. It was what Commander Yu Qingzi told him before, that there might be something in this battle that could be obtained by this chance in this life. This made him extremely annoyed, but there was nothing he could do. He can't chase it down, or he can chase it down personally, but the fleet can't go there. Luotai has already fled to the hinterland of Kairzaka Star Sea Empire. If he just follows him personally, it is just a personal act. If he wants to lead the fleet to jump in, the nature will be very serious, so serious that he cannot bear the possible consequences. Even if you are unwilling, you can only watch helplessly at this moment. It's a pity that I didn't complete the competition. Fortunately, the entire territory of the Shatta United Empire has been captured, and the 5 living planets are in hand. The promotion to the army leader is basically stable. With a little regret, Li Qing ordered the recall of the warships that had been withdrawn before, and prepared to return. However, what did you say? And returned 2 hours later with news that shocked him. Have you found traces of the fleeing Shatta coalition forces? Li Qing was surprised to receive the reconnaissance data from the ship. A projection unfolded, showing that when the ship passed through a galaxy, it found a large area of battle marks on the opposite side of the hyperspace channel. The wreckage on one side was common wild monsters, and a small amount of wreckage he is very familiar. Both the appearance and the remaining marks prove that it is from the Shadow United Empire. Restored through combat computer simulation, the result is that when a huge fleet entered this galaxy, it encountered a large fleet of wild monsters wandering at the gate of the hyperspace channel, and the two sides clashed. As a result, all the wild monsters were wiped out, and the Shadow fleet also left some losses. What surprised Li Qing the most was that through the analysis of the restored battlefield, the time of this battle was not far from now. It seemed to be less than 4 hours. Are they still here? Yes, they must still be on the way, but Lotai rushed to Kairzaka Star Sea Empire to confuse us. It's like he can let Shu Yuyao locate Luo Tai. Of course, Luo Tai knows that the best choice at this time is definitely not to follow the majority, that will expose himself every minute. If he fled to the interior of Kurzaka Shanghai Empire first, normal people can only give up, just like Li Qing just now, so as to cover the departure of the large army. My thinking went into a misunderstanding before, and I didn't think about it carefully. And their large army was still on the road after running for several months ahead of schedule, and Li Qing also knew the reason at this time. The buff of the Blessing of the Void is indeed strong enough to allow them to ignore most of the environment and forcibly jump, but this buff is only for the fleet, and it does not seem to be for civilian ships. They took away most of the supplies and population of the capital galaxy, which could only be taken away by civilian transport ships, which seriously slowed down their speed, and it was not surprising that they took several months to get here. So, there is still a chance. Li Qing quickly ordered the fleet to prepare for departure, and at the same time released hundreds of ships to approach the place where the target was found, and began a carpet search. At the same time, considering the possibility of their transition, they sent hundreds of ships to the south to transition. According to the maximum transition distance of civilian ships and taking into account the increase of the flagship, they jumped to the galaxy where they were most likely to stay at different distances. 14 hours later, an ship returned, and found traces of the enemy again in a galaxy 200 light-years to the south. This time, they directly discovered their traces and discovered a reconnaissance fleet belonging to the Shadow United Empire. Li Qing was overjoyed when he heard that, and immediately led his fleet to leap over, landing on the other side of that galaxy. 10 minutes later, a huge fleet spanned more than 200 light-years and appeared in an unknown galaxy. The moment he appeared from the transition, the fleet was full of alarms, but Li Qing was not surprised, but was overjoyed. A light curtain popped up in front of him, and a familiar fleet was moored in the starry sky not far away. The scale of this fleet is extremely large, probably as large as nearly 10 divisions, and they are ready for battle early, with a large number of transport fleets behind the fleet. Obviously, the main force of the Shadow United Army is here, and behind that must be the last hope and spark of civilization of the Shadow United Empire. When all this is seen clearly, Li Qing has a deep feeling in his heart. As long as he defeats this fleet and wipes out the last hope and fire of civilization of the Shadow civilization, the deep feeling in his heart will come true. Yu Qingzi said the unprecedented benefits will appear. Attack. Before he gave the order, the enemy's charged weapons had already begun to release firepower, and the Jolin coalition forces immediately counterattacked. Cybertron quickly dispatched troops and deployed the fleet that had just jumped over and gathered together. The right wing of the 1st Division of the Jinmen 2nd Army Corps spread out a line formation. The left wing of the 2nd Division of the Jinmen 2nd Army spread out a one-line formation. The 2nd Division of Jolin dispersed, the fort moved forward to attract firepower, and all fleets moved forward at a synchronized speed based on the moving fortress. The rear wing of the 3rd Division of the Jinmen 2nd Army Corps outflanks, and may divide into 3 routes as appropriate to intercept the enemy's transport fleet and ensure that it cannot escape. Cybertron is constantly dispatching troops and dispatching generals, ordering each fleet in an orderly manner on the battlefield. The jump signal is detected, and the transport fleet behind the enemy is positioned. Cyboden ordered with a blank face. The 1st Brigade of the 3rd Division of the Jinmen 2nd Army is ready to fight. As soon as the voice fell, ripples suddenly appeared in the void where the brigade-level fleet was located. The next second, the fleet suddenly disappeared and reappeared, unexpectedly appearing in the enemy's transport fleet. At this moment, both sides were stunned. Fortunately, the fleet received the order early, and quickly reacted and opened fire on the surrounding transport ships, immediately interrupting its transition state. God General's unique ability. Sublimated aura of infinite freedom. Cybertron's will covers the entire galaxy. All warships under his command are not affected by any deceleration, interference and interception, and can be teleported within the coverage of the will every 30 minutes. A brigade is extremely small compared to the group of transport ships that is larger than a legion, but the gap between military warships and civilian ships is equivalent to a Tyrannosaurus Rex entering a group of rabbits, which is completely one-sided and violent. In this chaotic state, the fleet can't jump at all. On the frontal battlefield, the human fleet with advanced mobile fortresses directly showed a crushing attitude. Humanity has 4 division-level fleets, 1 with a level 6 configuration, and 3 with a level 5 technology configuration, commanded by an immortal-level commander. Shadow Coalition forces have 10 division-level fleets, 1 at level 6, 1 at level 5, and 8 at level 3 and 4, commanded by an orange-named legendary commander. Normally speaking, the human side already has the upper hand, not to mention that the human side has a complete advanced mobile fortress. This thing has a W ultimate weapon slot. This ultimate weapon has blueprints but has not had time to make it. This is too time consuming. 60 T-slot fortress railguns, with a lethality of 7.5 billion to 7.5 billion. 600 T-slot Titan lances, the damage of light spears is 5 to 5 billion, and the damage of arc is 2.5 minus 2.5 billion. 3000 Doors T-slot Light of Doom, lethality 500 to 500 million. 30,000 X-slot battleship main guns, with a lethality of 3,200,000 minus 3,750,000. 300,000 L-slot large weapons with a lethality of more than 200,000. 300,000 P-slot point defense weapons. 360,000 G-slot missiles, with a lethality of up to 160,000. 500,000 H-slot hangar slots. P.S. There is an error in the previous article. The attribute of the 7th level weapon has been readjusted. A 6th level fortress with a 7th level dark energy technology, the power is simply explosive. Let's not talk about T-slot weapons, let's just talk about X-slot battleship guns. The neutron light spear of the 5th generation battleship main gun has a power of 75,000, and the 7th generation dark energy light spear directly soars to 3,750,000. Smashed. Including human standard cruisers, no matter what configuration, they are all shot. Even battleships can carry up to 3 cannons. In fact, 2 cannons are almost enough, as long as they hit the main position of the battleship. Put it in Li Qing's hands. With the addition of Cybertron's skills and talents, it can shoot a human standard Knight-class battleship in seconds, no matter what configuration it is. Of course, it refers to attacking bare ships. If you are in a large fleet with a flagship, the damage reduced by 25% with the Titan suppression aura will definitely not be able to kill in seconds, but the 2 cannons will definitely not. It seems exaggerated, but this is the truth. The 7th level technology is crushing the 5th level technology. The advanced mobile fortress has a total of 30,000 battleship main guns, about 12,000 of which are placed directly opposite, and at least tens of thousands of battleships were smashed in one round of bombardment. But the most exaggerated performance is the hundreds of Titan light spears. The 250 doors on the front are all turned on the arc mode, which is equivalent to the sweeping of 250 Titan super flags. Countless arcs are like chain lightning in the fleet. Mid-jump. I saw the sky full of electric arcs jumping and sweeping crazily in the fleet. Countless warships exploded with fireballs, and the center of the huge fleet was forcibly emptied into a hollow area. Thousands of T-slot lights of doom focus on flagships, and 30 T-slot fortress railguns aim at each flagship. I saw countless thick beams of light across the battlefield, and I don't know how many flagships perished under this round of terrifying artillery fire. Unstoppable, totally irresistible. Level 7 technology beats level 3 and 4 technology is completely crushing and erasing. After a round of saturation attacks, the enemy's command system was almost destroyed, and the fleet officers and soldiers were also stunned. There is no way not to be confused. After a wave of earth-shattering saturation attacks, more than half of the flagships have been lost. Can this not be confused? The cooldown time of the main gun of the T-slot is extremely long, but the cooldown time of the main gun of the battle line is only a few minutes. On such a huge battlefield, nothing can be done for a few minutes. It may be difficult for the Titan super flagship to turn around. Soon the main guns of the second round of battleships on the mobile fortress were fully charged. 12,000 dazzling beams of light shot into the enemy ships, and tens of thousands of fireworks exploded in an instant. 7th level technological crushing. There is no possibility of missing shots. As long as you shoot, you will hit. The enemy's counterattack may not be able to hit. Cybertron's general talent. Sublimated Twisted Refraction Halo. The effect is that all warships under his command have a 30% probability of refracting single target attacks when they have energy shields. By default, it is invalid for missiles. The greater the power, the harder it is refraction. T-slot weapons also cannot refract. The advanced mobile fortress of Cybertron attracts a large amount of firepower with its huge size. But not only the halo effect can directly eject about 1/3, but the gravitational change force field of the advanced fortress itself can weaken a large amount of damage to the enemy, especially the weaker the weapon power is the more powerful it is. The power of laser cannons like space fighters can be directly weakened by 50%, and then superimposed with the suppression force field, the damage reduction effect will be ridiculously high. The scale of this battle was the same as the previous attack by the Shadow Coalition forces on the Galan Galaxy, but the result was completely two extremes, completely one-sided. In just 1 hour or so, the Shadow Coalition forces have lost the fleet of 2 divisions and most of their flagships. Especially under the control of Cybertron's unique natural ability, they don't even have the ability to escape. Although the blessing of the false realm gave them a super jump range and jump penetration strength, the problem was that they couldn't activate the hyperspace engine at all. Even if they used part of the fleet as cannon fodder and the other part withdrew from the battlefield to flee, Cybertron immediately picked a division and sent it directly to the rear fleet, directly interrupting their transition. Unable to fight and fight, unable to escape and escape, this Shadow fleet is already in a desperate situation. And as more and more flagships were sunk, and an unknown number of commanders died in battle, their command system had problems, and they began to fall into a situation of fighting independently. During the period, 2 super psychers wanted to jump over and beheaded by Psychic Leap, but they were captured alive by Li Qing and Cyrus. There were no accidents, and there were no demon mobs. When the mobile fortress fired again after accumulating energy, it sank all the few remaining enemy flagships, and the resistance of the Shadow Coalition forces stopped immediately. Chapter 256 Rewards for the Will of Human Civilization. Not good. On a certain star in the distant Kelzaka Star Sea Empire, Shadow Emperor Luotai, who was resting with his eyes closed, suddenly woke up from his meditation. He looked up to the north, and tears flowed out of his eyes involuntarily. He reached out his hand to wipe away the tears as if he felt it, but did not speak. Boom. The crown representing the power symbol of the Shadow United Empire and also the civilization artifact of the Shadow United Empire suddenly emerged and exploded out of thin air. Luo Tai realized that his own civilization was gone. Well, he suddenly stretched out his hand to cover his forehead, his eyes were blurred, and he vaguely saw the distant starry sky. From the perspective of the entire spiral arm, countless light spots suddenly flew up in the star field of the 4th Emperor constellation of the Perseus spiral arm and condensed into a giant line. The huge dragon-like monster rushed towards a certain direction in the south. In that direction, the same countless light spots condensed another familiar behemoth, turned to the sky and let out a silent roar after appearing, but this was only the last resistance. Shenlong crushed down with absolute advantage and wiped out the weak, and collapsed into countless light spots to be absorbed by Shenlong. The annexation of the will of civilization. Li Qing also saw this scene. When the remnant Shadow army surrendered, the last flame of hope representing the entire Shadow civilization was completely extinguished. Perhaps the original Shadow Emperor Luotai took some of his fellow clans to the Kelzaka Star Sea Empire, but those same races were not enough to regenerate a new civilization. Even if powerful genetic technology is used to mass-produce clansmen, it will take many years to reach the point of reshaping civilization. It does not mean that a sufficient population is a new civilization. In the universe, the definition of measuring civilization has never been related to population, but includes many aspects, the most important of which are culture and inheritance. Once the Sand Tower is destroyed, their culture and inheritance will be broken. It is impossible to restore the original culture and inheritance based on the group of people who have been taken away now. Maybe they will regenerate new culture and inheritance in the long days, but at that time, it was already a new civilization, which had little relationship with the original Shadow civilization. When the will of human civilization devoured the will of civilization of the Shadow United Empire, Li Qing instantly sensed the feedback and reward from the will of civilization. As a single lord who single-handedly destroyed a potential civilization that threatened human civilization, he was appreciated and rewarded by the will of human civilization. There are only 3 rewards, and all of them are non-kind rewards. It's also normal. The will of civilization is not an entity, but a pan-consciousness aggregate of all individual wills of human beings. It is impossible to reward entities with blueprints of battleships. The first point of reward. Luck, as the literal meaning, this is a mysterious thing. Generally speaking, it is to increase your luck, similar to the protagonist's halo, but not as good as the protagonist's halo. Or equivalent to a weakened version of the protagonist's halo. After all, he just destroyed a weak civilization. If he can destroy Bruven and his mortal enemy, the luck he will give is no different from the halo of the legendary protagonist Shuangwen. The second point of reward. Personality, to improve his status within the United Empire of Mankind, from an unknown number of tens of thousands to 287th in one breath. What is this concept? The United Human Empire has 14 Star Sea Lords and 272 Star Sea Lords, with a total of 286 seats, and he ranks 287th, which means that his status will be second only to the military lords. It is also the so-called first person under the military master. But this is not yet the military leader, because the military leader is not issued by human civilization, but a personality recognized by the will of the universe. However, the character of the military leader itself also needs the approval of his own civilized will, which means that Li Qing has taken a critical step in his promotion to the Star Navy leader, and he can be promoted to the Star Navy leader only by obtaining the approval of the will of the universe. Another requirement for being promoted to a military leader recognized by the will of the universe is to accumulate a total of 10,000 civilization points for sacrifice. Combining these conditions, one can naturally be promoted to a Star Marine Lord who is recognized by any civilization in the entire universe and has a certain status. It is worth mentioning that this civilization point does not have to be condensed by itself, it can be counted as trading. The third point reward. Destiny point. Will to civilize rewards him with 1 mandate point. And this is the good thing Yu Qingzi said that he might never have the chance to come across in this life. This thing is a very, very high-end good thing. Tianming literally means that God rules the fate of all lives. When the term Tianming is condensed into a substantial destiny point, to put it more generally, this destiny refers to the fate bestowed by God on all beings. Normal people can't use this thing, even ordinary lords can't use it. Only real military lords can use it, and the stronger the military lord, the more they need it. Because this thing is one of the necessities for the military master to be promoted to the Star Sea Lord. Collect 10 mandate points to be promoted to Star Sea Lord. This is why the United Human Empire only has so many Star Sea Lords, and all of them are Star Sea Lords thousands of years ago. In the past 5,000 years, no new Star Sea Lords have been born. That is because there is no such condition now. Now humans and Bruin are united in a stalemate, and no one can do anything to the other. No one has the ability to break the situation. Naturally, it is impossible to get this kind of destiny point that even the will of human civilization must pay a small price to gather. Of course, the role of destiny point is more than this, and there is another important role, which is to directly complete scientific and technological research. At this moment, Li Qing already knew how the lords of Xinghai mastered the 6th level enhanced technology by relying on the fate point to forcibly break through. No wonder there are so few Star Sea Lords, it turns out that's the case. Li Qing smiled, and put away the destiny point first. Destiny points can be traded, but Li Qing can't trade them, but they are very useful. After cleaning up the entire battlefield, all the surrendered warships and hundreds of thousands of transport ships were collected into the Palm universe. Li Qing asked Saibo to return the Frank fleet, and he himself entered the Palm universe. As soon as he entered, he felt the vibration of the universe in his palm. After he came in, the entire universe in the palm resonated with the point of destiny in his hand, and at the same time he naturally knew the reason for this resonance in his mind. It's very simple. This point of destiny plays a very important role in the Palm universe. If it can be integrated into it, the Palm universe can not only greatly repair the damage, but also greatly unlock more areas in the high-dimensional fortress. The most important thing is that this point of destiny is integrated into the universe in the Palm, which can repair a small part of the high-dimensional fortress. Without hesitation, Li Qing stepped forward to the core of Gaowei Fortress. With a thought, his whole body melted into the universe in his palm. The restoration of the universe in the palm is also good for him. When he transformed into light spots and merged into the high-dimensional fortress, the countless light spots containing that point of destiny directly merged into the high-dimensional fortress, and the entire universe began to vibrate. The flames that were already burning on the surface of the entire high-dimensional fortress suddenly rose a lot and burned blazingly. It turned out that although there was a layer of flames, it could still be seen that this was not a star, but now that the flames had risen countless times, it was already impossible to see that this was a high-dimensional fortress measured in astronomical units. This is a burning star. At the edge of the universe in the palm, the endless dark energy is absorbed and transformed into space, and the universe in the palm is rapidly expanding into a new space. Whether it is the main universe space or the 8 subsidiary spaces in all directions, they are all expanding rapidly. In the high-dimensional fortress, with the infiltration of the power formed by the destiny point, a large amount of internal space began to be unlocked. Li Qing felt that his consciousness quickly permeated every space in the entire high-dimensional fortress with the destiny point. Every time he passed through thousands of spaces, he thought that the internal space of the high-dimensional fortress was already very large, but soon discovered that this was just a small part. Countless dimensional space is stuffed in this star-like mobile fortress, which cannot be seen from the surface. As time passed, his consciousness came to the core power furnace of the high-dimensional fortress. He felt his consciousness dissipate in an instant, stretched and expanded to an unimaginable level in an instant, and almost lost himself in an instant. He was amazed. He originally thought that the core power furnace of the Star Witness Fortress was a compressed river system, but in fact it was a real river system. It just looked like it was compressed from the outside, but in fact it was a real galaxy like a galaxy inside. The Milky Way, but the hundreds of millions of stars in it are all extinguished. Shocking. Li Qing was once again impressed by the strength of the star-lost civilization. At this moment, countless light spots were sprinkled into the power furnace, and many stars had already begun to recover. When these light spots were sprinkled, it was like gasoline being sprinkled, and the surface of countless extinguished stars suddenly cracked and sprang up. A stream of high-energy ions tens of thousands of kilometers high, hot high-energy ions ejected from the cracks and gradually spread to the surroundings. Inspired by energy, the infinitely silent stars began to have a slight reaction. Inspired by this point of destiny, all the extinguished stars in the power furnace reacted a little, and they all opened a crack, ejecting streams of high-energy ions that are like fountains but reach tens of thousands of kilometers. Individuals are not strong, but when hundreds of millions of stars gather together, this is an energy that is greater than a completely burned star. That is to say, when this point of destiny is fused, the power furnace of the witnesses of the stars in the high-dimensional fortress finally began to recover. When the power furnace began to recover, a large number of areas in the high-dimensional fortress began to be unlocked, and some damaged parts began to be repaired. When Li Qing's consciousness reunited in the core of the high-dimensional fortress, he had not had time to experience the soaring psionic energy in his body, and he saw the huge change in the core area of the fortress for the first time. The original core area was empty and there was nothing, but now the core area is surrounded by countless streams of light that shuttle back and forth. In the core area, there are dozens of familiar streamers shuttle back and forth in the air. He stretched out his index finger, and a stream of light flew around his fingertips, and Li Qing showed a hint of surprise on his face. Static streamer. There are a total of 0.25 static streamers, which can create 25 negative stars. Very good. But that's not all. There are countless tiny rays of light around the core area, a total of 10,000, representing a full 10,000 places of servants of light, which he can freely control. In addition, earth-shaking changes have taken place inside the Palm universe at this time, and a large number of areas have been unlocked. First of all, with the original 22 shipbuilding areas as the center, a large area around the shipbuilding area is unlocked. There are 10 shipbuilding areas in length, width, and height. A total of 1,000 shipbuilding areas are unlocked as a whole, forming a complete superstructure assembly center. To put it bluntly, in this high-dimensional fortress, the 1,000 original shipbuilding areas as a whole are a superstructure assembly center, and the specifications are 10,000 kilometers by 10,000 kilometers by 10,000 kilometers. Slot an area the same size as the ultimate weapon. A shipbuilding area with a shipbuilding capacity of 3,200, 1,000 is 3.2 million shipbuilding capacity. But this is not the key. The key is this complete superstructure assembly center, which is qualified to build mobile battle stars. And the mobile battle star is regardless of size. Even a super battle star with a diameter of 20,000 kilometers, 50,000 kilometers, or even hundreds of thousands of kilometers can be built. Because the dock in the superstructure assembly center can be folded freely, just like a shrinking dismantling structure, when necessary, the internal space can be directly vacated and disassembled to form a super large assembly center. It is necessary to know that the high-dimensional fortress itself has space-folding technology, and it is not impossible to accommodate larger mobile battle stars. However, although the space is unlimited, due to structural reasons, only one mobile battle star can be built at a time. It's taking off. It can only be said that it took off. With such a huge shipbuilding space, almost unlimited shipbuilding materials, and almost unlimited shipbuilding blueprints, the shipbuilder is not a big problem. The only thing that can restrict him is the speed of shipbuilding. But he is also very fast at building ships. It can be said that when the Shadow civilization was destroyed and this point of destiny was obtained, he took off directly. And the high-dimensional fortress unlocks more than these. All the previously unlocked areas are now unlocked as one large area. The original Forge of Light had only 6 1,000 kilometers areas, now unlock all other areas as a whole, a total of 1,000 Forge of Light. This is useless, one is enough, and getting 1,000 is just a waste. Then there are extremely important super livable areas, originally 21, now all other areas are unlocked in one breath, a total of 1,000. What is this concept? There is no concept, as long as you know that you can't use it up. The same is true for the warehouse area. It used to be 53, but now it has 1,000, which is instantly redundant. Then, there is the extremely important combat area. It is worth mentioning that there are two types of combat areas, one is the aircraft carrier area, and the other is the weapon area. The ultimate weapon dimension, converging light itself is a large area of 10,000 kilometers, and there is no redundant unlock. The aircraft carrier area is the same as other areas, it is the same as 1,000 areas, all the facilities are intact, and the same is empty. The weapon area is also the area of the light of God's hand, but because the weapons need to be placed on the edge of the fortress, there are only 100 areas on the outermost layer, all of which are the light of God's hand, and there is also a lot of damage. Not a major problem though, the damaged area can be repaired. It turned out that the high-dimensional fortress power furnace was not turned on, and the light of divine judgment could not only be repaired, but also its power could not be exerted. It is different now, not only the power furnace is turned on, but also can be repaired. Chapter 257 Unlocking the Palm Universe. With the passage of time, these damaged lights of gods can be repaired slowly, and there is enough energy to supply power. After repairs, the power of lights of gods will skyrocket. Not to mention other things, it is not a problem to surpass the fortress railgun in the Cybertron fortress. And this repair is only a one-stage repair, not the final power of the light of God's hand. If the high-dimensional fortress can be completely repaired, with unlimited energy supply, the power of the light of God's hand can be greatly improved by then. This is for sure. After all, it is the weapon of the star-removing civilization at the peak of the 9th level. How can it be less powerful than the fortress railgun of the 7th level civilization? The unlocking of the high-dimensional fortress has come to an end, and no new areas have been unlocked. However, the substantial expansion of the original area has greatly improved his background. These won't work for a while, but there are still a few benefits that will work right away. First of all the research in the scientific research area of the high-dimensional fortress has been completed. Whether it was just started or started for a while, it was completed just a while ago, including the promotion of the Battleship Mother Chip, which has been promoted to the 5th generation just now. Battleship Mother Chip. Then, Li Qing immediately arranged for Zhao Feng to prepare the mother chip of the condensed dreadnought battleship. Once this thing is condensed, don't say anything, and then focus on rampaging troops. With a shipbuilding capacity of 3.2 million, first explode 10 divisions composed of dreadnought battleships and ships. Then he used the blueprints of the flagship and the super flag, as well as the 3 mobile fortress blueprints in one go. Anyway, the capacity of the dock is large enough to mount all the horses in one go. The only problem is that there may not be enough naval engineers, especially flagship engineers. What a trouble to happiness. Li Qing pinched his chin with his hands, feeling a little sad. Came out of the Palm Universe again, and returned to the original capital of the Shadow United Empire, still at the core of the mobile fortress. However, he looked back at the door of the black hole, which was only 3 meters high, with a hint of surprise on his face. Although it is only 3 meters now, he is very clear that if the gate of the black hole is expanded to the maximum at this time, it can reach a diameter of 1,000 kilometers, and it has a super strong active attraction. That is to say, any object with a diameter of less than 1,000 kilometers can be included in the universe in the palm of your hand. At the same time, its attraction is also very powerful, which can forcibly attract any engine ship below Tier 5. That is to say, the civilization fleet with technology below level 5 cannot withstand the forced absorption of the black hole gate. It would be nice if you came earlier. Before you came earlier, you didn't have to fight so hard. Once the door of the black hole opened, most of the dozen or so divisions of the Shadow Coalition army were taken away. The last main force of the Shadow civilization has been wiped out, and the next step is basically to pile up all the way. Li Qing parked the main force of the fleet in the Shadow capital galaxy, the high-level mobile fortress and his own fleet. The fleet borrowed from Yuzhou Division had already been returned, and now Yuzhou Division's main forces will be divided into two groups to go further east to the original capital of the Shar people went. He didn't grab the living planet this time, he had to plunder wildly to make a fortune. Li Qing is not interested in this. Anyway, no matter what they grab, they have to sell it to him to exchange for star dollars, and he is short of everything now. That is, there is no shortage of mines or money. If there is not enough, he can directly refine a star, that is unlimited mines now. That is to say, no matter how much they plundered, they would get it back at no cost. There is nothing wrong with staying in the galaxy. He took an ship and took some men to patrol the galaxy of the capital of Shadow. Although most of the population and supplies were moved away, they did not cause too much damage to the galaxy. It's unique, the architectural style is still there. The Shadow capital galaxy is a completely remodeled urban planet, with a diameter of about 14,000 kilometers. There are 28 grids in the general universe. Most of the surface area has been covered by steel and concrete cities, and there are high-rise buildings everywhere. Unlike human civilization, some big lords will build the capital star very beautifully, strictly restricting immigration and transformation, and most of the capital star maintains its original style, but the Shadow civilization is now in a stage of crazy development, and everything must be compromised for development. Naturally, there is no effort and no way to plan the capital planet. Fortunately, most of the inhabitants of Shadow capital planet are the species of Shadow Emperor Luotai, whose body size is not very different from that of humans. Although the architectural style is extremely weird, humans can also live and use it. That is to say, if the requirements are not too high, you can emigrate after a little modification, and there is no need for a large-scale comprehensive transformation like Jolin Star. Li Qingtai let the spaceship pass through the atmosphere and land on the planet. The warship flew over the city, and the huge shadow terrified the remaining Shadow people on the planet. The planet is in chaos, it has lost government suppression, and it is facing the end of civilization. The animal nature in the human nature has been released. Now the planet is full of smashing and robbery. From time to time, there are flames rising from the high-rise buildings in the city. Screaming or screeching sirens, like the end of the world. Li Qing stood in the center of the bridge, staring at the picture from the sensor in front of him with a blank expression, indifferent to the chaos in the city. Anyway, there will be sacrifices in the future, so it doesn't affect anything if you die in chaos. Nothing cold-blooded, nor cruel. The universe is inherently cruel, and the weak prey on the strong. Now they seem cruel, but if they are a powerful civilization like the Bruven United, if they defeat humans one day, they will be more cruel than humans. If you face some weak civilizations that have not yet left the planet, you may show a little kindness. But the Shadow United Empire itself is not weak. According to their development form and speed, they already have the potential to threaten mankind. Not to mention that they united with Zaka Star Sea Empire, whose behavior is already threatening the existence of human beings, and it is even more unbecoming at this time. Any act of the Virgin is irresponsible to herself, and not responsible for the safety of the entire civilization. There is a saying that goes well, kill the Virgin first in troubled times, and protect the enemy Virgin before fighting. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. When he has come to this stage, holding a huge fleet and a huge territory, any behavior cannot be decided by his own likes and dislikes, but the overall situation must be considered. Although ordinary people hate the so-called overall situation, no one wants to be the one who sacrificed for the overall situation. But for the superiors, the interests of the vast majority of people are the overall situation, their own interests are also the overall situation, and their own will is even more important. It's that simple, you can't accept it. No matter how much you hate the person, when you become a superior person, you will naturally become the person you once hated the most. It's like everyone hates capitalists, but they all want to be capitalists. Withdrawing his emotions, Li Qing came to the administrative center in the center of the planet. At this time, a group of subordinates had already landed and occupied the administrative center, and they were counting the remaining documents and various technologies. After exterminating the Shadow United Empire, he will obtain a complete set of technological systems, including a complete set of battleship mother chips, including dreadnought mother chips and flagship aircraft carrier mother chips. Yes, the Shadow civilization has its own dreadnought mother chip and aircraft carrier mother chip. Most military leaders do not have these two flagship mother chips, but the Shadow civilization does. It's normal. Although the military master is theoretically a civilization, it is a secondary civilization attached to human civilization. Many technologies will be shared with the overall civilization, so the technology is not comprehensive. The Shadow civilization is an independent civilization, without other civilization resources and technologies to complement each other, so naturally all technologies need to be researched by themselves. It's a pity that he died too early. If it was 50 years later, the Shadow civilization would even research the mother chip of the Titan super flag and super aircraft carrier. It's just talk. If you can't wait 50 years, it is impossible for human beings to allow the Shadow civilization to develop for such a long time. It's a pity that with so many mother chips, he has all other mother chips except the mother chip of the aircraft carrier. But if you have it, you have it. He will keep these mother chips. Not only will he not sell them, but he will also spend time upgrading to level 5. Although he doesn't need it, from now on the dockyard will mainly produce ships, and the production of battleships will decrease when the dreadnought battleships are rolled back, but it's just a reduction, and they still need to be built, mainly for sale. In the future, when Jolin province is established, a large number of players will come to develop it. As a province, how can it do without warships for sale? It is impossible for him to sell ships and dreadnought battleships, only conventional battleships. Anyway, the capacity of the shipyard is large enough now. As long as you don't build big guys like mobile battle stars, you can basically use them up. Speaking of which, when the Palm universe was repaired again and the huge shipbuilding area was unlocked, Li Qingbin's silent heart began to stir again. It turns out that there are not enough docks, so I can only keep the Star Fortress in my heart and dare not think about it. Now that the capacity of the dock has skyrocketed, his heart is starting to stir again. But I was just about to move, just moved a bit, and finally gave up after thinking about it. Still not enough docks. Now the dock can only build one mobile battle star at a time. Once it is built, it will take up all the dock capacity, that is, the 3.2 million dock capacity will be fully occupied, and nothing else can be built. The construction time of the mobile battle star is exaggerated. Let's put it this way. The normal construction of a mobile battle star takes hundreds of years, even if the construction speed of the high-dimensional fortress shipyard plus the territory bonus and the negative star dragon fall as long as 1/10 of the time, it will take decades. This is just a mobile battle star, and a stellar fortress is composed of 12 mobile battle stars plus 36 battle star moons. It will take him at least 500 years to complete it once it is built. This is clearly impossible, unless the shipyard expands again in the future, such as unlocking 1 or 2 superstructure assembly areas like the current one. He will consider it, otherwise he would not dare to think about it. This is also one of the main reasons why super weapons such as mobile fortresses and mobile battle stars are so rare. None of the factors such as blueprints, technology, super engineers for construction, more than one super dock, and thousands of years of time consuming are simple. All integrated together, the difficulty explodes. It took a total of 2.5 months to occupy the entire territory of the Shadow civilization, including the Shar home planet occupied by the Shadow civilization, and the entire territory of the Civis civilization, and the front of the soldiers went east to the easternmost edge of the spiral arm. But this is only the initial occupation of the main locations throughout the territory. Outside of these main locations, there are a large number of Shadowmen driving their own warships to harass, and more incarnate pirates are intercepting and destroying the major waterways. Besides, with the collapse of the Shadow civilization, the rules of the universe began to generate a large number of rebels and pirates everywhere. The next main task of the territory is to eliminate the rebels and pirates in addition to rebuilding the major life planets and transforming the planets. This is a very time-consuming job. Normally, the rebels and pirates born after the extinction of a civilization will keep refreshing. If they are ignored, they will become stronger and stronger, and when they reach a certain point, they will unite to form a large army to attack various living planets. So they need to continue to lead the fleet to eliminate these rebels, until as time goes by, the rebels and pirates will become weaker and weaker, until one day they can no longer pose a threat. After occupying the whole territory, Li Qing began to count the final gains of this battle. First of all, there are a total of 7 living planets including Jolin Star, and a total of 19 transformed planets. This was beyond his expectation, and he didn't expect there to be so many. Most of these transformed planets are concentrated in the territory of the Shar people. This species is best at transforming planets. The entire civilization has only one living planet, but it is outrageous to transform 8 4-type habitable planets. In addition to this, I have harvested a whole set of technologies that have reached level 4. Up to dreadnought and flagship mother chip, down to battleship, cruiser, destroyer, frigate mother chip, space fighter production line, industrial ship, mining ship, transport ship, scientific research ship and other civil ship mother chips. In addition to this, it also includes a complete set of 4th-generation technology and industrial system, which can establish a complete 4th-generation industrial system. All of these are 4th-generation mother chips. It can be seen that the 4th-generation technology that Shadow civilization has perfected has officially entered the 4th-level civilization, but it has just entered it not long ago and has not yet been completely updated. It is worth mentioning that, logically speaking, after the Shar civilization and Civi's civilization were destroyed by the Shadow civilization, there should still be 2 complete sets of mother chips. There may be no flagship, but there should be one set below the battleship. But in fact, when the major fleets searched, they did not see those 2 sets. I don't know if it was lost, or the Shadow civilization didn't grab it, or it was taken away by the Shadow civilization for other things. For example, it was sold to the task to exchange fortresses or other technologies, or it was used to exchange fleets and support from the Kelzakar Star Sea civilization, but it was gone anyway. Li Qing didn't get too entangled. If there is no one, there will be none. Anyway, what he has gained is enough. In addition, when intercepting the fleeing fleet of the Shadow civilization, they captured a fleet of nearly 5 divisions, including many 6th-tier warships. This solved his urgent need. Although most of them are only 3rd and 4th level configurations, it is not a problem to suppress pirates and rebels. In addition, the comprehensive interception of the fleeing fleet, and the acquisition from other players, a total of 580,000 civilian ships, including transport ships, industrial ships, mining ships, passenger cruise ships and other civilian ships. Chapter 258 Counting the Territory. Nearly 110 billion Shadow Emperor Luotai's main race was collected from the intercepted fleeing fleet. Before that, more than 50 billion Shadow populations were collected from Lock Fortress, and 125 billion Shadow tribes were collected after conquering the eastern and northern provinces. Population. After conquering the entire territory, they successively searched for a population of nearly 210 billion people, including 16.3 billion Shar people and 65 billion Civis species. Comprehensively, a total of 495 billion people were seized from the United Kingdom of Shadow. This thing is a super rich asset, which can be exchanged for a large amount of territory development funds. It's a pity that Li Qing is neither short of money nor urgently short of people, so he has to squeeze out the points of civilization before offering sacrifices. Of course, except for the 16.3 billion Shar people, this species evolved from plants is still possible. The Shar civilization itself is extremely peaceful, and looks cute, not threatening, and its talent is suitable for transforming the planet. You can stay as a coolie and specialize in transforming the environment. Li Qing is going to keep these Shar people busy and transform more planets near the Galan galaxy. As the future capital of Jalan province, there are too few transformed planets around it, and there are even 8 near Shaer. Not to mention too many, at least 20 or 30 of them will be transformed to form a huge urban planet group, and try to accommodate as many people as possible. Then, a total of 16 giant docks were found from the entire Shatar United Empire Gashar and Civis, 4 of which were the same size, respectively in Lock Fortress and Shadow Capital, as well as Shar and Civis near the capital. All of them have a capacity of 3,500. The remaining 12 are all above 2,000 capacity. Li Qing dragged all these docks back with large industrial ships and concentrated them in the Lock Fortress galaxy. He planned to use the Lock Fortress as an important fortress and military center. The location of Lock Fortress is very good. It is not far from the capital Jalan Star. It is located at a key intersection and can radiate the entire territory. With Lock Fortress as the center, you can directly jump to any position in the territory. 3,500 plus docks, plus 2,000 plus shipyards, combine to form a super giant shipbuilding center with a total shipbuilding capacity of 38,000. At this stage, the most flagships are built, but in the future, they can continue to expand and upgrade to super shipbuilding centers that can build Titan super flags and even mobile fortresses. Not to mention other things, this super shipbuilding center alone is enough to meet the basic shipbuilding and maintenance needs of the territory. The giant shipyard on the capital Jolin Star is not open to the public, it is mainly used for internal maintenance of the capital Star garrison fleet. In addition to these, the rest are scattered warehouses, industrial bases, mining bases, residential stations, etc. There are always many harvests. All kinds of bases are staying and will not be moved for the time being, and the mining base will continue to operate. After the scientists, the servants of light in the universe in their palms, have upgraded all the Shadow technologies at hand to level 5, they will update these industrial bases one by one. Money still needs to be earned. Although he is not short of money now, no one can tell what will happen in the future, and he can't guarantee that there will be no accidents in the future. If something happens in the future, he will leave the territory for many years. If the territory has no income of its own and the funds he left for the territory run out, wouldn't it mean he will go bankrupt? Besides, a normal territory itself must be self-sufficient. I have never heard of a military lord whose territory is supported by the lord alone. After counting these, Li Qing and Yu Jiaoxi will return to the Jolin Galaxy together. The Jinmen Second Legion will stay for a while and return to Jinmen. Li Qing is also planning to go to Jinmen to discuss with the Jinmen Yu family to open the Star Gate thing. As for Yu Qingzi, this club has already led the fleet to the southeast of Shatta. According to the agreement, the capital of the original Civi's civilization located in the southeast of Shatta belongs to him, including the 4 modified planets within the star field. The reason why so many are given is very simple: location. After occupying Shatta, Li Qing divided all his territory into 5 administrative regions according to the 5 living planets. Central Star Field. That is, the capital star field of Jolin, the capital Jolin Star and Lock Fortress together. Shatta Star Field. A star field centered on the original Shatta capital star. The Shatta Star has 28 grids, and there are 4 reformed stars nearby. Big Dipper Star Field. A star field centered on the former capital of the northern province of Shatta, south to the Shatta Star Field, north to the Isolation Interference Zone, 25 blocks of the Big Dipper, and a reformed star nearby. West Valley Star Field, a star field centered on the capital of the former western province of Shatta, with the Big Dipper Star Field to the east, the Shatta Star Field to the south, and Isolation Interference Zones on both sides of the west and north. The Shaer Star Field, a star field centered on the original Shar civilization, the Big Dipper Star Field to the west, the edge of the spiral arm to the east, the Isolation Interference Zone to the north, and the original Civi's civilization to the south, 31 grids of the Shar Star, and 8 reformed stars nearby. Just captured the fleet of nearly 5 divisions in Shatta, and each starfield has a division-level fleet stationed. The fleets I originally owned were stationed at Lock Fortress and Capital Star respectively. These 5 star fields are connected into one piece, and the area where the original Civi's civilization is located in the southeast corner, near the edge of the spiral arm, and the division there will not affect the overall territory. As for the original Eastern Province, which is located between the headquarters and the Civi's civilization, there is a living planet and a modified star. He plans to hand it over to Qinghe Li, but he will designate it to be owned by his father. Li Xingchun is not in the territory now, but he was there before. When he defeated the main force of the Shatta Coalition forces, he hurried home. In addition to seeking more talent support from the family, he also planned to discuss a series of family division matters with the family. Although Li Qing still needs to go back in person in the end, there is still a lot of preparatory work before that. It is worth mentioning that Li Qing became independent this time, and his father's family will not become independent. But after the father obtains this life planet, the department where the father belongs to will move over. Their line will mainly manage this living planet in the future, and it has become one of the 2 main lines of the Qinghe Li family. This is also risk sharing. The 2 main lines of the family are not in the same place. No matter what happens, there will be one main line. Of course, if my father is lucky enough to be promoted to the Star Marine Lord in the future, he will also become independent. But Li Qing thinks that this is unlikely, at least not in his father's generation. Perhaps it may be possible to wait for the next generation or the next generation to have an outstanding junior. After arranging the territorial affairs, Li Qing is going to Jinmen. However, before leaving, they suddenly receive the news that the Imperial Senate held another meeting of elders. The time for this meeting is very tight, and there are only 10 days to prepare. Written things down first, Li Qing took Yu Yuyao back to Jinmen. It only took 2 jumps, and a small fleet quietly appeared in the Jinmen Galaxy. As soon as he entered the Jinmen Galaxy, Li Qing saw the uproar in Jinmen's local channel. I don't know how many players are discussing about Jalan Kalar defeating the Shatta civilization and monopolizing the 7 living planets. The words are nothing but envy. I can't even get jealous. There's no way, the gap is too big. Ordinary players can only envy, while those large teams, such as the 3 large legions active in Jinmen, have nothing but helplessness. It turned out that they planned to lead the fleet to enter the field after the 10-year development period, but before the end of the 10 years, the game was over there, and there was no chance. Let me see who's coming. In the same canyon, Yu Tiangong, who was walking a dog by the field like an old farmer, raised his head to look at Li Qing, smiled and opened his arms to hug Yu Yuyao, handed the accompanying old yellow dog to Yu Yuyao, and looked up at Li Qing carefully. Qing, with a trace of appreciation on his face. You are better than I imagined. There is nothing wrong with entrusting the 2 sisters to you. Li Qing has no modesty. This only proves that you have good old eyes. Yu Tiangong pointed at him and smiled after hearing this. The old ancestors' words are indeed true. A man's confidence is related to his strength and status. You didn't dare to say that before. Li Qing laughed loudly after hearing this, but did not deny it. No matter in any era, the confidence of a man comes from his strength and status. Whether it is personal strength, guns, or money, it is the embodiment of strength. Yu Tiangong looked into the distance with his hands behind his back, and said in a deep voice. If there are no accidents, you should have met most of the conditions for being promoted to a military leader. What else is there? More than 6,000 civilization points are needed. It's not a big problem. It's enough for each army master to buy a little. Will they sell? Of course not before, but your current status is not much different from theirs. As a newly promoted member, they will give you face. By the way, the Senate will be held in a few days. It's a good opportunity. If you have anything to discuss with your excellencies in private after the meeting, besides. Speaking of this, Yu Tiangong paused for a moment, then looked back at Li Qing. He could even see a trace of longing in the eyes of the old patriarch. Did you get destiny points for destroying the Shatta civilization? Li Qing's heart moved, but there was a doubtful expression on his face. He shook his head and said. I haven't heard of it. What is that? Yu Tiangong smiled. A good thing. If you don't get it, forget it. He didn't ask, and then asked about the war with the Shatta United Empire, and pointed out some precautions for the establishment of his territory, and shared some experiences about his own founding of the Jinmen Yu clan. Although some experience does not apply to me, but it can be used as a reference, Li Qing listened with gusto. I didn't stay here for a long time. After eating a meal and chatting for a while, I got a big red envelope worth 500 civilization points. Next, return to Yu's headquarters, meet with the current heads of Yu's family, and discuss a series of business cooperation. It has not been developed before, and a lot of support is free. Now that the United Empire of Shatta has been defeated and the substantial unification has been completed, it is equivalent to being an adult, and it will cost money to cooperate again. Fortunately, Li Qing doesn't have much else now, only money. In the past few years, the Jinmen Yu family has been preparing a series of materials and talents needed to establish a territory. Various shipbuilders, various engineers, various professional workers, etc. have gathered a large number, and the total number adds up to hundreds of people. Million, he directly bought this large population in the form of immigrants, costing him 15 trillion. In addition, a total of 500 million human beings have been immigrated, all of whom are white people. The average immigration fee is 1 million, which costs 5 trillion stars. Then, with an immigration fee of 200,000 stars, a total of 10 billion gray people were purchased, and a total of 2 trillion stars was spent. This is the consumption of the main race of immigrant humans, and it is also where the new lords spend the most money. I used to think that the most expensive place was to develop primitive life planets, but now it seems that the cost is just that. The purchase of a primitive life planet is only a few trillions, and the subsequent development until it is completed, and then immigrates enough people, the total cost is estimated to be trillions, that is, 1 billion billions. Well, it's still high on the development planet. In addition, they also signed a series of commercial special supply contracts, and the Jinmen Yu clan official chamber of commerce provided Jalan Kalar with a large amount of development and construction materials. At the same time, in return for the support of the Yu clan, Li Qing allowed a large number of members of the Yu clan to go to Jalan province to start businesses, and gave various preferential treatments, such as the right to enter some special profitable industries. At the same time, the two companies also signed a strategic cooperation agreement to jointly develop a large star field north of the transfer base and south of Jalanling in the future. Of course, business cooperation is always coming and going, and Jalan Kalar has also obtained some basic materials that Jinman lacks, such as various foods, finished battleships, especially a batch of flagship contracts. There is a shortage of food here in Jinman. In addition to producing some in its own territory, it has to buy from the United Empire of Mankind every year. However, the food area in the universe in Li Qing's palm is almost overflowing. With such a large area, the food area will continue to expand. In addition, Jalanling itself has a lot of modified planets, especially there are 8 modified planets in the Shaer star field. Li Qing, Yu Ufa, Ding Yoren, Yu Wanyu, Li Lai, Li Qihong Chengfeng and others held a territory development meeting before, and they have already planned to divide Shaer star and the surrounding 8 modified planets into basic resource areas. Grain, meat, various economic crops, etc. are all distributed on these planets, ensuring that even if he is not in the territory for a long time in the future, the territory cannot rely on the universe in the palm, and the self-produced food is enough for the entire territory to be self-sufficient and have surplus. Li Qing's idea is to separate the territory from the resource supply in the universe in his hands as much as possible, so as to ensure that even if he is not in the territory for a long time, it will not collapse. After all, he is destined to not be able to manage the territory all the time. When the territory develops in the future and he has a son, the territory will be passed on to his son, and he can take his wives to roam around without being bound to one territory. After staying in Jalan Kalar for a week, after completing the main purpose, to obtain the password of Jinman Yushi's Stargate in the transfer base, he opened up the connection between the transfer base and the enhanced version of the Stargate in the capital galaxy of Jalan Kalar, Tianjin's Stargate network. From now on, transfer from Jinman to the Transit Galaxy, and then directly transfer from the Transit Galaxy to the Jalan Galaxy. As for the capitals of the other 4 major star regions in the territory, they have not yet opened. Although there are star cities in the capital galaxies in Shatta, the Shatta civilization does not have the technology of stargates. He has to find a way to get a few strengthened stargates before they can be opened. Chapter 259 The Second Human Elders Council. It's still the familiar Deluo Tiangong, Lingxiao Palace. There was an experience once, and this time Li Qing was no longer as shocked as last time. Same as the last time I came here, there is no difference between the lords and military masters, and Li Qing also knows how to use the means attached to the Senate to hide his true face. When he stepped into the Lingxiao Palace, Li Qing heard the voices of exclamation from several unknown lords standing at the door. My God, look there. Where? The position of the military leader. What's wrong with the position of the army leader? Hiss. A series of air conditioning sounds sounded, and someone was full of shock and said, what happened recently? Someone was promoted to the leader of the army. It should be without accident. Why haven't I heard of it? Who is it? I don't know. Those who are most likely to be promoted to the military leader are still far away from the military leader. The most critical factors are not satisfied. It is impossible to be promoted to the military leader so soon. That should be a lord who suddenly rose up and did something earth-shattering. I don't know who it is, it's amazing. Li Qing was standing on the side, hearing everyone's discussion, he felt quite comfortable. But there is one thing that surprised him, so many people didn't know it was him, and the fact that he was in full-scale war with the United Empire of Shatta did not cause any waves in the United Empire of Mankind. In other words, there must be many people who know about it, but it has not spread everywhere. Looking along the gaze, in the venue of the Lingxiao Palace, at the end of the many thrones representing the military lord in the center of many seats, a new seat wrapped in a faint brilliance appeared. The seat is no different from other military master thrones around, but everyone can feel the newness at first glance. And Li Qing's eyes fell on the throne, and he naturally realized in his heart that this was his seat. Not the first person under the military master is imagined, but among the military masters. The meaning is obvious. His personality has fully met the conditions for being promoted to a military lord, and he is only 10,000 civilization points away from being promoted to a Star Marine lord recognized by the will of the universe. Although he didn't know why the alternates were also among the military masters, he guessed that this was the extreme approval of the will of human civilization. You must know that this artifact of human civilization is only controlled by the Star Sea Lords in turn, but the Star Sea Lords cannot control the internal situation, all of which are run by the will of civilization according to the rules. Several people were amazed and returned to their positions. Li Qing didn't stay at the door to show off, but also strode towards the venue. The same figure as the others around him immediately attracted a lot of attention when he crossed the outer circle and came to the throne of the Central Army leader. Could it be him? In the next second, Li Qing walked along the edge step by step to the last position of the military lord's throne, and sat down in front of the newly born military lord's throne under the eyes of everyone. It's really a new army leader, I don't know who it is. Almost instantly, thousands of gazes were projected on him, including dozens of gazes from the same position. Li Qing turned his head to look over, and cupped his fists at these equally curious military leaders. Everyone has the same status, so he no longer needs to look up at them in the future. All the army leaders returned their salutes one by one. As time goes by, lords and even military lords continue to arrive. Almost everyone who enters the venue will see new faces among the military lords who have not changed for hundreds of years. Until the end, all the Star Sea lords arrived one by one, and the venue was full. When a crisp bell rang, one of the hosts, Star Sea Lord, coughed lightly and said, "Before the start of this meeting of elders, I would like to introduce to you that our United Human Empire has a new member, His Excellency Li Qing from the Jalan Collar of the Zutar Star Field." Everyone looked over, and Li Qing also stood up in cooperation and cupped his hands around. Thousands of ordinary lords around the venue looked at Li Qing with doubts, envy, amazement, and jealousy, countless emotions. When he sat down, the unknown Star Sea Lord who hosted said, "This regular elder meeting has 3 major agendas, let's take a look first." As soon as the voice fell, a light curtain appeared in front of Li Qing's eyes, the data slid down, and quickly turned into a light curtain panel, with 3 agendas written on it, and his eyelids twitched when he saw the second item. The first agenda item, the decision on the Northern Player Civilization. It was also an unexpected event during the last session of the Council of Elders. At that time, human beings discovered a strange player civilization in the north of Bruin and the northern Asar star field. At that time, the decision of the Senate was to send a scouting fleet to have a look. Now that I have roughly figured out the other party's situation over the past year, I now need to make a decision. Li Qing checked the attachment below the resolution, which contained a series of reconnaissance materials. Li Qing was surprised when he saw the player's civilization name. Are they back? Li Qing has heard of the name of this player civilization, and he has heard of it in history textbooks. In the Star Sea survival stage 10,000 years ago, at that time, there were more than a dozen large and small indigenous civilizations active between the 4th star field, Emperor Seat star field, and the 5th star field, Faust star field, player civilization. After thousands of years of brutal wars, the ancestors of mankind wiped out all the indigenous civilizations, then wiped out 2-player civilizations, and expelled the other 2-player civilizations, and they have dominated the Emperor Seat starfield until now. The strange player civilization detected at this time is named Aisha civilization, which is one of the 2-player civilizations that were expelled at the beginning. Although I don't know where they went after being expelled, it seems that not only did they not become extinct, but they made a comeback in other star fields, and now they are ready to return to the place of birth to take revenge on mankind. After reading these materials, Li Qing had nothing to say. That's all for the indigenous civilizations. There is only a deathmatch between the player civilizations, and there is no room for relaxation. You don't need to worry about this, just say how to do it. Then he looked at the second agenda, which was related to himself. The content of the agenda was to discuss the distribution of the Zutar star field and the circle of influence in the Garan collar. To put it bluntly, after he defeated the United Empire of Shatta, there was no one in the Zutar star field, and there were no other lords in the entire star field except for a few personal bases. In theory, he could expand his power to the entire star field. But the theory is the theory. In fact, it cannot be done this way, and other military leaders in the empire will not agree. In the entire United Human Empire, more than 270 military masters and 14 Star Sea Lords are all crowded in the Emperor Sea starfield, and you alone dominate the Zutar starfield, so everyone will be psychologically unbalanced. Don't say that Zutar is full of nebulas and is not easy to develop. It's another thing to not be able to develop well, and it's another thing for you to dominate alone. Even if it stays there and does not develop it, it is impossible for him to monopolize the entire Zutar starfield if it is handed over to others for development. This is a matter of principle. So this agenda is to draw a sphere of influence for him. The third agenda, still related to the first agenda. The Aisha civilization invaded the Asar starfield, and has already clashed with several local indigenous civilizations in the Asar starfield. It has already fought with one of the indigenous civilizations. The Star Sea Lords in the Senate are considering whether to provide support to those indigenous civilizations, make them last longer. According to the data, although there is no powerful civilization in the ASAR star field that dominates the entire star field like Bruven, there are also dozens of civilizations, and the 3 strongest civilizations are all 5-level civilizations, but only in size. Not as big as Bruin United. If there is no interference, one day after hundreds of years, one of the civilizations will defeat the other civilizations to complete the unification of the ASAR star field, and a powerful indigenous civilization will be born that is comparable to the strength of the Bruin and Kelzaka star sea empires. But now that the Aisha player civilization has invaded, they basically have no chance of unification. Dare to return to the Perseus spiral arm, the Aisha player civilization must have enough confidence, and its strength is definitely not something that this group of ununified indigenous civilizations can resist. Once the Aisha player civilization is defeated and annexed by many civilizations in the entire ASAR star field, the strength will expand again, which is great bad news for human civilization. So, the first agenda actually focuses on how to support, not whether to support. An hour later, the Star Sea Lord who presided over the meeting knocked on the table and said, "I believe that you have read the agenda, and now divide the agenda into 2, the first and the third are jointly discussed, and the second is discussed separately. Now let's discuss the first agenda. I have discussed it internally with your highness. I came up with 2 ideas, let's listen first and then discuss. The first idea is to directly send troops to intervene, gather the fleet to cross the Bruven United, and jump directly to the ASAR star field. The second idea is to temporarily support the civilizations of the Ajar starfield in terms of resources, and then activate the highest mobilization order to launch an all-out war against the Bruin Union, and strive to defeat the Bruven before the opponent defeats the civilizations of the Ajar starfield. 1. Confront them in the 5 Emperors starfield." Having said that, he paused for a while to let everyone digest these 2 pieces of news. All the army leaders and lords were also whispering to each other, talking a lot. After almost 10 minutes, he said again. The premise of the first idea is to take advantage of their unstable foothold and unite with the local civilization to forcibly repel them. But there is a great risk in doing so. The fleet can only go there, and it will definitely be discovered by Bruven. It will not be easy to come back. It may be intercepted and difficult to return. The second idea does not have much risk, but the problem is that it is difficult to defeat the Bruven United. Although there has been no all-out war for thousands of years, the overall strength of the United Empire is much stronger than that of 1,000 years ago, but it has not. There are qualitative changes, and the Bruin alliance is also growing stronger, so if an all-out war starts at this time, there is not much confidence. Paused for a moment, then said in a deliberate tone. It's best if you can win, but if you fail to achieve the predetermined goal, you will lose if you don't win. Li Qing understands the meaning of this sentence. A full-scale war will inevitably consume a huge fleet. If it is not victorious, a large number of fleets will be lost, which will directly affect the balance of victory and defeat in future wars with Aisha civilization. Of course, we still have a third option: do nothing, accumulate strength and wait for the enemy to attack. But if we do nothing and wait for the enemy to defeat all the civilizations in the ASAR star field and annex these civilization heritages, coupled with enough support from our headquarters, our chances of winning are not high. Well, Li Qing sat silently in his seat. It is indeed difficult to choose. No matter which choice, there is a problem. The first choice does not mention the success rate. The sent fleet is very difficult to come back. It was easy in the past. With the ability to move the battle star and a powerful commander, you can forcefully penetrate the defense line, but after passing through, you will definitely be discovered by Bruin, and then they will turn on the civilization artifact to intercept it, and you will not be able to jump back next time. The fleet supported in the past is not a little, but an extremely large fleet, which can play a role in the battle of player civilization. What about mobile battle stars? Not to mention the number of mobile fortresses, there are at least 1,000 standard divisions alone. Such a huge fleet was intercepted north of the Bruin Union and could not return. In addition, the Bruin Union would definitely mobilize troops to annihilate this fleet. The loss shared by all military leaders would be a bit traumatic. Not to mention the second option, restarting the all-out war with Bruin, the success rate is hard to say. The 2 sides have been deadlocked for tens of thousands of years, and their strengths have only changed quantitatively but not qualitatively. It is very difficult to break the situation. Once a stalemate is reached, the whole body will be affected by a single hair, and the situation will directly collapse. Skull hurts. Li Qing pinched the center of his brows, and the original thought came back to his mind. Compared with the immature idea at the beginning, as the Palm universe is repaired and unlocked more, especially the recovery of the power furnace, the possibility of success of the original idea will be higher. Moreover, with the improvement of the power furnace, the power of the ultimate weapon dimension, the convergence light, is no longer limited. In theory, as long as the energy is continuously supplied, its range can be large enough to cover the entire galaxy, and the entire galaxy can be absorbed in one wave. Yes, it just takes a long time. Of course, it will take months to expand to collect the entire galaxy. And they are not targets, they will definitely come to stop them. With the force of the three core fortresses of Bruin, it is impossible for him to persist in accumulating energy for several months. But having said that, destroying a galaxy has never been so troublesome. As long as the central star of the galaxy is collected, the entire galaxy will collapse, and the so-called super core fortress will naturally disappear. The problem went back to the beginning. He needed to hold out for 2 or 3 hours under the fierce attack of any of the three core fortresses in Bruin. Strength is still insufficient, but it can be done like this. Just wait another 10 or 8 years, there is this time. Li Qing never thought of cooperating with other military leaders. Ever since he gained many benefits from destroying the Shadow United Empire, Li Qing knew what it would be like if he could successfully complete that feat by himself. Let's put it this way, if he can destroy any of the core strongholds of the Bruin United alone, he will definitely be promoted to a new Star Sea Lord. The feedback from the will of human civilization will forcibly push him to the position of Star Sea Lord. This contribution to human civilization is 100 times and 1,000 times more than the extermination of the Shadow United Empire. Chapter 260: The Crisis and Opportunity Facing Human Civilization. His idea is completely feasible and time-consuming. It is normal for players to fight civilized battles for dozens or hundreds of years, and it is not a big deal to prepare for 10, 20 or 30 years. This is different from the battle between him and the Shadow United Empire. Before the mobile fortress appeared, there was still not much difference in strength. If both sides are not top-notch, it is not uncommon to fight back and forth for several years. It's just that both sides were desperate to decide the outcome, and finally the winner was decided in just a few months. But it took a few months to completely defeat them, and it is estimated that it will take several years to clear the remnants later. It is so troublesome to destroy a low-level civilization with an absolute advantage. It is estimated that it will take more than 100 years to decide the winner between a huge civilization like the alliance between humans and Bruin that occupies an entire star field. Li Qing didn't want to share this benefit, so he had to spend more than 10 years as a soldier. In addition to having enough cannon fodder, the main thing is to spend 10 years accumulating civilization points to be promoted to a real military leader, as well as enough strength, so that you can get enough benefits in that great change. Otherwise, if the strength is insufficient, and one of the three core fortresses of Bruin has been worked hard to destroy, and the result is not enough strength to plunder, then it will be a loss. Not to mention other things, at least grab a few living planets and get a piece of land there. The most important thing is to the mother chip of the Titan super flag and the super aircraft carrier from the Star Sea Lords united by Bruin. It is too difficult to condense it by yourself. In the following discussion, Li Qing didn't speak, but just watched the intense discussion between the military leaders and the Shanghai Lord. Anyway, no matter which method is used, it is the same for him, and it is a decision whether there will be much change in a while. Arguing for almost an hour, after arguing and arguing, the two originally proposed methods were overturned. That is, sending a fleet to the past, as well as a joint full-scale war with Bruin have been denied. The risk is too high and the success rate is low, most military leaders are unwilling. The final compromise is to only support the three powerful civilizations on Asar's side in the form of support, and try to prolong as long as possible. The first agenda is over, and soon the second agenda is about delineating the sphere of influence of Jolin Collar. The military leader who presided over the meeting said, "Given that Jolin Collar has already completed its substantial occupation of the United Empire of Shatta, and its territorial channels have covered a sufficient area, after discussing with your highnesses, I have initially decided to divide the star field currently occupied by Jolin Collar into the actual territory of Jolin Collar." Quote. He looked at all the military leaders, especially the Fengyan military leader of the Baji consortium who had a grudge against Li Qing, and said, "This is a preliminary division. If you have any comments, please put forward now." Did not disappoint everyone's expectations. The Fengyan army lord was the first to stand up and said, I have a question. According to the default rules, each pioneer must not occupy more than 2 living planets. Why can Taka Blue Collar seize 5? This is inconsistent with the rules. As soon as the voice fell, a second army leader stood up and said, I also think there is a problem. I would like to congratulate Jolin Ling, who is about to be promoted to the military leader. After all, there has been no new military leader for more than 300 years. However, I am against Jolin Ling's monopoly on the 5 living planets. He committed a foul. He should hand over 3 to be distributed by other rookies. Immediately after the 3rd military leader, the 4th military leader also stood up to express his opposition. And then, beyond many people's expectations, military leaders stood up one after another to express their opposition, and there were more than 20 people in total. Li Qing looked at them with a blank face and stood together to express their opposition, and said his reasons without any disturbance in his heart. After waiting for almost 3 minutes, the military leader did not get up. The Xinghai lord who presided over the meeting knocked on the table, looked at Li Qing and asked. At this time, 26 military leaders said that you have committed a foul. Your Excellency Li Qing, do you have anything to say? Li Qing stood up and bowed upwards, then said, What you said is not unreasonable. According to the development law, I have indeed occupied too many living planets. It is reasonable to share it with everyone. What he said was unexpected by many people. Many people couldn't help whispering. Some were happy, thinking that he had compromised, but some people showed strange smiles. Then, I heard Li Qing suddenly change the subject. I know I got too much, I know I fouled, but so what? He suddenly removed the fog on his body, faced everyone with his true face, spread his hands with a humble smile, and said, If anyone refuses to accept it, you can send a fleet to grab it at any time. If you can grab it, it will be yours. I will leave without saying a word. He looked at the opposing army leaders, and asked word by word. Don't you all disagree? Come on, send the fleet over. Fuck, so brave. Everyone was shocked. But the shock was shocking, but no one felt that he was crazy. There was information on his territory in the agenda just now, and a high-level mobile fortress was clearly placed in front of everyone. He had the confidence to speak like this. With his current strength, 1 or 2 military leaders can't do anything to him. There is nothing he can do to get him, but he can't transfer the fleet to do anything. To overwhelm him, normally at least 2 mobile fortresses and more than 10 standard divisions would be dispatched. Now that the enemy is at hand, the Empire will never allow civil war among military leaders. This is also the main reason why the Star Sea Lords acquiesced that he actually occupied 5 living planets. Of course, the Octopus Consortium and the opposing military leaders also know this truth, but this is the truth, and we still have to resist before we are sure. Anyway, the Baji Consortium was ridiculed and provoked by Li Qing in the last elder meeting. If there is no action to allow the agenda to pass, they still have to lose face. So, when Li Qing uttered such domineering words unceremoniously, no one in the venue spoke. Even the Fengyan army lord sat down very depressed. No matter how unwilling he was, he knew that the matter had been settled. His Highnesses all recognized it. It's the last salute. The same is true for the following votes. Most of the military leaders voted for it, while the 26 military leaders who opposed it voted against it, and more than 30 votes abstained. The agenda has been passed, and he can be regarded as having the legal right to rule over the existing territory of Jolin territory, and the future planning of Jolin territory has been fixed. It is not ruled out that there will be expansion in the future, but it must be a long time later. The current territory of Yi Jolin Collar is estimated to take dozens or hundreds of years to digest internally. During this period, there is no time to expand outwards at all. The 3 agendas are over, and then there will be disputes among some small lords, and His Royal Highness who presides over the meeting patiently mediates. After nearly 3 hours, the last mediation ended, and after waiting for a few minutes, no one had any more questions, and His Highness the Chair announced the end of the elders' meeting. Everyone stood up and saluted the lords, before preparing to leave. Li Qing also saluted and was about to leave, but he heard a voice in his ears. Your Excellency Li Qing, wait a moment. He turned his head and saw an unknown military leader who couldn't see clearly approaching, and cupped his hands in surprise. Your Excellency. The unknown military leader also cupped his hands, and said straight to the point. May I ask, did you get a reward called Destiny Point when you defeated the Shadow United Empire? Li Qing's heart moved, and he pretended to be very puzzled and replied. What Destiny Point? I haven't heard of it. What is it for? The unknown army leader paused, arched his hands and smiled. Since there is no one, forget it, excuse me. Holding his hands to signal, Li Qing still had a trace of doubt on his face as he watched him leave. As soon as he turned around, another army leader came over and asked the same question, and he responded with the same words. He went back and forth several times like this, and many military leaders who followed him knew that he hadn't obtained destiny points, so they didn't ask again. Leaving Da Luo Tiangong, returning to reality, still on the way back to Jialan Collar. It seems that many people know the role of destiny point. Looking at their eagerness, if this point of destiny is not sold, it will definitely be sold at a terrible high price, and it is even possible to directly exchange for a Titan Super Flag Mother chip. This is not an exaggeration. If any military leader has a spare Titan Super Flag Mother chip, he is absolutely willing to exchange it with him for this point of destiny. It's a pity that this thing is also of great use to him, more useful than imagined. It is worth mentioning that the last point of Fate Point can cause earth-shaking changes in the Palm universe, because this is the first point of fusion, which has an inductive effect. The change. Of course, the benefits of integrating destiny points are still great, at least several large areas can be unlocked. According to his estimation, the next time there is an earth-shattering change, at least 10 destiny points must be integrated into the universe in the Palm, so as to produce a qualitative restoration at one time. Let's talk about it when I have a chance to destroy the Bruin Union. If he can play a decisive and key role in the all-out war between humans and Bruin, and help human civilization annex the Bruin joint civilization, he will definitely be able to reward dozens or even hundreds of destiny points at one time, and he will be full of support. If human beings can destroy the stumbling block of the Bruin United and eat up this powerful civilization that has competed with human beings for thousands of years, its strength will definitely expand crazily. It is possible to have several Star Sea Lords and hundreds of military lords born at one time. Even if it is impossible to master high-level energy to produce qualitative changes, the quantity can be increased several times. More importantly, after defeating the Bruin Alliance, the Faust star field located between the Human Emperor's Seat star field and the Bruin star field, as well as the 5 Emperors star field north of Bruin, will all be included in the human civilization, within the Dominion. The Asar star field further north does not have a unified and powerful civilization, and it will certainly not be the opponent of human beings in the future. After defeating the Bruin Alliance, humans can expand southward until they occupy the Tianjin star field and face the Kelzaka star sea empire in the Timor star field. Let's put it this way, once the powerful civilization of Bruin can be defeated, the territory of human civilization will rapidly expand several times. Start from Tianjin Starfield, the second starfield in the south. Going north is the third starfield, the Zutar Starfield. Further north is the fourth starfield, the Emperor's Seat Starfield, which is the human headquarters starfield. The fifth starfield is the Faust Starfield, which is located between the union of humans and Bruin. The sixth starfield is the Bruin Starfield, which is the headquarters of the Bruin Alliance. The seventh starfield is the 5 Emperors Starfield, part of which is jointly occupied by Bruin, and the other part is covered by Nebula. There are some small civilizations inside, but no powerful civilization. The 8th starfield is the Asar Starfield. There are dozens of large and small civilizations in it, and 3 powerful 5th-level civilizations stand on top of each other. The 9th starfield is the Galanoin Starfield, ruled by the powerful Cyrus Star Empire, which is a powerful civilization no less powerful than Bruin. That is to say, if the Bruin Alliance can be defeated, under a series of influences, human power can expand wildly, forming a super civilization that spans at least 5 and at most 7 star fields. There are about 15 or 6 star fields in the entire Perseus spiral arm, and 7 star fields will account for nearly half. The premise of all these good things is to defeat the Bruin United. And he has mastered the ultimate weapon that can break the balance. Li Qing feels very excited when he thinks of the result of the plan if he can complete it, and his soul trembles. Give me another 10 years to prepare. Li Qing secretly set a goal for himself, and then proceeded according to this goal until the preparations were completed. Back to the Jialan Galaxy, Li Qing opened the enhanced Stargate in the Star City of the capital galaxy, entered the authority, and as the authority between the 2 Stargates was unlocked simultaneously, a connection began to take shape in the distant starry sky. Next, we will continue to invest energy to slowly expand this connection, and finally artificially form a fast hyperspace channel. When it is completely stabilized, the Stargate will be completed. This time will not be too long, about a month or so. Li Qing did not wait here, but called the core members of the territory and began to reward them for their merits. Great victory over the United Empire of Shatta, and soon to become the Lord of the Star Navy. Everyone has contributed, so naturally they should be rewarded according to their merits. The status has not changed much. They are the core members of the territory, mainly due to position changes and real rewards. Yu Yufa is also the governor of the capital Starfield. Toon Ding Yoren is the governor of Shatta Starfield. Yu Wanyu was transferred to be the governor of the Big Dipper Starfield. Li Lai was transferred to the governor of the West Valley Starfield. Li Qi was transferred to the governor of Shaer Starfield. Chu Yuan was transferred to the commander-in-chief of Lock Fortress. In addition, Li Qing took out 5 static streamers, ready to transform them all into negative stars. Before the Palm universe was promoted and obtained 25 static streamers, it was natural to give them to them first so that they could stay calm. For the extra static streamer, Li Qing plans to select a group of outstanding scientists, engineers, etc. from the former servants of light for promotion. It may be a bit sloppy, but there is no way, there are not many qualified people on hand. But the most critical issue is the promotion of the military leader. The promotion of the military leader requires too many civilization points, so we have to find a way to collect them early. It is worth mentioning that as the universe in the Palm is restored and promoted again, the strength of the negative star who was promoted through the static streamer has also increased. Even the promoted star negatives have recently received feedback from the universe in their palms, and their strength has been growing, including Li Qing himself. Has been growing, including Li Qing himself. Has been growing, including Li Qing himself. Has been growing, including Li Qing